His deep, cold eyes looked very serious. Si Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She slapped his hand away and turned her head aside. Wasn't it Miss Song who saved the prince? Yi Zhu and the others can all testify. When I was poisoned this time, Song Chaoxue wasn't at the residence. Only you were there to guard me. Si Zhao immediately denied it. I went to find Man shortly after they left. You must have mistaken me for someone else. She stood up, hiding the expression in her eyes. Prince, there's nothing more. I will go find Man now. You haven't slept all night. You should rest early in the main courtyard. Just as she was about to leave, Mo Xianyuan suddenly grabbed her hand. I saw that woman leave with a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her waist. Since you're so open and honest, why not show it to me? I want to clear up my doubts. Si Zhao's face suddenly changed. At this moment, Xiao Su's voice came from the doorway. I've heard about the Wanxin Pavilion incident. Yuan, I didn't expect Miss Song to be such a wicked woman. It's a pity I almost harmed the princess. He leisurely walked into the room and saw them struggling. He looked surprised and said, Oh, am I coming at a bad time? No one is guarding the door. You two continue, I'll go first. Stop right there, Si Zhao quickly called out to him. Since Dr. Xiao has something to discuss with the prince, you two can talk first. It's getting late, and if Man wakes up and doesn't see me, she'll cause trouble. I need to go back now. After saying that, she pushed away the man's hand and hurried out. Xiao Su was slightly surprised. The princess's eyes are already better. Watching her hurriedly leave like a wolf fleeing, Mo Xianyuan's eyes dimmed for a moment. It seemed she didn't want to admit it. Xiao Su waved his hand in front of her. Yuan, what are you thinking? I asked you a question, but you didn't answer. Mo Xianyuan snapped out of his thoughts and told him what had just happened. I don't understand why she refuses to admit this. Xiao Su sat down slowly and poured a cup of tea. Yuan, maybe you misunderstood. Perhaps that woman is working with the group of assassins. Last time, she was just scouting ahead. Otherwise, how could she appear right before the attack on the prince's residence? Mo Xianyuan shook his head. Even though I was poisoned and my mind was cloudy at the time, I remember clearly. The butterfly-shaped birthmark is on her waist. Why else wouldn't she want to show it to me? Maybe the princess is jealous. She thinks you only care about the woman who saved you and is deliberately teasing you, afraid you'll find out that she's not her. She might be trying to keep you from discovering the truth. This woman's mind is as complicated as the depths of the sea. Don't you think, if she really was the one who saved you, why wouldn't she expose Miss Song? She and Miss Song are enemies. She wouldn't be helping her secretly, would she? There was some truth in these words. But Mo Xianyuan didn't want to believe it. The more she refused to admit it, the more he felt that the woman was indeed her. Xiao Su held his teacup, squinting. Yuan, are you being too kind to the princess now? For her, you even beat Miss Song and drove her out of the residence. You even hid the child's background for her.
Do you
like her? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Mo Xianyuan suddenly remembered the breathtaking scene at the bottom of the cliff. He lowered his gaze, staring at the vibrant green tea leaves in the blue and white porcelain cup, then suddenly asked, On your wedding day, are you sure the blood recognition test was correct? Madam, Snower can no longer take care of you. You must take your medicine on time and not get angry over unrelated matters. Although Snower is no longer in the palace, she will still go to the Bodhi temple to burn incense and pray for your health. Song Chaoxue cried tears of sadness. Madame Mo was moved and said, Good girl, after you leave, live well. Please don't make any more mistakes. Song Chaoxue looked back twice, and just as she was about to leave, she clenched her teeth and knelt down. Madam, I have regarded you as my mother all these years. I am unfilial for not staying by your side. Once the princess is no longer angry, I will come back to see you. Madame Mo coughed and nodded with tears in her eyes. The big maid Dong Shuang behind her said, Miss Song, Madam's health isn't good, so she can't see you out. Madam, Dr. Zhao's medicine has almost been delivered. Let's go back first, Madame Mo responded, ignoring Song Chaoxue's eager gaze and left without looking back. The ground was cold, and her knees ached painfully, but it was nothing compared to the coldness in her heart now. She should have understood long ago, no matter how long she stayed in the palace, how close she was to the princess, or how innocent their feelings seemed. The moment she became an orphan, she lost her status as a princess. The noble Missouri family was also full of scheming flatterers. Song Chao Shui clenched her fists gradually. Prince, Snower will never let you be with that lowly woman. You can only be mine. Kung Guanshi, standing nearby, reminded her, it's getting late. Miss Song, you'd better return to your new residence to rest and recover. Song Chao Shui got up from the ground and snorted coldly. The moment the door opened, she was stunned. Outside, the wind had long since blown the palace gates shut tightly. Kung Guanshi mercilessly closed the door, leaving her alone to face the crowd. So she's the lowly woman who clings to the prince with a wild child. How shameless. I thought she was a pure and innocent young lady, but it turns out she's more manipulative than those courtesans. Although Miss C is known for being a bit naive, she is well behaved. Years ago, she was genuinely fond of the prince. The chancellor didn't want to hurt his daughter, so he arranged this marriage. I don't know who spread rumors, falsely accusing the princess. A few days ago, she lied, saying that the child was fathered by the prince. Now, she has angered the prince and was probably expelled. Song Chao Shui looked at the crowd and made a firm decision. Trusting and doubting, loyal and slandered, can there be no resentment? But, Your Highness, since this is your choice, Snower wishes to support you. Hopefully, we won't meet again in the next life. After saying this, she closed her eyes and suddenly rushed toward the stone lion at the door. Rong Sheng, watching from behind, immediately changed his expression and walked away. Song Chao Shui's forehead throbbed painfully. She couldn't stand and collapsed. Fearing they might be affected, the crowd quickly dispersed. On the day of the wedding, are you sure the blood test confirming the relationship was correct? Faced with Mo Xianyuan's question, Xiao Su's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He smiled and asked, "A Yuan, do you suspect I faked it?" "Of course not." Mo Xianyuan rubbed his forehead. "Since she married me, trouble has followed her. I've misunderstood her more than once. Even tigers rest sometimes. I was worried that your hurried plans or someone deliberately wanted me to misunderstand her." Xiao Su nodded understandingly. "A Yuan, are you worried that Miss Song did something back then?" "I see. In that case, let's do the blood test again." Mo Xianyuan hesitated for a moment and added, "And Tingyu's too. 3 years ago, on his way back to the capital, he accidentally helped Si Zhao Zhao. That night, he was drugged and vaguely remembered having an intimate moment with a woman. When he woke up, he only saw Song Chao Shui. After that day, Song Chao Shui disappeared for nearly a year. When she returned, she was holding Mo Tingyu. In the past 2 years, Song Chao Shui tried to get close to him several times, but he refused. Whenever he approached her, he felt resistance. Subconsciously, he believed she wasn't the woman from that night. But Mo Tingyu's presence made him admit the truth. So, over more than 2 years, he hadn't given her a clear status. Until he uncovered the things Song Chao Shui had done, he had a feeling he would soon find the answer to that night. Xiao Su was stunned. "A Yuan, do you mean to bring Miss Song back?" Mo Xianyuan decisively said, "No, I plan to have you perform a blood recognition ritual with Si Zhao Zhao and Mo Tingyu. I suspect that not only was she the one who saved me this time, but I also believe she is the woman from 3 years ago. The person lying is very likely Song Chao Shui. Once someone has a suspicion, it grows like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, unstoppable." Xiao Su calmly agreed. "Something's wrong, Prince." Miss Song suddenly bumped into the stone lion at the door and fainted. Rong Sheng hurried over and shouted, "Xiao Su frowned. Then hurry and bring her back. Bandage her first, and then send her to the new residence. If the common people see, they'll think our prince is cold and heartless." Rong Sheng looked at Mo Xianyuan. He sipped his tea slowly and said, "Watch what I do. Isn't my order very clear? To send Song Chao Shui out of the prince's residence?" Rong Sheng immediately understood. Xiao Su couldn't help but say, "A yuan, just admit it. You like her. What if the blood recognition ritual still shows the same result? Are you going to raise someone else's child?" Mo Xianyuan didn't answer directly. He said, "As long as she is loyal to me." "What's wrong with that?" Xiao Su's eyes widened. "You can't even raise your own child, but you're raising someone else's? You're the mighty war god, and you're like this? Are you crazy?" Mo Xianyuan looked at him calmly. "Whether Mo Tingyu is my child or not is still uncertain. But whether they are or not, as long as that woman behaves herself in the future, the palace won't mind having a few more pairs of chopsticks on the table." Xiao Su was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Fine, I'll go prepare right away." "Wait a moment," Mo Xianyuan called him. Xiao Su turned back. "What? You don't want to do the blood recognition ritual anymore? She hasn't slept all night. If you go now, you'll just disturb her sleep, right? It can wait until afternoon." Xiao Su almost laughed in anger. "I never thought I'd see the day you forget your loyalty for a woman. The whole mansion has been sleepless all night, but I haven't seen you care. The princess really has you dazed. I shouldn't have come to see you." After saying that, he waved and left. Mo Xianyuan's lips slowly curled into a smile. Dazed and confused? That doesn't sound too bad either. Song Chaoshue's forehead was bleeding, and she felt dizzy and blurry-eyed from the pain. Although Rong Sheng gave her medicine, her life was not in immediate danger. However, she had endured many humiliations today and felt that it might be better to just die. After Rong Sheng handed her a bottle of wound medicine, he stood up and said, "Miss Song, you should leave quickly. The gate of the prince's residence is crowded and busy. If news gets out, your relationship with the prince will be even worse. Didn't you go to report to the prince? Why hasn't he come out after hearing I am injured?" Rong Sheng smiled slightly. "The prince's thoughts are hard for us servants to guess." Song Chaoshue suppressed her anger. "Where is the prince now?" "Of course, he's in Yuehua Pavilion." Song Chaoshue was so angry that her vision darkened. "Good, very good. You'd better not come to invite me back to the residence," she snapped, storming off in anger. Rong Sheng sighed in relief, finally able to get a good rest. Si Man rubbed her eyes and woke up. She saw her mother lying beside her, her eyes bright with happiness. It seemed like mother and daughter shared a special bond. Si Zhao and Mo Tingyu also woke up one after another. Seeing herself lying in the fairy's arms, Mo Tingyu's face turned pale with panic. He quickly tried to get up, but Si Zhao pulled him back, and Si Man snuggled into her embrace, curling inward. "Tingyu, since the prince has adopted you, you are now half my son. Man is the same age as you, but she came into the residence a bit later. She is your little sister. You don't need to be afraid here. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. If you don't want to call me mother, you can call me Anne instead." Mo Tingyu felt the warmth of the hand gently stroking his head. He closed his eyes suddenly, remembering something. His face showed nervousness as he carefully took out a wooden carving from his arms and handed it to Si Zhao. Looking at the faintly carved face outline, Si Zhao was surprised. "What is this?" "It's a fairy." Mo Tingyu's face reddened slightly, but he spoke very seriously. "It's a gift for the fairy." "Mother," Si Man exclaimed, "Wow. Brother Tingyu is so amazing." "It really looks like mother." Si Zhao examined the wooden carving's face and praised generously. "A boy with such skillful hands is truly impressive." Mo Tingyu was overwhelmed by the praise from the mother and daughter. When Ling'an, who had been sleeping nearby, finally woke up, she covered her head and said groggily, "Wang Fei, what time is it? Why does my head hurt so much?" The sleeping potion has little effect on those who are already asleep, but if a conscious person inhales it, they will feel a headache. Si Zhao didn't plan to tell them about the frightening events. She briefly explained that Wanxin Pavilion had been destroyed and that Song Chaoshue had been expelled from the palace. Ling'an clapped happily, saying, Evil people get what they deserve. That's so satisfying." She then went to the table, poured a cup of tea, and drank it eagerly. "Are you calling me an evil person?" Suddenly, Mo Xianyuan's voice appeared unexpectedly. Ling'an choked and coughed. trembling as she tried to kneel, but the man raised his hand to stop her. His gaze passed over Ling Un and the children until it settled on the woman's beautiful face. "Are you feeling rested, Wang Fei? I have something to tell you." Yi Zhu followed behind and reminded her, "Prince has ordered the kitchen to prepare the meals in the main hall." Hearing this, Ling Un quickly understood and called the children to come out and eat. Mo Xian Yuan strode in confidently, saying lightly, "Your maidservant here has good judgment." Si Zhaozhao didn't comment. Seeing the wooden carving she held, Mo Xian Yuan's eyes flickered. "Is this a gift from Tingyu?" Si Zhaozhao nodded. Thinking back now, Mo Tingyu, a quiet and reserved boy, was willing to speak only because of her. Could this be a mysterious blood connection? Mo Xian Yuan suppressed his excitement, cleared his throat, and said, "I have already spoken with Xiao Su, and we plan to do a blood test to confirm your relationship with the children." Immediately, Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. "Do you remember what I said at the door of the Shangshu mansion that day? Someone doesn't want you and your daughter to be related. Nothing you do will change that." Mo Xian Yuan looked helpless. "I thought you and Xiao Su had put aside your differences, but it seems you're still upset that Xiao Su didn't tell the truth about Tingyu's poisoning in time." Si Zhaozhao remained silent. Mo Xian Yuan sighed and turned his back, looking out the window at the faint scenery. He slowly said, "In the past, when I went to war, I didn't expect Mo Yu Huai to secretly sneak into the army camp. He followed the army all the way, not only exposing the grain sacks but also swapping the food I carried with other supplies. When we discovered it, we had already fallen into an enemy trap. Xiao Su helped me by giving up his own food and water, almost being eaten by our own soldiers. Luckily, I broke through the encirclement and turned the tide." He then looked back at her and said, "Without Xiao Su, I would have been the one eaten. With his achievements, I could have promoted him to a higher rank, but he refused because he wanted freedom, being able to practice medicine and help people without restrictions. You see, what could his purpose be in harming a young girl like you? Besides, on the day of the wedding, he had just returned and didn't even know you." So, when he heard Si Zhaozhao's words, he found it amusing at the time. Si Zhaozhao tightly held the wooden carving. "Since the prince trusts him so much, why bother? Do you want to insult me again? Do you want me to spell it out? My suspicion isn't about him, but about Song Chao Shui. She has falsely accused you multiple times and has enough motive."
Si Cao Cao smiled.
"What if the outcome is the same this time? Do you know, although those two children are only 3 years old, their minds are far beyond that of normal children. How much harm could this cause them?" Mo Xian Yuan frowned. "How can you be so sure the result won't change before anything happens? Didn't you previously swear she was my biological daughter? Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. If the prince wants to do it, then do it." Si Zhaozhao's overly calm attitude made Mo Xian Yuan feel uneasy. He wasn't sure if he was afraid her suspicion would come true, or if there was something else. Yi Zhu Yi Qing stood guard at the door, ready. Xiao Su placed 2 bowls of clear water on the table, took a silver needle, and pricked the fingers of Si Zhaozhao and Mo Xian Yuan one after another, letting drops of blood fall into the water. Si Zhaozhao thought Mo Xian Yuan was crazy, even considering blood ties with Mo Tingyu. Could he be so guilty about Song Chao Shui that he's lost his mind? Does he want her and Mo Tingyu to be mother and son just to ease his guilt? Si Man clung nervously to her mother's other hand, afraid to look into the bowls. She remembered the last time they did this. She and her mother were thrown into the water and almost drowned. Mo Tingyu, instead of feeling worried, looked at the 2 drops of blood in the water with anticipation. Under everyone's watch, the blood drops in the 2 bowls slowly turned, and in the end, they both. As expected. Si Zhaozhao smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Mo Tingyu's eyes darkened. As expected, he was not the child of the fairy lady. Why does he deserve such a good mother? His mother once said that he was born to be the heir. Without the status of the heir, he wouldn't deserve to live, nor would he receive anyone's love or attention. Thinking about it, if he weren't the heir, how could he have been lucky enough to be the fairy lady's child? Xiao Su took this chance to redo the blood test to confirm their relationship, but the result was the same. The liar is Si Zhaozhao. Mo Xian Yuan clenched his fists, a wave of disappointment spreading from his heart. He looked at her with complicated feelings and asked, I want to know, who is that man? At this point, he had to admit that he was hopelessly attracted to this woman. Just as Xiao Su said, even if he wasn't the child's father, as long as she was loyal, he didn't mind raising them. But hearing this now, Si Zhaozhao found it especially harsh. She said it so nicely, but she still didn't trust her? She covered Si Manman's ears and sneered. He died 3 years ago, ran away with another woman, fell off a cliff, and died a tragic death. His bones were even eaten by wild dogs, and Mo Xianyuan's face looked strange. He felt uncomfortable inside, as if she was talking about him. Xiao Su sighed. The princess doesn't need to be so sharp. Before making this decision, the prince told me that even if they weren't his children, he was willing to raise them as long as the princess remained loyal. Oh, then I should thank the prince for his generosity. The adults argued passionately, but the children were more open-minded than anyone. Mother, is Man-Man going to be thrown into the water again? Man-Man doesn't want to burden Mother. Si Man-Man took away her mother's hand covering her ears and walked up to Mo Xianyuan, looking up at him. Brother Tingyu's father, can you please leave me and Mother alone? You promised Man-Man that if she hurt Mother, she would turn into a gold ingot. At most, Man-Man and Mother will leave here and it won't bother you. Mo Tingyu's small face showed panic. Cannot leave. The fairy mother wants to go, and Tingyu will go too. Simanian nodded loyally. Then we'll go together. Mo Xianyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You usually teach them like this, always talking about leaving home. No, it's Simanian's idea. Tingyu too. Mo Tingyu now acts like Simanian's follower. Whatever she says, he just agrees. Xiao Su said, Young master, what you say might hurt your father's feelings. He is your real father. Hearing this, Mo Xianyuan and Si Zhaozhao looked at him with unkind eyes. Bringing this up in front of Simanian. Who does it hurt more? Xiao Su made a gesture to shut his mouth. Mo Xianyuan withdrew his gaze, his tone full of disappointment. You always twist my words. To clarify for you, I am willing to be laughed at again and do the blood recognition ritual. But you lie all the time and show no sincerity. That person, whether truly dead or fake, I want you to remember, you are my wife. In this life, you can only have me as your man. I will not take concubines again. After speaking, he lifted his leg to leave.
Xiao Su also stopped staying.
Ling and carefully took the 2 bowls of water to pour out, then took the children to play outside. Si Zhaozhao stood still for a long time, lost in thought. The servants brought in food, but were sharply sent away by a woman's loud voice. A figure hurried into the yard, and the newly hired servants began to gossip loudly. Being chased out by the war god, and still so arrogant. Thought she was in the royal palace. She's just a country girl. After staying in the phoenix nest too long, she thinks she's someone important. If it weren't for the extra silver she gave this month, I wouldn't serve her. They scolded loudly, when suddenly a stern shout made them jump. All of you gossipers, get out. The young lady doesn't need people like you to serve her. Someone was unwilling. Who do you think you are to fire us? Who are you? The person replied, I am the nursemaid who's looked after the young lady since childhood. The housekeeper of the new residence, Song Chao Shui, cried sadly. Hearing the noise outside, she shouted unhappily. Everyone get out. The group reluctantly retreated. Seeing the person who entered, Song Chao Shui wiped her tears and said, Mama, you're finally back. That useless person, Lianhua, is just a fool who can't accomplish anything and only causes trouble. Without you here, I was harmed by that wicked woman, injured all over, and even driven out of the mansion by the prince. I don't know if I will ever have a chance to return. Huigua brushed off the dirt on her clothes, her face looking grim. This journey was very dangerous. If I hadn't found someone to replace me back home and avoided those spies, I might have been caught and tortured like Cui Shi. What? Cui Shi was caught. Does that mean the prince will find out that it was Xiao Su who helped me? Song Chao Shui stopped abruptly. It won't happen. Cui Shi's face has changed so much that no one can recognize her anymore. Huigua squinted her old eyes. Even if Cui Shi is discovered, Dr. Xiao won't let her go. The girl just needs to think carefully about who can be used. If she manages to get her identity as a wild child into the palace, even if the prince wants to protect her, the relationship between the young emperor and the prince won't allow such a woman to stay by his side. Song Chaoshua's eyes lit up. Mama, you're right. I will think carefully now. After a while, she put a bundle of letter paper into a small bamboo tube attached to a pigeon's leg and released the pigeon. The pigeon didn't fly far before it was caught and sent back to the prince's residence intact. Prince, this is a pigeon just caught from the new residence. Do you still want to keep it? Rongsheng asked, holding the pigeon's leg. Mo Xian Yuan didn't look at it. He picked up a brush, wrote a few words on paper, rolled it up, and handed it over. Let it do what it needs to do. When it returns, catch it again and take it to the kitchen to make soup for the princess. Song Chaoshua never imagined that after raising the pigeon for so long, it would be plucked and turned into a delicious pigeon soup to be given to her most hated woman. After reading the letter, Mo Xian Yuan threw it into the incense burner, then sat back and closed his eyes to rest. That night, Si Zhaozhao received a pot of pigeon soup. Si Man pouted her little lips, still wanting more, but suddenly her stomach growled loudly. At the same time, Mo Tingyu's stomach also rumbled. The two children nodded in agreement. Perhaps because the pest Snow from the Song dynasty is not present, Si Zhaozhao feels very comfortable. She cheerfully suggests, "Why don't I go to the kitchen and show you two little ones a trick?" Si Man eagerly agrees. "It's been a long time since I ate my mother's cooking. I still remember that delicious chicken dish. That was the only time she cooked after her rebirth." Later, she was too busy with other matters, so she had no time to cook herself. The two children and the adult head to the kitchen. Thanks to the previous example where Mo Xian Yuan cleared the Wanxin pavilion for her, no one dared to trouble her as the princess. Everyone respectfully prepared ingredients and quickly left. As she heated the oil and stir-fried the spices, a wonderful aroma filled the entire manor. Mo Tingyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A fairy's cooking always smells better than that of ordinary people. Mo Xianyuan, Yizhu, and others had just finished questioning Chuishi. "Prince, I feel like I've seen that person before, but I just can't remember who it was," Yi Qing said confusedly. Yizhu agreed. "I have the same feeling. I believe in your instincts. That person must have used some disguise magic to change their appearance." Yizhu, go to the black market tomorrow and see if there are any medicines that can alter one's looks. They hadn't gone far when suddenly a strong aroma wafted over, tempting everyone's appetite. Yi Qing, unable to resist, covered his stomach. "Your Highness, maybe we should go eat first. I'm hungry too." In the military camp, they didn't follow many rules. Mo Xianyuan often ate and slept with the soldiers. He also missed those times in the camp. The three men headed to the kitchen. When the dish of chicken was ready, Si Man and Mo Tingyu couldn't wait to grab their chopsticks, both looking satisfied. The princess has such skills. The dish is perfect in color, aroma, and taste, just as good as the biggest restaurant in the capital, Yi Qing praised. Seeing the visitors, Si Zhaozhao's joyful expression slightly faded. The two children instinctively hid the chicken behind them, occasionally sneaking a bite. Mo Xianyuan looked at her and asked, "Is there any surprise you haven't told me?" Si Zhaozhao felt uncomfortable under his gaze. "I just cleaned this pot, so I won't disturb your Highness's meal." She was about to tell the children to leave when suddenly her hand was held by the man. "I want to talk to you." Yi Qing and Yi Zhu exchanged a glance, then silently went to another stove to fetch 2 steamed buns, and gently led the children away. The fire in the stove crackled loudly, and their close breathing created a tangled sound. Si Zhaozhao pushed away his hand and took a step back. "Prince, speak quickly." Seeing her face full of coldness and her whole body seeming to resist him, Mo Xianyuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. "I have already driven Chao Shui out of the house and cleared your name. Now everyone in the city believes Man is my flesh and blood. For you, I am willing to put Tianyu in the middle of rumors. Why are you still causing trouble between us?" Si Zhaozhao grew impatient with his persistence. "I also said, for freedom, I will do my best to help you find that thing you want. Why do you have to humiliate yourself so much? Hearing this, Mo Xuanyuan's eyes reddened. He suddenly grabbed her fragile shoulders, pressed down hard, and whispered, "Are you pretending not to understand? Or do you really not see my feelings?" Si Zhaozhao was stunned. Then she reacted and looked surprised.
You
wouldn't be. Finally, you understand. Si Zhaozhao lowered her eyes slightly. Prince, you are really willing to sacrifice yourself, even making up such words. Don't you believe me? Mo Xuanyuan's face darkened with anger. His fury surged, and suddenly a cold feeling swept over his feet. It mixed with his anger and heat, swirling inside him. Every breath felt like his organs were soaking in lava and ice, tormenting him back and forth. He suddenly released her, his tall body swaying twice before slowly falling forward. Si Zhaozhao hurriedly caught him, feeling his pulse with her fingertips. Her face changed as she saw the poison bugs and bamboo jade bugs that the assassin shot into him before dying were fighting inside his body. Mo Xianyuan broke out in cold sweat. He kept his last bit of calm, tightly holding her hand, and said word by word, "This time, either you make a move, or watch me succumb to poison. I want to see with my own eyes that you are the one saving me. Are you crazy? Does it matter who saves you? Or do you want to catch that person and make them your blood bag?" Mo Xuanyuan's lips lost their color, and cold sweat slid down his pale face. The prince, refuse to do such a thing. I just want to make amends." Before he finished, Mo Xianyuan fell into unconsciousness, unwilling. Si Zhaozhao didn't dare to take any chances. She quickly called the hidden guards in the yard and ordered them to carry him to the main hall. On the bed, the man had black hair like a waterfall, with cold and stern features, resembling a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain peak, best admired from afar. Yecheng heard the news and immediately went to ask Xiao Suo to come. Xiao Suo didn't need to check his pulse to know he was poisoned. "Everyone, please leave first. With me and the princess here, your lord won't be in danger." Si Zhaozhao raised her eyes, seeming to guess that she was the one who had neutralized the poison. As Yecheng and the others left, Xiao Suo suddenly patted his head and stood up. "Oh, I almost forgot. Princess, a Yuan can only be looked after by you for now. I need to get something. I'll be back in about half an hour." Before opening the door, he smiled and said, "From the looks of things, a Yuan won't wake up soon. Princess, you must take good care of him. With you here, he'll be fine." After closing the door, Si Zhaozhao looked serious. Was he helping her hide something? What exactly does this person want? Many questions lingered, but she temporarily set aside her worries as the man's brow furrowed. Si Zhaozhao moved a stool to sit in front of the bed. She lifted the man's inner clothing and gently poked above his Shinkei acupoint. A fine thread of golden light flowed through his meridians, moving smoothly. Sweat appeared on her forehead, and she pressed a little harder, but still couldn't open the door to his spiritual space. What she was sure of was that the bamboo jade insect had defeated the poison and was merging with Mo Xianyuan's bloodline. Once fully merged, the ice lotus poison could never be cured. She couldn't delay any longer. She didn't want to become this person's blood bag. Si Zhaozhao covered him with a quilt and sat quietly, waiting for Xiao Suo to arrive. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from inside. Yecheng, worried, pushed open the door. Mo Xianyuan was pressing Si Zhaozhao down, his blood-red eyes like a demon's. His disheveled hair and fierce look made him seem ready to attack, frightening Yecheng into calling Yizhu to help tie up the prince. It was a false alarm. Si Zhaozhao let out a breath of relief. Xiao Suo looked at her with suspicion. "Dr. Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm some kind of lucky charm?" After saying that, she looked at the man chained tightly with iron, frowning. "Was this how you used to tie him up?" Yecheng nodded, then shook his head. "Only when the prince was most seriously ill. That was his order. When he loses his mind, we have to tie him up. This time, the iron chain was newly reinforced. Last time, it was damaged when the prince pulled on it. Unexpectedly, when it acted up, even the prince found it hard to control. She was worried about a big fight happening. Realizing she was talking too much, she quickly stopped. Si Zhaozhao looked at the thick iron chain, which was several times wider than a woman's jade bracelet, and shivered. Last time, she had learned firsthand how strong he was, like a wild bull. Xiao Su handed her the prepared medicine. Si Zhaozhao suddenly said, "Let me do it. Part of his poisoning is also related to me." She was angry. When no one was looking, Si Zhaozhao squeezed a few drops of blood from her already bitten finger into the medicine. Soon, Mo Xianyuan calmed down a little. "Since you are here, I don't need to stay. The children are still waiting. I should go back," Si Zhaozhao said without waiting for their reply, then left the main courtyard.
Ye vink siket.
If the prince wakes up and sees the princess taking care of him, he'll be very happy. Sadly, our princess doesn't understand romance. Xiao Su stared at the medicinal residue at the bottom of the bowl, lost in thought. A divine medicine that can heal even whip wounds instantly. And her blood that can suppress the ice lotus poison. Who exactly is Si Zhaozhao? Maybe Mo Xianyuan realized that the person saving him wasn't her, or perhaps her cold attitude hurt him. After he recovered, he didn't come to Yuehua Pavilion for several days. Even Yi Zhu and Yi Qing hadn't seen him in a while. Overall, it was quite peaceful. Si Zhaozhao's eyes gradually regained clarity, but she couldn't see clearly beyond a short distance. That day, Ling'an followed her instructions and went around outside the estate again, returning mysteriously. "Princess, all the herbs you asked for are here." "Good.
Thank you.
You can go rest now." Si Zhaozhao was pouring the prepared medicinal powder into a small clay jar. Ling'an wanted to look inside, but was punished with half a month's silver. This time, no matter how curious she was, she dared not peek. Si Zhaozhao watched the jar carefully, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes as she saw the faint cracks forming on the treasured item. Simon and Mo Tingyu, tired from playing, ran over quickly, tugging at Si Zhaozhao's dress and acting cute. "Mommy, you haven't played with us for many days. Sister Ling'an wants to make those ice-flavored osmanthus balls and red bean pastries. Come play with us too." Although Mo Tingyu didn't speak, his eyes revealed how much he wanted to be with his fairy mother. Imagine being watched closely by two adorable little kids with bright, expectant eyes. How does that feel? It's probably a feeling of wanting to give them everything they ask for. Si Zhaozhao, who had no parents in her past life, was suddenly surrounded by these pure and kind little children. She found it hard to resist and closed the lid of the clay pot, saying helplessly, "It's Mommy's fault. After we finish eating, I'll play with you, okay?" Simon and Mo Tingyu looked at each other happily and responded together. "Okay." She held their hands and led them to the main room. A green figure suddenly jumped down from the eaves of a side room. She opened the clay pot they had just sealed. Inside, a small, white, chubby caterpillar-like creature, as soft as snow, looked at her with eyes, seeming curious and confused. Xiao Su's fingers trembled slightly as he closed the lid of the pot and flew up to the roof with light skills. On the study desk, there was a plate of yellow earth and a few dead ants. Mo Xianyuan's eyes were cold and serious as he stared at these items, which had been brought by the secret guards after they cleared out Wanqin Pavilion a few days ago. The door was pushed open, and Xiao Su hurried in. Yuan, I think I've found the traitor hiding in the house." His gaze was fixed on him. Xiao Su looked at him, hesitant to speak, and said, "It's the princess. Impossible." Mo Xianyuan withdrew his gaze and immediately denied it. Xiao Su said, "I knew you wouldn't believe me. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't say such a thing that could get someone killed. Have you been to Yuehua Pavilion these days?" The proof is in the clay pot in her yard. Mo Xianyuan thought for a moment. Just as he was about to stand up, Xiao Su stopped him. Going now would just cause trouble. It's better to wait and see. Since the princess has already learned that thing, she will probably act soon. If she really is a spy of Xiantian, her target is only you. Yuan, you wouldn't betray the old lord just to protect a spy, would you? Mo Xianyuan looked at him deeply. Before we find out the truth, she is only my wife. Xiao Su, you seem to hold a lot of resentment towards her. I haven't asked you why. Xiao Su was stunned. Sorry, I spoke wrongly. I do resent her because she married my best brother with a child from another man, and she lied, claiming it was your child, which put you in a difficult position. Later, I understood. Since a Yuan doesn't care, why should I make things hard for you? But now it's different. The princess is involved with Xiantian and even dares to use that kind of magic right in front of you. He clenched his fist. Her actions violate the peace treaty between our two countries. I believe the Xiantian royal family is behind this. It's a serious matter. Although I am not in the military camp now, I still have the heart to stand with you and protect the people of the northern border. After a moment, Mo Xianyuan said in a deep voice, "Let's see what she really wants to do to me." He had doubted her at the bottom of the cliff before. Back then, she could have just watched him be consumed by spiders but didn't. So, he never thought she was connected to Xiantian. But now, with clear evidence found by his trusted guards who had followed him for years, he had to get an explanation. He hoped she was innocent. If not, he didn't know what he would do. In the main courtyard, the candlelight went out. Si Zhao Zhao, with a magic insect, quietly sneaked past the guards who had been drugged and circled around to the back window. She carefully ignited a special soft tendons powder and blew it inside. After half an incense stick, she gently pushed open the window. The man was lying quietly on the bed. Si Zhao Zhao skillfully lifted his inner shirt, holding the magic insect, ready to send it into his Shenke acupoint. Suddenly, a large hand resting on the quilt grabbed her hand, holding the insect tightly. The clay pot slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The man's face was as sharp and cold as carved from stone. His thin lips pressed together, and his slightly bulging chest muscles moved with his action. The collar opened slightly, revealing a hint of skin. "Are you really skilled in Xiantian magic?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the clay pot breaking and footsteps rushing in followed. Seeing the torches and the many figures outside the house, Si Zhao Zhao suddenly laughed. "This is the attitude the prince should have towards me. You must have been very frustrated before, right?" Clearly, she disliked me but still pretended to show deep affection and favoritism. Everyone outside was gathered by Xiao Su, and Mo Xianyuan had no idea. But at this moment, he didn't want to explain such a trivial matter. He just asked, "When did you learn the art of insect magic? Does anyone else know about this?" Before she could answer, Xiao Su stepped forward and said, "A Yuan, this place isn't suitable for questioning. Let's first lock the princess in the dungeon." Seeing the sarcasm in Si Zhao Zhao's eyes, Mo Xianyuan tightened his grip on her hand, causing her to grunt softly. "Your Majesty, I want you to answer now. A Yuan, what are you waiting for?" The spies from the Heavenly Kingdom are highly trained and keep their secrets well. Only harsh interrogation can get us the truth. Mo Xianyuan's eyes turned red as he growled, "Shut up. I want to hear her speak." Seeing his reaction, Si Zhao Zhao lowered her head, her eyes flickering. When she looked up again, tears shimmered in her eyes, full of grievance. "No one knows. When the prince was first poisoned, I was worried about his health, so I looked into it. The symptoms matched what was written in that book. I also knew that insect magic was a secret skill only people from the Heavenly Kingdom could learn, so I bought a special medicine from the black market. I didn't expect it to work. This insect magic was just learned, and I couldn't wait to try it on the prince." Xiao Su said, "You're lying. Recently, the guards found poison powder for deadly insects and some dead insects in the house. After comparing with old texts, I found they were the lowest level of insect magic, ant insects. Only true insect magicians with pure bloodlines can control them. You're just an ordinary person who modified your body with medicine. How can you control them?" Si Zhao Zhao blinked, tears falling onto the man's arm, softening his cold heart. "So, there is this effect. It seems heaven is protecting me from great danger. I just wanted to escape at the time and didn't know what kind of insect magic it was. How did they die? Did someone want me dead and put that poison in the palace in advance?" "You. Fine, you don't know about the ant insects. Then you say you learned it from a book. Which book teaches such detailed insect magic?" Xiao Su pressed. Si Zhao Zhao said, "The official residence of the Minister of Works was flooded twice. I don't know where that book was, and I probably burned it long ago. It's not that I am targeting you. Xiantian might decide to go to war with our country at any time. You hide dark magic techniques, deceive the war god, and even try to cast spells on him. Your intentions are truly sinister.
Emo Xian Yuan ignores Xiao Sue's scolding.
He stares directly at Si Zhaozhao's tear-streaked face and softly asks, "Are you the one who saved me?" This time, Si Zhaozhao nods. Then she pitifully says, like a floating, "I didn't dare say earlier because Dr. Xiao told me not to. He said if I told, the prince would like me even less." Just like Miss Song, who was also driven out of the house after speaking up, Xiao Su is so angry he almost vomits blood. "You're talking nonsense." It was clearly because you refused to speak. After saying this, he realizes he's been led into a trap by this woman and quickly explains, "A Yuan, I just found out recently too." Mo Xian Yuan remains expressionless. Everyone disperse. "No one is allowed to come in tonight without my order." Si Zhaozhao's lips curl slightly, watching to see who is pretending better. From today, she will no longer be passive. "Xiao Su, this is just the appetizer. Get ready for what's coming." But she doesn't feel happy for long. When she turns to meet the man's dark, dangerous gaze, her heart sinks. TSK, just escaping from a tiger's mouth, and now she's walking into a wolf's den again. The man's hand loosens, but his eyes never leave the subtle expressions on her face. "Are you really risking being discovered just to take medicine and practice dark magic for me?" Si Zhaozhao nods. Her eyelashes tremble slightly with tears, then fall. "Don't cry. I understand your feelings now." The man's rough fingers brush over her delicate cheek, making him feel a tingling sensation inside. "No wonder Xiao Su said women are like needles in the sea. It turns out you've liked me for a long time. You've secretly done all this for me, yet you still pretend to be cold. If I hadn't caught you tonight, would you have kept hiding this from me forever? You're not someone who obeys blindly. When Xiao Su told you not to speak, you didn't. You have your own thoughts." Hearing the words, "liked me," Si Zhaozhao's mouth twitches slightly, and she forces a smile. "It's because the prince used to trust others too much and misunderstood me. You wouldn't even let me be a little temperamental or vent my feelings." Seeing her defiant expression, Mo Xian Yuan couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek. "You have a small mind but a brave heart. Are you not afraid that tonight I might misunderstand you again and lock you in the dungeon for harsh punishment?" Seeing his bold smile, Si Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. She lowered her eyes, slightly anxious, afraid of revealing her secret. She said, "It's getting late. Would the prince dare to let me continue practicing with you?" Mo Xian Yuan clearly saw she was avoiding the issue, but he thought she was shy because her secret was being uncovered. So, he didn't make things difficult for her anymore. With a wave of his hand, he leaned against the bed, slightly leaning back. "Come on, let me see how skilled you are." Under the moonlight, the man's slightly open chest and strong muscles were visible. Usually, she only did such things when he was unconscious, but now she was doing it while he was awake. Her breathing grew faster from nervousness. Si Zhaozhao took a deep breath and used one hand to lift his inner garment. "You're quite skilled at removing my clothes. Was the last time you drugged me also for this reason?" Si Zhaozhao casually nodded, focusing intently as she pressed the insect puppet close to his Shinkei acupoint, then poked her finger on his firm abs. Mo Xian Yuan's eyes turned dangerous. His large hand suddenly grasped her slender wrist, making her small, fair hand press even closer. Si Zhaozhao looked up suddenly, her eyes bright. "What's wrong? Do you feel the restlessness before the poison takes effect? Does it hurt a lot?" She was cultivating a new bamboo jade insect, then letting it consume Mo Xian Yuan's poison blood, merging into a new form that was now his current internal substitute insect. This was her first attempt at this method. As long as she could draw out the bamboo jade insect. During the battle of the insects, she would take the opportunity to leave the substitute inside him, then destroy the original insect and finally summon the new one. This was her idea for a way to detoxify. But this process would cause the host a lot of pain, and no one knew exactly how painful it would be. However, if it succeeded, it would also improve her insect techniques. Mo Xian Yuan didn't know her true intentions. As long as he saw her worried about him, he felt unexpectedly happy and pleased. He almost nodded without hesitation. "It hurts a lot, but your hand here is very effective. A certain war god lied without blushing, and Si Zhaozhao believed him. The new insect sensed its host's presence, which might give it more confidence to fight the old insect. Thinking about it, she simply placed both hands on his stomach. The woman's soft, warm hands made him suddenly recall that wild and crazy night from 2 weeks ago. Although he only remembered a few fragments, the feeling was stronger than 3 years ago, even more intense. He wasn't sure if it was evil fire or some kind of spell acting up. His internal energy seemed to swirl like a whirlpool, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and suddenly burst out, knocking Ji Xiaoxiao away. Her head hit the bedboard, and Mo Xianyuan's face turned pale. He reached out to help her rub her head. But he was already too busy to help because at this moment, the bamboo jade spell was fighting with a substitute in his meridians. If he was careless, his meridians could break or be damaged. She quickly pressed the man down and violently covered his eyes with a pillow. Then, her golden eyes opened, and her palm suddenly struck his chest. A strand of golden thread invisible to the eye passed through his skin, as if trapping the bamboo jade spell that was being attracted out, preventing it from jumping around. Ji Xiaoxiao's mental energy rapidly drained. Her face gradually turned pale. She swallowed the blood rising in her chest with a gulp. The man had excellent hearing. Just as he was about to remove the pillow, she held it tightly, her voice sharp with urgency. "Don't move." The new spell took over the position of the bamboo jade spell. The bamboo jade spell, furious and desperate, broke free to fight her for control, but after all, it was just a tiny insect outside a person's body. Its body was as clear and pure as lake water, but after eating the ice lotus poison, it turned snow-white like the substitute. Ji Xiaoxiao grabbed it and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Before it could react, she stomped on it with her shoe, crushing it into a black puddle. The rest was much simpler. The new spell was still under her control and moved out instinctively. The broken pottery was shattered, and Ji Xiaoxiao could only place it on the nearest stool beside the bed. After finishing all this, she was so exhausted she collapsed. "Can I move now?" Mo Xianyuan couldn't hear any response. He removed the pillow and saw the young woman lying on his chest, sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed. He wanted to move her aside, but just as he shifted his leg, Ji Xiaoxiao stubbornly held on to him and said fiercely, "Ling'an, don't move. Let me sleep a little longer." She was really sleepy, forgetting where she was. Mo Xianyuan's cold eyes seemed like ancient ice meeting molten lava, gradually melting his chill and leaving only endless warmth. However, before he could quietly enjoy this rare moment of peace, Si Zhaozhao suddenly turned her head. A hot breath slowly exhaled from her nose, and in that instant, the muscles under her face tensed even more. Her bulging veins and large hand finally couldn't resist and reached out toward her, then turned her head back. The night was long, and Mo Xianyuan found it hard to endure. When Si Zhaozhao woke up, she suddenly saw more than 10 maids in front of her. They looked very similar, smiling happily, which made her a bit confused.
Who are you?
Where is the prince? The servants are sent by the prince to serve the princess. The prince said we should serve the princess at Yuehua Pavilion from now on. The prince went to the palace to report, so he probably won't return until noon. Princess, you must be exhausted from last night. I have already told the kitchen to prepare nourishing soup for you. I also prepared hot water for you. Come, wash your face. The maids chattered happily, making Si Zhaozhao's head ache. She casually wiped her face and was about to return to Yuehua Pavilion, not knowing how Mo Xianyuan was doing after last night. Suddenly, as she stepped out of the door, a group of men outside started pounding their chests and stomping, their loud and orderly voices ringing out. "Long live the princess!" Si Zhaozhao was startled. Just as she wanted to ask what was happening, Rongsheng happily approached, still carrying a scholarly air. "Princess, don't be afraid. They just want to thank you. Last night, you bravely saved the prince, and the prince told us about it early this morning." He looked around and lowered his voice, leaning in to say, "Including the matter of practicing the spell. Rest assured, we will keep it a secret. After speaking, he stepped back to his original position, slightly bowed, and made a respectful gesture, saying to the dark guards, "All right, go do your things. Let's not scare the princess." The dark guards responded loudly, shouting, "Yes." Then Rong Sheng followed them out of the main courtyard. Si Zhao Zhao, feeling dizzy, returned to Manhwa Pavilion. Ling En was the first to run over, looking her up and down, then finally sighed in relief. "Princess, you almost scared me to death. I thought you and the prince had a fight. They said I couldn't go to the main courtyard to find you." Simon looked at her with curiosity and suddenly asked, "Mother, Sister Ling En said you went to have a little brother or sister for Man. Why haven't they come to see us?" Mo Tingyu clenched his fists, tightly pursing his lips, feeling very uneasy. He wondered if, now that the fairy mother had a child with his father, no one would want him anymore. When Simeo Zhao heard her daughter's words, she narrowed her eyes and said, "Ling En." Ling En shivered and explained, It's what the guards and maids said. They said the prince and you are busy with something important in the room. Since it's just a man and a woman together, what else could they be doing?" "I just said what I heard." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and she looked more guilty. At this moment, a dozen maids floated over behind her. Lingen saw this and was shocked. "Princess, you wouldn't send the maids away just because of this, would you?" "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again." Simeo Zhao turned around, feeling very troubled, and said, "If you can think of a way to send them away, I will forgive you." Hearing this, Lingen confidently walked forward. Before the maids could explain, she said, "The princess prefers peace and quiet. I am enough here. You can go back to where you came from. The princess doesn't want to take in more people, and the prince won't blame you." The maids looked at each other in confusion. They used to serve in Wanxin Pavilion. If they left here, and since the lady also liked quietness, they would be kicked out of the house. Out there in the government offices, it was nothing compared to the regent prince's residence, where there were many wives and concubines, and scheming was common. It was much more comfortable. Suddenly, they all knelt on the ground and refused to leave. "Why are you so stubborn?" Lingen exclaimed angrily. The leading maid said, "Please, princess, take us in. We have served Miss Song, but we never got involved in her disputes with you. If you won't take us, we will be forced to leave." Simeo Man tilted her head and said, "My mother doesn't know you. Why would it matter to her where you go?" The maid was embarrassed by the innocent girl's words. Simeo Zhao said, "My daughter is right. The one who hired you is the prince. You should go to him about whether to stay or leave. I won't take you in, but I am just refusing the prince's plan. It has nothing to do with whom you have served." The maid gritted her teeth and said, "If the princess won't take us, we can only kneel here." Simeo Zhao didn't stop them. She said, "Go ahead." She felt soft-hearted and considered herself defeated. She held the hands of her two children and walked into the house with Lingen. By noon, the sun was very hot, and from outside, you could hear the cheerful calls of birds. The young servant reported everything he saw at the Moonlight Pavilion's entrance. "Madam, the 8th person there has already fainted," the eldest maid, Dong Shuang, said. "If that's the case, we can't place our people inside the Moonlight Pavilion." "Madam, the princess is not only clever but also quite cold-hearted. I think she really has some of the prince's temper and personality." Mrs. Mo coughed and snorted coldly. "What does she resemble? Why doesn't she learn to be good? If it weren't for her, Huayr wouldn't be so sad as to leave the military camp. After pushing Chu Shui away, she becomes arrogant and shows her true colors. If we don't discipline her properly, the regent's mansion will soon become just like the Shangshu mansion. Madam, think carefully. Last night, the prince took her to the main courtyard to spend the night. Isn't that to show everyone the princess's status? If you cause trouble for her now, it might create more tension between the prince and the princess," Dong Shuang said worriedly. Mrs. Mo's eyes turned cold. "Who said I want to cause trouble for her? We've been married for so long, and I haven't even seen her serve tea to me, her mother-in-law." Dong Shuang immediately understood. "I'll go handle it right away." Si Zhao Zhao frowned. Yes, maybe the madam wants to make up for the princess's regrets. After all, they've been married for a long time. But they haven't had a proper chat as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Dong Shuang said politely, standing at the door waiting for her response. Si Zhaozhao curled her lips into a cold smile. Her ailing mother-in-law was not someone to be underestimated. If she guessed correctly, one of the maids was her inside informant. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she was invited to the West Wing when she was in trouble? Ling'an didn't know that Mrs. Mo was very displeased with the princess. In her impression, the lady and the princess's mother were both gentle and kind. Therefore, she spoke up in support. Princess, go quickly. Don't keep Madam waiting. The young masters and mistresses are with the maid. After all, she was the prince's biological mother. Good relations between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could help the princess quickly forget past grievances with the prince. In the past, Si Zhaozhao might have hesitated, but now Mo Xianyuan was very indulgent toward her. Even revealing her charm techniques didn't cause her any harm. What was there to fear? Please lead the way. Mrs. Mo saw her come and raised her eyelids slightly. Cough, cough, it's been a few days since we last met. Your complexion seems better. It looks like Yuaner truly cares for and loves you. Si Zhaozhao smiled slightly. Madam, you look well. It seems Miss Song's departure hasn't affected you much. That puts my mind at ease.
Madame Montag frownet.
At ease about what? That day, you argued with the prince because of her. I thought you cared deeply for Miss Song, and worried her leaving might trouble you. But now it seems her health has actually improved without her. Her words were clearly meant as sarcasm, mocking Madame Mo's affection for Song Chaoshua, which had always been more for show than real. Madame Mo grew so angry she started coughing, and Dong Shuang quickly poured her a cup of water. After a sip, her color improved a little. You certainly have a sharp tongue. Everyone makes mistakes in judging people. I admit I wasn't pleased with you, but since Yuan likes you, I won't stand in the way. I also don't want more tension in this household. Would you be willing to serve me tea now, to make up for the missed ceremony on your wedding day? Si Zhaozhao was silent for a while, then suddenly turned and left. Madame Mo wasn't upset. Confidently, she said, enough. Yuan should be back from court by now. Go and call him. Dong Shuang obeyed and left. After several encounters, Madame Mo had seen that Si Zhaozhao was proud and hard to tame. She was certain the young woman would refuse. To her surprise, Si Zhaozhao returned after a short while. She knelt gracefully and offered the tea. Mother, please have some tea from your daughter-in-law. Madame Mo was taken aback. So you don't blame me for favoring Chaoshua anymore? Si Zhaozhao smiled brightly. She's lived here for so many years, after all. You're kind-hearted and treat her like your own daughter. Naturally, you wouldn't side with me, a newcomer. Madame Mo was so startled by her sudden sweetness that her hand trembled, spilling some tea. Si Zhaozhao didn't mind and poured another cup for her. You once said you wanted to separate. Why are you now willing to recognize me as your mother-in-law? Outside, Mo Xianyuan, who had followed with Dong Shuang, raised a hand to stop her from opening the door. He leaned closer, listening to the conversation inside, his heart stirring. How would she answer? Si Zhaozhao spoke softly, her tone shy but playful. Mother, couples may argue, but they always make up afterward. Back then, I was upset because I didn't agree to second young master's, my brother's, request to join the army. He caused some trouble, and the prince misunderstood me. As his wife, I was hurt that he didn't trust me, so I acted a little spoiled to teach him a small lesson. Anyway, Mo Yuhui and Mo Xianyuan have a very bad relationship. Since others are not in the residence, she can say whatever she wants. Even if that guy later wants to get revenge by spreading rumors or using magic to slander her, with this explanation, others won't believe only his useless brother's words. It's just a precaution. Madame Mo didn't expect such a turn of events. What made her angry was that Mo Xianyuan arrived at this moment. She initially wanted to use her dislike of tea to create trouble and cause a rift between them, but instead, she ended up bringing them closer. When Si Zhaozhao saw Mo Xianyuan come in, she smiled at him without any caution. Mo Xianyuan felt a sudden jolt inside, as if a small deer had run into his chest and was panicking. Prince, I brought tea for mother.
Does she not like me?
She hasn't even drunk it. Si Zhao Zhao blinked her eyes playfully, just like Si Man Man. Mo Xianyuan picked up the teacup and handed it to her personally. Mother, this tea is warm and just right. It's the princess's intention. Please drink it. Madame Mo drank the tea with a heavy heart. No matter what Si Zhaozhao's true intentions are, she would not allow this woman, who is pretending to be married, to stay with her son forever. Moreover, just a moment ago, they were about to part ways, but now the situation has changed so quickly, showing she's not a simple-minded person. Only by pretending to be a kind and filial wife could she make Si Zhaozhao lower her guard and reveal her true nature. Following Yuan's orders, I came here specifically to protect the lives inside. The guards made way. Xiao Su smoothly entered the cell. Cui Shi, covered in wounds, lay on a straw mat, with scratches from her ears to her neck. When she saw him, Cui Shi moved her body with difficulty. Xiao Su held her down. No need to be polite. I heard they've been starving you these days and not giving you water. You haven't spoken up either. You're doing very well. Cui Shi's eyes sparkled with tears of excitement, but she spoke in a man's voice. It's too much trouble for Xiao Shini to save this servant again. It's a small matter. He applied ointment to her wounds. When he reached her ears, he softly said, It seems they've already started to suspect your identity. They've been ignoring you these days, probably looking for medicine to change your appearance. At this moment, he even wondered if Mo Xianyuan had already started to suspect him. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that when he was about to silence and frame Si Xiao, he sent someone to protect Cui Shi's life? Xiao Su's eyes darkened with suspicion, and his grip tightened. Cui Shi silently lay on the ground, showing her understanding and obedience perfectly. Even Xiao Su hesitated to kill her. She was such a good servant. Unfortunately, Xiao Su only trusted the words of the dead most. Recently, there have been many changes. I think you'll have to endure a few more days. Don't worry, you'll soon be free. Cui Shi looked at him with hope. Dr. Xiao has saved me from danger twice. I am very grateful. I am ready to follow your orders at any time. They left the West Wing together, walking side by side, chatting as they strolled around the palace. Before they knew it, they reached the main gate. Rongsheng silently waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back, giving the two of them space. Isn't the prince busy with other matters? I won't see you off. Just as Si Xiao was about to leave, Mo Xianyuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, lowered his head slightly, with his nose almost touching her face. Seeing her step back, Mo Xianyuan's eyes darkened. If it weren't for you trying to help me detoxify, doing so many things, I really wouldn't understand your intentions. You like me, but your body unconsciously resists me. Si Xiao's face, which had been tense, suddenly cracked open. She leaned back slightly and smiled at him sincerely. I'm a woman, so I must be a bit reserved. I can't just openly act inappropriately in broad daylight, can I? I've finally restored my reputation. Do you want me to carry more shame? Mo Xianyuan's breath was hot. So, you want to act inappropriately with me? Si Xiao suddenly pushed him away. You're a war god, yet you like to tease me, a little woman. Seeing the anger in her eyes, he immediately restrained himself. He patted her head twice and said with a smile, Now I can't say anything to you. Go back and wait for me. I want to know how you plan to act inappropriately with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Until Mo Xianyuan's figure disappeared from sight, Si Xiao's face grew cold. Just as she was about to return to Yuehua Pavilion, a tentative voice called out from outside. Cici? Is that you? The man's gentle voice was like flowing water hitting stones, clear, smooth, and melodious, causing Si Xiao's heartstrings to suddenly tremble. It was this voice that suddenly made her head throb. Just now, she seemed to see a scene flash before her eyes, but she couldn't remember what it was. Under the sunlight, the man's gentle features and warm eyes looked as if they could drip water. He wore a silver-embroidered robe that fluttered in the wind, making his slim figure look elegant and refined. His gaze was overly affectionate, but it seemed more like he was looking at someone else. Could it be that this is really the original owner's old lover? Si Zhaozhao stopped thinking too much. After a moment of hesitation, she still stepped out of the door. Although the original owner was no longer here, she still occupied her body, and only then could she be reborn. No matter what, she couldn't act maliciously or coldly toward those who had good feelings for the original owner. But she didn't expect that this gentleman, who appeared so refined, would react so strongly when he saw her come out. He actually hugged her on the spot. That hug almost seemed to want to merge her into his bones and blood, almost suffocating her. It was Rongxing's voice. Si Zhaozhao's face suddenly changed. She pushed him away with all her strength. The man looked hurt, and strangely, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Why was that? She remembered clearly that she had never seen this person before. Rongxing protected her behind him, looking at the man with caution. He said, "Who is this shameless man, daring to try to touch the war god's wife in public?" War god?
Wife.
The man muttered to himself, looking at Si Zhaozhao in disbelief. Cici, you got married? Married to a war god. That means her Cici is the girl who caused some rumors in the recent past. She is also the eldest daughter of the Shangshu family, Si Zhaozhao. Frowning, Si Zhaozhao felt a mix of sourness and pain in her chest, making her unwilling to respond. Rongxing didn't buy his sad story. He slightly turned his head and said, "Wife, you go inside first. I'll handle this person."
Si Cao Cao nodded.
Don't hurt the innocent. Maybe he's mistaken someone. She needed to think carefully about what was going on.
Cici?
It's only been a year. Do you really forget who I am? He dared not say more. After all, she was married now. Saying too much might make her life at her in-laws' house difficult. But seeing her return to the mansion without mercy, Qi Yunjing's heart was shattered. Rongxing said coldly, "Young Master Qi, I didn't mention your name earlier because I didn't want the princess consort to be caught up in new rumors. Whether you've mistaken her for someone else or not, she is not someone you should think about." Qi Yunjin looked lost and broken, completely shut out by the tightly closed gates of the prince's residence. Si Zhaozhao thought hard but couldn't come up with anything useful. Distracted, she accidentally pricked her finger with a needle. A drop of blood stained the small characters she had just embroidered. The sachet had already taken too long, and there was still no sign of progress. She couldn't start over again. She waved her hand and said, "Lingen, take this to the minister's residence and hand it to my mother personally." Lingen left the residence with the sachet, but not far from the gate, she accidentally bumped into a young man dressed in white. The young man bent down, picked up the sachet, and handed it back to her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you." Lingen shook her head, held the sachet tightly, and hurried on her way. Qi Yunjin lowered his eyes slightly, his long lashes casting a shadow over his handsome face. That night, Si Zhaozhao couldn't calm her thoughts. She had a strange feeling that something was about to happen. Just as she was struggling to fall asleep, a tall figure silently entered her room and approached her bed. A cold breeze brushed her back, and she suddenly opened her eyes, swinging her fist backward. Mo Xianyuan easily caught her wrist, lowered himself, and gently pulled her into his arms, lying down beside her. Si Zhaozhao was annoyed but held back her temper. With a forced smile, she said, "Although this is your residence, could you at least let someone announce your arrival next time? If I accidentally hurt you, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." The man replied lazily, "With your limited skills, it would take quite some effort to hurt me. What were you thinking about just now, turning over so restlessly? The mighty war hero has time to sneak around now." "I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just about to fall asleep when you startled me." The room was too dark to see his expression clearly. "It seems I haven't made you feel safe enough in this residence. Don't be afraid. I'm back now. Rest if you're tired." Afraid he might tease her again like he did during the day, she quickly closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. In the darkness, stormy emotions flickered in Mo Xuanyuan's eyes. He gently twirled a strand of her black hair between his fingers. Recalling the scene, Rongxing hesitated as he reported, "After you left, Prince Qi suddenly called the princess to go out. He was so excited he almost hugged her, saying that in just a year, the princess had already forgotten him. Luckily, I stopped him in time and didn't let him succeed. But from the princess's expression, she doesn't seem to know Prince Chi. Rongsheng always spoke straightforwardly, but it was clear he was feeling guilty and lying. The only part he could be lying about was whether Qi Yunzheng really hugged her. Mo Xian Yuan loosened his grip on her hair, then wrapped his arms around her gentle shoulders, squeezing a little harder. He felt more and more restless inside, almost wanting to destroy everything. But this feeling disappeared when he looked down at her peaceful, sleeping face. This night was not only hard for him. In a large house in the north of the city, Qi Yunzheng, drunk and staggering, was helped back to his room by a servant. Outside the room, a handsome man in a green robe stood tall. He looked somewhat like Qi Yunzheng, but his presence was more commanding. This was Qi Yunzheng's father, Qi Yuhong. Next to him was a woman in her early 40s, still graceful and charming, with a kind and loving look in her eyes. She was Qi Yunzheng's mother, Huarong. Master, does Yunzheng know something? I've never seen him have a habit of drinking. Qi Yuhong's deep voice seemed to recall old memories, and his thick eyebrows furrowed tightly. What does it matter if he knows? Do you think I would allow him to marry a mysterious woman from the countryside who is a child? Huarong sighed. Which mother can bear to see her child turn into a walking corpse? He doesn't say it openly, but as his mother, I can see the loneliness in his eyes. If he truly liked her, marrying her wouldn't be impossible. Foolish. Qi Yuhong was displeased. Back then, I put in so much effort to resolve this. Don't be soft-hearted. Although I am a grand tutor, I have no real power. We elders have to be cautious and work hard just to survive in the capital. The younger generation is even more competitive. We can't afford to offend the Mo family or the Feng family. Father, you are getting old, and supporting the emperor in the palace is risky. If we're not careful, we might be accused of interfering in politics. He's not young anymore. If we let him go wild, our family might be the next to be wiped out. As for the large family that was wiped out before, he didn't dare to mention them at all. Huarong understood his careful thoughts and only sighed, saying nothing more. The next morning, Si Zhaozhao woke up without opening her eyes. She heard Mo Xianyuan talking to Yi Qing at the door. Prince, Yizhua said the items have been found. He wants you to come see them. Mo Xianyuan glanced at her and then left quickly with Yi Qing. After they left, Si Zhaozhao didn't stay idle. She asked Ling En to watch the children, then changed into her own clothes. Taking advantage of the dark guards not noticing, she quickly blended in with the servants going out shopping. When outside, she looked for a chance to leave the group, hoping to find Mo Xianyuan and Yi Qing. But today, for some reason, the market was very crowded, and she lost track of them. Still, the market was lively, mostly selling lanterns, sugar figurines, and masks. To avoid revealing her identity, she bought a mask. Nearby, a shopkeeper selling silk threads and satin was loudly calling out, "Beautiful lanterns for the festival, 1,000 miles of love tied with a single thread. Come buy a red silk thread and find your destined partner." Suddenly, the crowd surged forward, and Si Zhaozhao was pushed to the front. Mysteriously, a red silk thread was tied around her wrist. Everyone was wearing masks, following the other end of the thread to find their destined partner. Seeing a few people caught up in others' gazes, Si Zhaozhao couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that 1,000 miles of love was truly connected by a single thread. The people in Beijiang were quite creative. Such customs weren't seen in Xiantian. Some people from the Goose sect also became overly passionate, willing to use love charms to get what they wanted. To prevent chaos caused by the Goose sect, the former king issued a law long ago. No one could go out before dawn or after dusk, and members of the Goose sect could only use charms outside during these times, not break into private homes. Goose soldiers patrolled daily, and anyone caught breaking the law was executed on the spot. Such gatherings were rare in Xiantian, for fear of big trouble. Si Zhaozhao was curious about who was at the other end of the red thread. Since she had already lost Mo Xianyuan, she decided to have some fun. Following the thread, she unknowingly wandered away from the market. Soon, She sensed something was wrong. Just as she was about to untie the thread, she suddenly felt a pain in her neck and fainted. The red thread was cruelly cut by the person behind her with a knife. After a while, the owner of the red thread couldn't find Si Zhaozhao. Impatient, he went to look for her and saw the broken red thread. Why go to so much trouble to tie someone up? The employer said just to kill her. She's the regent princess. To complete this task, we can't afford to offend the war god. 50 taels isn't enough. You're clever. I'll go negotiate the price with the employer. You better watch her carefully. After discussing, one of the two men in black quietly left. The other squatted down. Seeing Si Zhaozhao's unhappy face, he quickly reached out to check her breath. Suddenly, her sleepy eyes snapped open. The man in black was so scared he sat down the ground. Realizing she was, he relaxed a little, but then angrily stabbed a dagger toward her face. Scare me. Do you want to die? At just an inch from her face, Si Zhaozhao suddenly shouted, I'm sorry. Please spare my life. The man in black was stunned by her resilience. Thinking about the situation outside, he didn't want to kill her outright. He threatened, you better behave. Next time, don't expect to keep your pretty face. Si Zhaozhao's pupils darted around as she looked at her surroundings. The music and shouting outside had stopped, indicating they were some distance from the market. The room was dusty and full of cobwebs, clearly abandoned for a long time. She immediately realized she had been thrown into an empty house at random. Just as she looked toward the door, the dagger was suddenly pressed right in front of her eyes. Don't look around or I'll gouge your eyes out. Si Zhaozhao moved her tied hands behind her and smiled harmlessly. Don't worry.
I'm harmless.
I won't run. I just want to understand. Who hired you to kill me? Is your employer Su or Song? The man in black raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have quite a few enemies. Thinking back to the conversation she overheard earlier, Si Zhaozhao sighed. It's all so sad. My father arranged for me to marry the regent king. He gave me a lot of dowry and asked me to take care of the palace servants. I never thought it would cause jealousy among some people. She paused, then added, I've been frugal, never buying new clothes, just to please the prince. But those few thousand taels, the man in black was stunned, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Si Zhaozhao took the chance to persuade him, saying, Yes, big brother, if I were you, I wouldn't miss this chance to make some quick money. The people in your hands, how much ransom you want, isn't that up to you? Why do you want us to threaten your husband? Well, big brother, it's better than him marrying a new princess or a concubine later. The man in black was suspicious. No, you don't want to escape, do you? That's the regent king, a war god. Any little movement, and he'll wipe us all out. If I kill you, I can still make money. Why take such a risk? That depends on whether you dare or not. Si Zhaozhao sighed on purpose. It's a pity about the money, and there are so many jewelry and treasures. I haven't even had a good look at that shining night pearl, and now I'll never see it again. The shining night pearl. The man in black's eyes widened. That was a good item. If he sold it on the black market, he wouldn't need to be a hitman anymore. This life, no, even the next life, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. When his companions returned and heard he was going to write to the regent king, they were stunned. Are you crazy? The man in black looked at Si Zhaozhao, then pulled his companion aside and quickly explained about the dowry. No wonder they were on the same path. His companion's eyes lit up even more, excitedly throwing the jade bracelet to the ground. Wait here, I'll go find paper, pen, and ink. Si Zhaozhao's eyes darkened. That bracelet. The man in black picked it up and asked, Where did you get this bracelet? The employer said he didn't have enough silver, so he used this as collateral. Hey, with all those good things we have, do we still need it? His companion waved dismissively and quietly left. Silver coins aren't real silver, just wasteful stuff. It's not your fault you can't marry a wife, he thought, stuffing the jade bracelet into his pocket. Seeing Si Zhaozhao's gaze, he cheerfully said, As expected of the princess, you're so generous. Once we get your dowry, the two of us will treat you to a good meal. In the future, on Ghost Festival, we'll burn more paper money for you. I'm hungry right now, Si Zhaozhao said straightforwardly. Then she added, You can keep the money for yourselves. Don't waste it on a dying person like me. If you feel guilty, just loosen my bonds. My wrist hurts too much. When your partner returns, ask him to buy me 2 buns to fill my stomach. The man in black initially suspected she might try to escape, but after hearing her words, he dropped his suspicion. Otherwise, why wouldn't she try to distract them or find a way to escape, instead of waiting for her companion to come back? After untying her, Si Zhaozhao stretched her limbs, while the man in black looked around outside. "Have you guys been doing this for long?" she suddenly asked. The man in black blurted out, "How do you know?" "Counting today, this is only our 3rd day as assassins. I didn't expect to meet someone like you with such a big job. Very soon, you won't have to do this anymore." The man in black turned back and asked, "Why?" He was surprised and collapsed to the ground. Si Zhaozhao used her remaining special skills to hit his face. She bent down and smoothly took out the bracelet, smiling brightly at him. "Because you're stupid." Then she stepped over the man in black and opened the door. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out, she encountered another assassin holding paper, pen, and ink. The air grew tense, and the two looked at each other. Si Zhaozhao suddenly darted in another direction and ran. The assassin quickly realized she was escaping, dropped what he was holding, and chased after her with a knife. The west side of the city is usually less populated and has the most frequent crimes. Meanwhile, Qi Yunjing's lonely shadow stretched longer and longer as the sun rose and set. He had come here by accident while out for a walk. He didn't expect to witness such a dangerous scene.
"See.
I'm here to save you." Qi Yunjing, a gentle and refined young man who never resorted to violence, had trained in martial arts. But the assassin's target was clear, and every move was aimed at Si Zhaozhao, which made him somewhat distracted and exhausted. In no time, he was cut a few times, but it was better than Cici getting hurt. Si Zhaozhao grabbed an abandoned small wooden stool from the street and smashed it at the assassin, but it was cut in half. Who knew what kind of dagger it was, but it was incredibly sharp. Qi Yunjing reached out to protect her and stepped back, gritting his teeth. "Cici, go hide over there. Leave this person to me." Noticing the few drops of blood on Qi Yunjing's white robe, Si Zhaozhao's heart ached. "I have a way to deal with him. You must leave now." "No, a year ago, when we almost died in the wolf's belly, didn't we swear that we would never abandon each other?" "Qing Sheng, I am alive because of you. If you die, I will die too." Si Zhaozhao instinctively whispered this last sentence along with him, and suddenly a phrase appeared in her mind. "If the Lord lives, I live. If he dies, I die." Qi Yunjing's eyes turned red. "Cici, you haven't forgotten me." "Actually, I am not." Si Zhaozhao hesitated, her eyes suddenly tense, and she pushed him aside. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her body, a sword decorated with a blue gemstone suddenly struck it down easily. The sword was made of pure gold, shaped like a floating, twisting dragon, majestic and awe-inspiring, making people feel like kneeling in reverence. Next, dark guards descended from the sky, surrounding the 3 of them tightly, and the assassin was captured on the spot. Mo Xianyuan was tall and broad, his dark robe making his sharp face look even more defined. His imposing presence was intimidating, like a divine being descending to the mortal world. Qi Yunjing was not to be outdone. His slender figure stood straight, and his back was upright. Yesterday, he looked gentle and watery, but today, his resolute expression made his eyes seem as firm as black iron. However, the man did not look at him, but focused on the woman protecting him. He raised his hand. "Come here." Si Zhaozhao pursed her lips, ready to step forward, but someone grabbed her wrist. "Cici, don't go." Qi Yunjing's deep affection made the 2 present gasp for breath. Mo Xianyuan slightly parted his lips, his voice steady and commanding. "The grandson of the Grand Tutor, the so-called gentleman, is just a petty thief coveting a married woman? Qi Yunjing, don't disgrace your grandfather's name." Qi Yunjing's usually gentle face suddenly darkened with worry and anger. The mighty war god, who only troubles a young woman and tries to clear his name, won't even buy her decent clothes. To help with tracking, Si Zhaozhao had changed into the servant Ling En's clothes today, so it was no wonder she was mistaken. She slowly pushed away Qi Yunjing's hand, lowered her eyes, and said, "Thank you, young Master Qi, for saving me. I will remember this kindness. But the regent's mansion is my husband's family home, and I cannot not return." Qianzheng was unwilling. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms, ignoring his pain from the wound, and held her as tightly as he could. In that moment, a fierce killing intent burst out from Mo Xianyuan. He held his sword tightly, his eyes filled with danger. Following behind, Rongsheng quickly stepped forward and said urgently, "Prince, please be patient. The princess hasn't spoken yet. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Qi might have mistaken someone. CC, remember our promise. You still have me in your heart. A year ago, you left without telling me. It was because he forced you, right? Don't be afraid. I am here. No one will hurt you again in the future." Mo Xianyuan couldn't hold back anymore. If he did, he wouldn't be a man. He suddenly pulled away Rongsheng, who was blocking his way. He strode forward and used a little of his internal strength to gently push Qi Yunjing away. Then he quickly went to Si Zhaozhao. "Prince, Before Si Zhaozhao could finish speaking, her lips were suddenly covered by the man's soft lips, leaving no space for her to breathe. His gentle lips slowly eased the anger in his heart. Their breathing intertwined, and her ears turned red. This scene made Qi Yunzheng's blood boil. He lost all manners. "Mo Xianyuan, you shameless opportunist." He was about to rush forward to stop them, but was held back by Rongsheng and others. He could only watch helplessly as they embraced and kissed passionately. Surprisingly, Si Zhaozhao didn't resist at all. Instead, she closed her eyes and seemed to enjoy it deeply. Seeing this, the man gently held her head and kissed her more attentively. A tear quietly fell from Si Zhaozhao's eye. This was different from seeking revenge on those who had bullied her before. Qi Yunzheng's deep love for her made it impossible for her to respond or accept. She could only let him give up.
Cici, why?
"Why are you hurting yourself like this?" Deeply in love, he could see the slight frown and the hidden sadness in her expression, full of grievance and endurance. Because of this, Qi Yunzheng's heart hurt even more. After the kiss, Si Zhaozhao's lips were red and swollen. Her face, slightly flushed from difficulty breathing, looked shy. Mo Xianyuan felt better and held her in his arms, coldly saying, "Because from the beginning to the end, she cares about only one person, me." Si Zhaozhao said nothing and let him take her away.
Qi Yunzheng muttered, "Cici."
"Why?" Rongsheng thought for a moment and kindly reminded him, "Young Master Qi, what the prince said is true. The princess has done a lot for the prince. They have gone through many hardships to get to this point. You can't interfere now. Today, the prince won't blame you or the Qi family because you saved the princess. But in the future, you must think carefully before speaking, especially when addressing the princess." Qi Yunzheng, standing alone in his spot, looked sad as he took a small sachet from his and held it in his hand. Rongsheng couldn't help but glance back at him, noticing the familiar fabric. Where had he seen it before? Si Zhaozhao was being led along by him when suddenly she heard a familiar lively noise nearby. Seeing her surprised look, Mo Xianyuan asked softly, "Do you want to play something? Are we not going back to the residence? You sneaked out, didn't you want to come here and have fun? Today, I will take you out to play, and then we will go back." Si Zhaozhao had lost her desire to have fun but didn't want to admit she was following him. After wandering for a while, she felt bored. Mo Xianyuan took her to the largest restaurant in the capital, Tianqiang Tower. Its name suggests that the delicious food here can make you feel as if you're soaring beyond the 9 heavens, truly heavenly taste. They went to a private room upstairs. The shopkeeper was inspecting the place when he saw the prince arrive and hurriedly greeted him. "Is the prince here as usual today?" Mo Xianyuan looked at Si Zhaozhao. The shopkeeper didn't ignore her because of her simple dress. Instead, he praised her warmly. "Oh, is this the princess? She looks like a fairy descending from heaven. Such a noble guest. Ordinary folks can tell who you are just by looking. What would you like to eat?" Si Zhaozhao's lips twitched slightly. "Whatever the prince usually eats is fine." The shopkeeper's eyes twinkled. "Understood. The princess wants to learn the prince's taste, so I will go prepare. Mo Xianyuan's eyes flickered slightly. He hurried away quickly, and Si Zhaozhao let out a sigh of relief. Before the dishes arrived, the shopkeeper brought Tianxiang Tower's special pastries. She took a few bites. They were quite sweet. At that moment, Mo Xianyuan asked casually, "How did you meet Qi Yunzheng?" The inevitable was about to happen. Si Zhaozhao continued pouring tea without stopping. "Yesterday, I was sent out of the mansion. He called me out and said a few words I couldn't understand. I think he mistook me for someone else, but luckily he did. Otherwise, today the prince might have had me killed." Her wrist was grabbed, and Mo Xianyuan said carefully, "I won't let anything happen to you." Fearing he might hurt her, he quickly let go. After you left the mansion, the secret guards followed. Although they stopped at the market for a while, they knew where you were taken. I didn't expect you could escape on your own. No wonder she thought leaving the mansion was easier than expected. It turns out those people ignored her on purpose. Fortunately, she didn't rush to find the jade token. She kept searching the entire mansion for it. Mo Xianyuan suddenly leaned down, lifted her chin, and looked at her swollen lips. His eyes grew deeper. "Does it still hurt?" She had crumbs of cake on her lips. The rough thumb of the man wiped them away, making her shiver. She hurriedly moved away from his dangerous hand. "No, it doesn't hurt. Go back and put some ointment on it. I will be gentler next time. Dream on." She held back her urge to scold him and lowered her head to sip her tea. The shopkeeper came in smiling, carrying dishes. "Prince and princess, the food is ready. I took the liberty to send the guests on this floor elsewhere. This private room is very soundproof. Feel free to do whatever you want." He winked and left. She frowned and asked, "Did he misunderstand something?" Mo Xianyuan raised an eyebrow and arranged the dishes for her. "Don't mind him. Just enjoy your meal." After eating, Mo Xianyuan patiently took her for a walk by the lake. Not far away, the secret guards finally couldn't hold back and asked Rongsheng, "Master, why hasn't the prince gone back to question the suspect?" Rongsheng said, "It's to reassure the princess. Let's go. With the prince here, no one can hurt her." But only Mo Xianyuan knew that because of a small Qi Yunzheng, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. During the Qiao Qiao festival, many young men and women chose tonight to promise themselves to each other. Besides tying red threads to meet their destined partners, releasing lanterns is also a popular activity. Just spend a silver or two to buy my cherished love bird lantern. When it hits the lantern of the person you love in the lake, you will be together forever, loving each other until old age. A crowd surged forward again. Mo Xianyuan protected her in his arms, ensuring she wasn't bumped at all. "Do you want to leave?" a man's voice asked from above. "To be with him forever?" Si Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, she said, "All these are just excuses to trick people into spending silver. Once you buy it, you'll be the one who loses money."
And
"I'm a bit tired too." Mo Xianyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, but his tone remained normal. "All right, then let's go. If there's a chance in the future, I will bring you here again." Si Zhaozhao nodded silently, her expression unreadable. Next year's Qixi festival, she was afraid she would have already parted from him. Maybe this was their last time visiting this love festival. After holding hands and returning to the mansion, it was already dark. Rongsheng appeared just in time. "Your Highness, those two assassins have confessed." "Already?" Mo Xianyuan was surprised. Si Zhaozhao, who had interacted with the two, showed no shock. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they could hear their noisy, desperate screams.
"Ah,
"Your Highness, spare me. I really didn't mean to hurt the princess. Guards, please show mercy. Call the prince. I want to confess." "It hurts so much." Rongsheng stepped forward to stop them. Then he asked, "The prince is here. Quickly, tell us, who hired you to kill the princess?" The man was about to speak when his companion gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can't say. If I do, I can never be a killer again." Before he finished, he suddenly felt as if someone was choking his throat. An overwhelming sense of killing intent filled the air, as if thousands of soldiers were about to crush his body. The The pressure made him forget the pain from his wound, and even breathing became difficult. He looked up and saw two people standing in the dim corridor at the entrance of the dungeon. The taller one was dressed in black robes, looking like a demon king from a storybook. Just one glance made his heart race.
Va.
War god. The two trembled. Rong Sheng kindly reminded them, think carefully. If you don't speak, you won't be able to be a killer anymore. I'll tell. Previously, the black-clad man who was tricked by Si Zhaozhao quickly interrupted. 3 nights ago, our employer came to us. The person was wearing a cloak, so I couldn't see her face, but her voice definitely belonged to a woman. Another person said, that's right. She later increased the price, but I didn't have enough silver, and she gave me a bracelet. But I threw the bracelet into the abandoned yard before I could keep it. The black-clad man immediately responded. I picked it up. It's with me now. At this moment, Si Zhaozhao took the bracelet out of her. It's with me. I saw this bracelet on Lianhua's wrist before. Rongxing took it and frowned. Lianhua isn't dead yet. Could she still be alive? This was very bad. He immediately said, I will go to the mass grave to check. Si Zhaozhao didn't stop him. Even if Lianhua was alive, with her courage, she wouldn't dare do such a thing, especially since she didn't have that much silver. Currently, Song Chaoxue is the main suspect. And Mo Xianyuan also thought of this, and his cold aura became more noticeable. After a while, Rong Sheng hurried back. I've identified that Lianhua's body is still at the original spot, with no signs of being moved, and Mo Xianyuan's expression was unreadable. Take me to the new residence and bring Song Chaoxue here. When he saw Mo Xianyuan again, Song Chaoxue's longing from many days suddenly overwhelmed her, and she completely ignored Si Zhaozhao. Prince Snower misses you so much. She rushed forward, but Rong Sheng reached out to stop her. The prince asked me to bring Miss Song here because he has something to ask, and Mo Xianyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his aura cold and terrifying. Song Chaoxue's heart suddenly jumped. She realized that catching up with old times wouldn't happen in this gloomy place. Is it her? The man asked expressionlessly. The two black-clad men looked carefully for a moment and shook their heads. Prince, who are they? Rongsheng glanced at Mo Xianyuan. Seeing he didn't stop him, he replied. Today, someone kidnapped the princess. The prince found Lianhua's jade bracelet on them. Lianhua was the princess's personal maid when she was alive. So, before he finished, Song Chaoxue interrupted herself and said, So, the prince thinks I hired the killer to murder the princess and is now accusing me of being the culprit, right? Snow from the Song dynasty had tears in her eyes and said, Prince, why do you doubt me? It was the princess who pointed fingers, wasn't it? You believe everything she says. You've changed. Now, you're being led around by a woman. Miss Song, watch your words, Rongsheng warned sharply. And Mo Xianyuan's eyes grew cold. Isn't what she said all coming true? Song Chaoxue was speechless. She suddenly mocked herself and said, That's right. I did some wrong things for the prince in the past, but I paid a price for it. Then she looked up and said, Prince, this has nothing to do with me. You've got the wrong person. She held her head high and looked at Si Zhaozhao with a sneer. She saw her swollen lips and said sarcastically, On the day of the Qiqiao festival, the princess stayed in the palace, but still got kidnapped. Looks like she sneaked out, huh? I hope you're truly sincere about living with the prince. She took a step to leave, but Mo Xianyuan's voice came from behind her. Did I tell you to leave? Song Chaoxue turned around in surprise, only to hear him order, Lock her up. Wait until we find the real culprit. He looked at her coldly. It's best if this has nothing to do with you. You know well what happens to those who deceive me. At this, Song Chaoxue could no longer hold back. She struggled and shouted, I told you it's not me. The princess just doesn't like our childhood friendship and is trying to push me to the edge. Prince, why don't you believe me? Don't you still care about our past bond? I haven't punished you according to the usual rules, which is my greatest mercy. But even now, you don't see where you went wrong. I am very disappointed in you. Song Chaoxue's heart sank to the bottom. Now, her status with Si Zhaozhao was reversed. No matter what she said, Mo Xianyuan wouldn't believe her anymore.
But why?
Why did she have to take away her soon-to-be princess position? And the man's heart, something she could only look at from afar. Love and hate. One thought can turn a person into a god or a demon. Her eyes turned red with anger as she roared, Mo Xianyuan, don't forget I gave you a son. All these years, I've given up everything for you, not caring about status, just to stay close to you. I just want you to look at me a little more. I dream that one day, you'll be moved by me. Even if I don't have the princess title, at least I hope there's a small place in your heart for me. But you, for the sake of a contemptible person who wore a green hat for you, made things difficult for me, forced me to admit fault, and drove me out of the house. What wrong did I do? My only mistake was falling in love with a man who has no heart. Don't think I don't know. Deep down, you still refuse to admit that I was the one with you that night 3 years ago, when you were unfaithful to your wife. Song Chaoshue closed her eyes and shed a clear tear. You keep saying you hate being deceived, but you treat her as an exception. Well, if she can do it, why can't you accept me? Rongshun looked a bit surprised. He had never seen Song Chaoshue show her true feelings before. Si Zhaozhao's expression flickered slightly. Today, I will not punish you for insulting the princess. From now on, you'll have no connection with the regent's residence or the Mo family. I also have no romantic feelings for you. The man's cruelty was beyond her expectations. Song Chaoshue clutched her chest, swayed, and almost couldn't stand steadily. Mo Xianyuan remained cold as usual. Take her away. 2 guards from the dungeon corridor dragged Song Chaoshue to another cell. Mo Xianyuan was about to hold Si Zhaozhao's hand, but she instinctively dodged. He slightly clenched his palm and then slowly lowered it. I will explain this matter to you, he said.
Si Cao Cao nodded.
She had been observing Song Chaoshue's expressions. Although she acted naturally as if she didn't know, she couldn't be sure if she was lying. Before they each returned to their courtyards, a royal decree was announced from the palace. The Supreme Emperor, in a strange mood, had invited all high officials with noble daughters to attend a palace banquet. Holding such a banquet during the Qiqiao festival had a clear purpose, which everyone understood. But the most absurd part was that she was also invited. Could it be that even a 3-year-old girl was not spared? It was held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but this time, the scale was noticeably larger. The Supreme Emperor subtly looked at Si Zhaozhao and stood up, saying, I am hosting a palace banquet tonight. First, to make up for the last birthday feast. Second, in a few years, the emperor will need to choose a concubine and establish a crown princess. I think it's better to start early to help the emperor and the future empress build a good relationship. What do all of you think of my idea? Minister of War, why don't you start by sharing your thoughts? When Si Yuandao was called by name, he stood up nervously. I agree with the Grand Emperor. His Majesty is still young. If he learns to build good relationships early, the palace will remain peaceful, and only then can the emperor focus on governing the country. Si Zhaozhao narrowed her eyes. It seemed her foolish father had already reached a secret agreement with the Grand Emperor. This so-called open discussion was actually a setup to let Si Yuandao speak first. My loyal subject shares my thoughts, said the Grand Emperor. If I remember correctly, besides the regent princess, you also have a daughter, do you not? Yes, your majesty, Si Yuandao replied. I have a younger daughter, Si Mingyue, who is 17. The Grand Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Then she is of marriageable age. Have you chosen a suitable match for her? Not yet, your majesty, Si Yuandao answered. In that case, said the Grand Emperor, why not let your daughter enter the palace to serve the emperor? Since they are both young, I will not interfere in palace matters for now. There is no need to grant her a title yet. Let us see how they get along. Do you have any objections, Minister Si? Lin Wanning frowned slightly. Su Wanning, however, was overjoyed. Things were going even better than she had hoped. Si Yuandao quickly knelt down. Thank you for your majesty's kindness. I accept the decree. After her initial shock, Si Mingyue knelt beside him, pretending to be shy. Your servant accepts the decree. I do not agree. Everyone turned as Emperor Xianyuan entered the hall. The officials immediately knelt. Long live the emperor! Xianyuan waved his hand, granting them permission to rise. Grandfather, he said firmly, you never discussed this matter with me. Si Zhaozhao looked up and saw the young emperor clearly for the first time, a spirited youth, full of integrity. Though he had ruled for over 5 years, his presence was no weaker than that of the experienced Grand Emperor. No wonder the Grand Emperor was uneasy and eager to find the Jade Command token. If the Emperor grew any older, he would be even harder to control. Embarrassed by being contradicted in public, the Grand Emperor's face darkened. You arrive late, and before even stepping fully into the hall, you oppose me? When your father was your age, he was already preparing to choose an empress. A stable palace brings peace to the court and the people alike. I must focus on state affairs and not be as leisurely as Emperor Grandpa. These luxurious palace banquets are easy to arrange. My father and my mother shared a childhood friendship and deep feelings. The harem only has my mother, and I want to be like my father, devoted to one person, focusing on ruling well. I won't indulge in wine and music every night. I understand Emperor Grandpa's intentions. Xianyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking somewhat like a king with authority. The Supreme Elder looked displeased. Are you criticizing me for wasting resources and holding palace banquets? If you're talking about expanding my harem, then yes, Emperor Grandpa, that might be unnecessary. Ignoring the elder's increasingly pale face, Xianyuan continued, I hope to find a partner to grow old with, just like my uncle and aunt, who care for each other. Titles don't matter in front of someone you love. I want to find such a partner slowly. One day, when I do, I don't want her to leave me because of those unimportant women in the harem. Back in your youth, Emperor Grandpa, you had 3,000 beauties in the harem, but in the end, you were alone. Have you ever thought that maybe the reason you couldn't find someone you loved was because of those women? Unintentionally, Si Zhaozhao touched her nose, wondering why she was being brought into this. If the young emperor knew about their relationship, he might regret saying this. The elder's face tightened. Your Majesty, indulging in small loves and passions is not what a wise ruler does, but I don't think so, said the young emperor. If I don't know how to love someone, how can I truly care for the people? If I only seek personal gain and don't protect those I love, how can the people trust that I will protect them? The elder narrowed his eyes. Si Yuandao tried to smooth things over. The Supreme Elder is thinking carefully for your Majesty. You also care about the people. Having 2 wise rulers is a blessing for our northern border. Elder, since your Majesty doesn't want to take my daughter into the palace, perhaps we should just forget it. Father, but we already expressed our thanks earlier. How can we go back on our words? Si Minghua muttered. Xianyuan snorted coldly, and Si Yuandao broke out in sweat. Your Majesty, my daughter is straightforward and means no offense. Please forgive her. Xianyuan waved his hand and sat heavily on the throne. It's fine. I'm not petty. Today, isn't it also to celebrate Emperor Grandpa's birthday again? Do not let me disturb the mood of the ministers. The Emperor Emeritus looked at him, noticing that he had slightly shortened his stance compared to before, and his eyes darkened. Then he sat down as well. Enough. Let's pretend I never said those words just now. Today, I will hold a grand birthday feast for myself. The atmosphere returned to normal. Many officials gathered in groups nearby, drinking and chatting. Mo Xianyuan carefully arranged dishes for Si Zhaozhao. This action drew everyone's attention, especially the noble young women, who were filled with envy and jealousy. For these sheltered noble daughters, the regent king was like a divine being. But someone like Si Zhaozhao, a simple girl, dared to get close to their god, which was unforgivable. Finally, the noble young women sitting opposite couldn't stand it anymore and put down their chopsticks. It's unbearable to watch. She's just eating, yet she has the god of war personally serving her. What's she pretending for? She only managed to get close to the god of war by being shameless and pregnant. I heard that recently. She was jealous and caused trouble, forcing the girl from Song's family out of the house. Now, the god of war might be suspected of being cold and heartless, even forgetting the kindness of those who fought for him. Is that true? I just don't understand what he sees in her. How could she compare to Yi? Yi is the daughter of General Pei Si-hai from the Northwest Camp. Since childhood, she heard her elders say that the Mo family produced many talented people. Mo Xianyuan has been admired since birth. After winning his first battle and returning victorious, she secretly followed her father out of the house. At the city gate, her first glance at him made her silently keep his name in her heart. Since then, she hoped every day and thought every night about when she could see him again and what she would say. A girl's heart is so simple. The cruel part was that, just as she reached her coming of age, she heard he was going to marry another woman. That woman was the worst-known fool in the capital. Yi's pretty, oval face showed a hint of unwillingness. The second woman who spoke earlier was named Huang Xiner. She was the oldest among them because her father spoiled her excessively, never restricting her, so she was the most experienced and knowledgeable. Usually, she was the one with the most ideas. Before turning 15, Pei Yi rarely left the main house or the secondary gates, yet she quickly learned about the major events in the capital through a messenger. Because of this, she naturally felt closest to these people. Shiner, are you telling the truth? That Miss Song was actually expelled from her family because of the princess. Of course it's true. Huang Shiner casually popped a grape into her mouth and said, "You young ladies raised in the manor are bound by strict rules. Getting married doesn't mean you can't leave if things go wrong. It all depends on whether you can seize the chance." Pei Yi bit her lip, feeling conflicted inside. Suddenly, she looked up and met Mo Xianyuan's gaze. He had black hair like a waterfall, sharp eyebrows and eyes, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain peak, high and unreachable, yet with a tempting urge to pull him down. At that moment, Pei Yi made her decision. She steadied her racing heart, poured 2 cups of wine, and gracefully walked toward the opposite table. Si Zhaozhao was about to say she was full when suddenly, a melodious voice like a nightingale sounded. "Prince, my father is General Pei Si-hai. I am a young lady who has just come of age. I have heard of your great achievements in the northern border. You are a role model for us young ones. May I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" Pei Yi's hands, sweating with nervousness, caught Si Zhaozhao's sharp eyes. She watched this scene with interest, completely unguarded about her intentions. Mo Xianyuan felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. He scooped a spoonful of wine and rice balls and fed them to Si Zhaozhao. Si Zhaozhao slightly frowned. "I won't eat anymore. I'm too full." "Huh? That's all you've eaten? Eat more to gain some weight." "I don't want people to think I mistreated the princess." They spoke as if no one else was around, and Pei Yi's eyes reddened slightly. The biggest difference between her and Song Chaoshue was her clear, pure eyes, obviously untroubled by hardships, well protected by her family. Even she felt a little moved. Si Zhaozhao pursed her lips. "Prince, someone is waiting for your reply." Mo Xianyuan nodded but kept his gaze fixed on her. "Does the princess mind if I drink this cup? Is this a request for her to be the main wife?" Si Zhaozhao avoided his overly focused gaze and glanced at Si Mingyue diagonally opposite her. Suddenly, she remembered that when her eyes were blind before, it was only after touching that necklace that she could see clearly again. She needed to confirm once more whether it was the one given to her master. Therefore, she stood up directly and said, "If you want a drink, go ahead. I have no opinion. I will go find my mother. You all can chat slowly." Mo Xianyuan still maintained the same posture as before. Pei Yi's face was slightly red as she held 2 glasses of wine and slowly bowed. But before she could sit down, the man's face suddenly turned cold, and his aura became very intimidating. "Have I allowed you to sit here? Such lack of manners. How did Si-hai teach you?" Pei Yi had been obedient and sensible since childhood, loved by her parents and elders. She had never been spoken to like this before. Tears suddenly fell into her wine, but instead of gaining the man's affection, it made him dislike her even more. "If the wine is dirty, Miss Pei, please go back and sit. I already have a family. Today's actions, I just think you are drunk and confused. Don't let others think you are an unrespectful woman." Pei felt ashamed and angry. She lowered her head and hurriedly ran away. When she returned, she covered her face and cried. Huang Xian'er cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Weren't you just saying so well? Even that fool gave you a seat." "No," he said, "I am disrespectful and lack manners." Pei sobbed as she recounted the cruel words. The two noble ladies nearby looked at each other. It seemed that this fool was favored by the war god, and even Pei looked down on him. Huang Xian'er comforted her. "It's okay. At least we tried once. Better than having regrets, right?" But Pei shook her head, biting her lip tightly, tears shining in her eyes. "No, my heart will only belong to him in this life. Even if I marry him as a side consort, I am willing. Some things, once the first step is taken, are hard to undo." Although he was cold to her from the beginning to the end, the look in his eyes when he looked at that woman contained a kind of suppressed affection. She also wanted to have that feeling. Meanwhile, Lin Fanhua took Si Zhaozhao aside and asked, "Zhaozhao, does your eye still feel uncomfortable?" She heard Ling'an say that her eyes had healed. Although she was relieved, she still felt a little worried. Princess Zhaozhao smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, daughter. Now everything is almost back to normal, except for some blurry spots in the distance. That's good. I want to ask you, why did you suddenly grab Seeming Yue's necklace at the palace gate and refuse to let go last time? I believe you had a reason. Please tell me, so I can help you." Zhao Zhao thought for a moment and only told part of the truth. "That necklace is very important to me, but I can't be sure if it's the one I own." Mother Lin nodded and said, "I understand. I will find a way to give her more wine tonight. She will sleep deeply, and then I can help you take it off and see if it's yours. But if this plan fails because Si Mingyue refuses to cooperate or Su Wanning notices something, it will all be for nothing. In the end, she will suffer the consequences." But she didn't say all this out loud. She just wanted to help her daughter. Tears welled up in Zhao Zhao's eyes. She believed she could find her own way, but she didn't want to hurt her mother's kind heart, so she agreed. At this moment, a young came forward quietly and whispered, "The princess, the Emperor Emeritus requests your presence." Zhao Zhao looked at her mother and replied, "I will go immediately." She then briefly told Lin Fanhua and quietly left the main hall. Mo Xianyuan, who had been watching closely, also stood up and left with her. Si Yuandao returned to his seat and found that Zhao Zhao was gone. Even the Emperor Emeritus and Mo Xianyuan were not there. He lowered his voice and asked Lin Fanhua, "Where did that girl Zhao Zhao go?" Lin Fanhua replied calmly. She said she had a few more drinks and went to the restroom. Si Yuandao was doubtful. The Emperor Emeritus stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. After the young led someone over, he silently stepped aside to guard. "I already know that Mo Xianyuan risked everything to chase out the woman who had been with him for nearly 20 years just for you. It seems you have gained his trust, and I am very pleased." Zhao Zhao said nothing. The Emperor Emeritus continued, "Tonight's palace banquet was officially to select a consort for the Emperor, but in fact, it was held for you. Without this, I couldn't tell you about the Jade Soldier Talisman." Zhao Zhao suddenly looked up, her mind flashing, and she chuckled softly. "So, the Emperor Emeritus didn't tell me from the start because he didn't trust me to do things for him. You are very clever, but you still lack experience. Even if I told you early on, you were deeply disliked at that time. How could I guarantee how long you would live?" At this point, the Emperor no longer beat around the bush and said directly, "As far as I know, that thing last appeared at the Northern Warrior King's residence. But this is just hearsay. The exact location depends on how much skill you still have. You have 2 months left. I believe in you and won't let me down." Si Zhao Zhao clenched her fists tightly. Not far away, Mo Xianyuan's eyes darkened slightly. Who was she talking to? From his angle, he could only see Si Zhao Zhao lowering her head and moving her mouth, while the person opposite was blocked by a fake mountain. Just as he was about to step forward, Pei Yi's voice came from behind. "Prince, so you also find it stuffy inside, and come here to get some fresh air." Her tone was light and cheerful. Her eyes still looked a bit red, but that made her seem even more adorable. Mo Xianyuan frowned, not wanting to bother with someone irrelevant. He was about to go see what was happening. Suddenly, Pei stepped in front of him, blocking Si Zhaozhao's figure. He withdrew his gaze, and his expression turned cold. Can't you understand human words? Pei's face paled. She felt very sad inside but still gathered her courage, looked up, and said, Your Highness, I have only met you once. Why do you have such hostility towards me? I only admire you from afar and want to get to know you. She was trying to use indirect tactics, gradually eroding his heart to replace Si Zhaozhao. But who was Mo Xianyuan? A seasoned strategist who had fought many battles. He could see through her superficial tricks easily. I have sworn that in this life, I will only marry my wife and will not take concubines. Even if Miss Pei willingly wants to be a secondary wife, I cannot give that to you. This was the most direct and hurtful way to speak. Pei's nose felt sour. She didn't expect him to be so blunt. After sending off the emperor, Si Zhaozhao felt weak and almost collapsed. Suddenly, a hand as green as a sprout grabbed her waist. Seeing the face that didn't match the usual appearance, Si Zhaozhao almost laughed out loud. Seeing her smile, Qi Yunzheng also showed a gentle, warm smile. This scene was very painful for Mo Xianyuan to watch. Pei looked over at him and exclaimed, How can the princess be held by a? The man walked straight ahead, and the two people embracing did not notice the danger approaching. How long do you want to keep hugging? Cold Han's voice came from afar. Si Zhaozhao suddenly pushed Qi Yunzheng away. The pain in her ankle made her frown, and her heart beat faster. When did he come here? Did she hear anything? Qi Yunzheng looked at Mo Xianyuan with hostility, but he had to bow respectfully. He lowered his eyes and said, Your servant greets the Regent King. Just now, the princess was unsteady, so I reached out to help her. Mo Xianyuan's eyes slightly twitched. Focus on your own duties. I won't pursue this. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Before leaving, Qi Yunzheng looked at Si Zhaozhao with concern, then lowered his head and stepped back. Seeing this, Pei behind her suddenly understood why he didn't reveal Qi Yunzheng's identity. Now, the two of them seemed to understand each other. Unexpectedly, as Qi Yunzheng passed by Mo Xianyuan, he suddenly called out, Stop! Qi Yunzheng turned to look at him. Mo Xianyuan's gaze was fixed on the corner of the fragrant pouch that accidentally revealed itself in his embrace, and his face darkened. He had waited so many days for that thing, only to find out it had already been given to another man. Suppressing the urge to kill him on the spot, he said, It's nothing. You may go now. Mo Xianyuan strode forward suddenly, reaching out to grab her slender waist. His cold eyes brewed a storm. My princess, how could you be so delicate that you can't even walk steadily? Si Zhaozhao awkwardly twisted her body, but he suddenly lifted her onto his shoulder. Qi Yunzheng, unable to hide his disguise as a, hurried to catch up. What are you going to do to her? Mo Xianyuan kept walking, his tone wild. She is my princess. Whatever I want to do has nothing to do with you. The man used his light skills and quickly threw him far away. Qi Yunzheng clenched his fists in frustration. He noticed that Mo Xianyuan's face changed drastically after seeing the fragrant pouch. He must have misunderstood Cici. He had intended to imitate the pouch Cici made to ease his longing. But now it might have caused trouble for him. No, he had to explain clearly. Qi Yunzheng gritted his teeth and hurried toward the direction they were leaving. The forgotten Pei slowly stepped out of the imperial garden, watching the hurried figure chase away, biting her pink lips lightly. That little. Maybe this was a chance given by heaven for her to get close to the war god.
Montak Xuan Yuan.
Let me go. She was dragged to a small side hall at the corner of the Taihe Palace, struggling hard. The main hall was dark, with no lights on, empty and silent. He threw her onto the bed, without mercy. When she looked into his cold, dangerous eyes, she panicked. What are you trying to do? I haven't done anything to offend you. Mo Xianyuan suddenly grabbed her neck and leaned over. His cold lips made her skin shiver. Her face turned red instantly. Please don't do this. We're still in the palace. What if someone sees? As soon as she spoke, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. Red plum blossoms seemed to bloom on her delicate skin. His intentions were obvious. which made her even more nervous. She tried to kick him, aiming to break his strength, but he held her ankle firmly and took off her shoe easily. "Si Zhao Zhao, you are my wife. I don't mind what you did before with him, but from now on, you can only have me as your man. Your life is in my hands from the moment you married me. If you dare betray me, I will break your legs myself, so you can't live or die." Mo Xianyuan's expression was cold and stern, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. His long fingers moved from her face to her collarbone. His icy voice made her suddenly remember the first time he came to pick her up from the Shangshu residence. Back then, he said, "As long as you behave well as my wife, I will keep you alive. But if you dare to be disobedient or show any signs of rebellion, I will make you suffer the worst punishments in this world." His indulgence over the days had made her forget how cold-blooded and ruthless he could be. Wasn't Song Chao Shui a vivid example? That night, it seemed like they had returned to the beginning. Suddenly, she felt a cool sensation around her ankle. She looked down in surprise. He had taken off her shoes and socks and was carefully massaging her foot with a blood jade ointment. After applying it, he looked up and asked, "Are you feeling better? I don't know if this medicine will work, but since we're not in the palace, if someone finds out you're hurt, it might cause trouble again." She was stunned.
He
Was so attentive to notice her sprained ankle. She blurted out. Mo Xianyuan snorted coldly, "Aren't you afraid of being criticized again?" That was just her way of avoiding his constant bothering, a casual remark, but he took it to heart. Si Zhao Zhao couldn't express her feelings clearly. Her heart felt a mix of sourness and swelling. She avoided his probing gaze and softly said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I'm feeling much better." Mo Xianyuan looked at the blood jade ointment and said thoughtfully, "I didn't expect this medicine to work so well. Do you know how to make it?" Si Zhao Zhao hesitated for a moment and nodded. A strange look appeared in Mo Xianyuan's eyes. "Then make some more. I want to give it to the soldiers. Name a price, and I will pay with silver." When it came to national matters, he truly was unmatched. Si Zhao Zhao, almost unconsciously, agreed. Outside, the moon was full and bright, surrounded by countless stars, like soldiers on a battlefield, trusting and loyal to their war god, without question. Walking along the small path, "I will leave the guards here. If anything happens, call them. If someone gives you trouble, mention my name. Remember, you are my wife. No one can hurt you." Si Zhao Zhao's eyes inexplicably stung with emotion. She softly responded and watched the man leave, feeling a complex mix of feelings inside. Inside the Taiha Hall, music and dance filled the air, lively and bustling. But she had no desire to join. She just wanted some fresh air outside. Tonight, her firm heart was stirred by Mo Xianyuan into chaos. She needed to calm down. She returned to the Imperial Garden and sat in a pavilion by the lake, gazing absent-mindedly at the hanging moon. Suddenly, she heard a splash in the water. "Help! Someone, save the carriage." It was Xianyuan Ming? Si Zhao Zhao quickly pushed aside the curtain and saw a bright yellow figure struggling in the water. Without hesitation, she jumped in. When she finally carried the person into the pavilion, she noticed something unusual. Xian Yuanming's eyes shimmered with tears of desperation. His cheeks were very red, and he was struggling to tear at his royal robe. His trembling little hand grabbed Si Zhao Zhao's delicate wrist, but he couldn't help wanting to go further. "Save me. Imperial Aunt, save me." Someone actually dared to give the emperor such medicine. Si Zhao Zhao was about to find the imperial doctor, but Xian Yuanming held her tightly. "No, don't go, Imperial Aunt. I don't want anyone to see me like this. It would damage the royal dignity. After saying that, because the medicine was too strong and his body was too young, he couldn't handle it and fainted. Si Zhao Zhao felt helpless. She couldn't call the imperial doctor, and she wasn't a doctor herself, nor did she carry an antidote. Her eyes brightened. Her eyes had almost healed now. Could her spiritual space also be opened? Thinking this, she closed her eyes and suddenly opened them again. A golden glow appeared, and countless thin golden threads gathered into a sea, forming her spiritual space, which she hadn't seen in a long time. What surprised her even more was that the space seemed to have grown a bit larger. Thanks to her habit of collecting various herbs, she happened to have an antidote. She fed it to the little emperor and fell into deep thought. The changes in her spiritual space and her increased mental strength. Could it all be because of that necklace? In her previous life, she made it and then gave it to her master. She never touched it again. Later, after a few years, her spiritual space suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could the source be that fallen star? Found it. The emperor is here. Wei Gonggong's voice suddenly sounded. Si Zhao Zhao quickly closed her spiritual space. The golden light faded, and the people behind her lifted the curtain, lighting the pavilion's candle holder. Su Wanning was shocked. How could it be you? The Supreme Emperor was also very surprised. When Si Zhao Zhao heard this, she immediately understood who had given the emperor the medicine. She turned around, and everyone gasped in shock. Before she could think about what was happening, Si Yuandao quickly pulled her away from the little emperor and pointed at her, scolding, "You rebellious girl! Why do you always cause trouble? The emperor cannot be your plaything. Kneel and admit your mistake." After saying that, he was the first to beg for forgiveness. "Supreme Emperor, this matter has nothing to do with the Shangshu residents. Please forgive me." Lin Fan was about to speak when Su Wanning immediately interrupted, saying, "Zhao Zhao, as the war god's wife, how can you do such a foolish thing? Even if you had that intention, you should have waited until the divorce was finalized. Sigh, Sister Lin. Ever since you regained consciousness, you haven't let me discipline her. Now look at this mess. No one can protect her anymore." At this moment, the group of officials and their families in the Tahi Palace hurried over after hearing the news. Seeing the scene, they couldn't bear to watch. The old man naturally didn't dare say anything in front of the Supreme Emperor. But the young ones couldn't hold back anymore, especially after seeing her own father not caring for her. They immediately started criticizing loudly. "What's that red mark on her neck? How shameless! The war god just sent a message saying he would leave early because of something, and he told us to take good care of the princess."
Spit.
How can such a reckless woman be the war god's wife? She flirts with powerful men, married the war god, but isn't obedient. People might think she's from some brothel. Look, the emperor seems a bit strange, like he's not fully aware. Could Zhao Zhao have drugged him? As soon as they said this, everyone fell silent, trembling with fear. Drugging the emperor is a serious crime that could cost someone their head. The older men, afraid to speak, quickly shifted the focus. "Supreme Emperor, the emperor does seem a bit off. Maybe we should call the imperial doctor to examine him." The Supreme Emperor's face darkened with disappointment as he looked away from Zhao Zhao. It seemed he had overestimated her, thinking she could the emperor and escape his control? How naive. "Send someone to summon the imperial doctor." Zhao Zhao touched her neck, her face showing a strange expression. Mo Xianyuan. How many marks did he leave? The imperial doctor examined her and trembled as he knelt down. "Your Majesty, the emperor has indeed been affected by a powerful aphrodisiac called cold fragrance. This drug is very strong. Besides engaging in intimate acts, there's no other cure."
But now,
the drug has been neutralized. Pei Yi's heart surged with excitement. Could it be that heaven heard her prayers? The war god would surely be very upset if he found out. As long as she gently comforted him every day, she believed he would come to like her. She looked eagerly and spoke out. "The war god has made great contributions to the northern border. His reputation cannot be trampled on like this. I humbly request the Supreme Emperor to imprison the princess in the prison until the emperor wakes up. then decide her punishment. She thought that Si Zhaozhao had drugged the emperor, and once he woke up, he would definitely not let her go. As a proud daughter of heaven who could have stayed out of it, she risked defending the Shengshu mansion to stand up for the war god. The war god would surely be very touched if he knew. But she never expected that Mo Xianyuan and those men thought very differently. Si Zhaozhao did not mean harm to Pei Yi. At first, she thought Pei Yi was a naive girl who didn't understand the world, but now her impression had completely changed. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao's aura turned cold. Her captivating peach blossom eyes looked at her calmly and indifferently. That look actually made Pei Yi feel a little scared. All the noble daughters, you are quick to speak, but do you know how serious it is to insult and falsely accuse a noble lady with a noble title? The Supreme Emperor saw that she spoke confidently and calmly, squinting slightly. Could there be a misunderstanding? He decided to wait and see before making a judgment. Si Zhaozhao looked at each of the noble daughters who spoke against her. Shameless? Are you defending Mo Xianyuan? Do you think you are anything special in his eyes? The first noble daughter who insulted her hesitated, unsure how to respond, and strangely felt like she was being scolded. When she looked at the second one, Si Zhaozhao suddenly slapped her. Pei Yi exclaimed, "The Supreme Emperor is still here." "How dare you hit someone?" Si Zhaozhao sternly shouted. "Shut up. It's not your turn yet." Pei Yi bit her lip tightly. Huang Xiner angrily covered her face. Si Zhaozhao coldly said, "You shameless woman, sleeping around, girl supporting girl?" These lowly words really opened my eyes. Have you been so poorly educated that you forget your manners? This is a warning for your rude words. If you dare to do it again, I will cut out your tongue. Huang Xiner angrily shouted. "Father,
Look.
she dares to threaten me right in front of you." Huang Xiner's father, the supervisor of rituals, also slapped her. He trembled with anger and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. The Supreme Emperor is still here. How can we tolerate your slander and insult the regent's wife?" The Supreme Emperor hesitated, clearly wanting to see if there was any hope for a turn of events. He did not immediately imprison Si Zhaozhao, indicating that there was something about her that could be used. The supervisor of rituals was too busy protecting himself to act, but tonight he was dragged down by his daughter. It was all because he was too indulgent in her. He truly regretted it with all his heart. When it was the third person, the noble lady knelt straight down and slapped herself 3 times, crying and begging for mercy. It was my rude words. I should be punished. Queen consort, please forgive me. The emperor, please forgive me. I will never speak recklessly again. Her parents behind her also knelt on the ground, afraid to speak. At this moment, Xianyuan Ming slowly woke up, helped by old Master Wei. Seeing the scene, he was surprised and asked, "What happened?" The emperor said, "The emperor has finally woken up." "What just happened? Why is the emperor half-dressed and lying on the ground with the regent queen?" Xianyuan Ming frowned and said, "I was drinking and got very hot. I went to the lake to cool off, but I felt like I was on fire inside. I jumped into the lake, but my legs cramped. Auntie saved me and pulled me ashore." Although he hadn't experienced this before, after becoming emperor, someone taught him these common facts. So, he understood that someone had given him medicine. The old emperor also didn't want to lose Si Zhaozhao, so he said, "It seems to be a misunderstanding." Pei Yi couldn't accept that someone who was supposed to be in prison suddenly became the emperor's benefactor. Ignoring her father's objections, she immediately said, "But the doctor said only a special medicine can undo this. If nothing happened, where did the marks on the queen's neck come from?" Si Zhaozhao looked at her with a half-smile and asked, "Where do you think they came from?" Pei Yi immediately thought of Mo Xianyuan's cold face. Her expression changed suddenly, and she blurted out, "How can you be so reckless? Hubby had urgent matters and couldn't stay with me. He couldn't control himself and kissed me a few times. Did he break any law? Those marks were made by him himself." "Miss Pei, are you implying that the regent is not proper? I'm talking about you. You were hugging a young in the imperial garden. How could the war god still kiss you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Yi suddenly felt a murderous gaze shooting at her. She looked instinctively, but saw no one.
Si Zhao Zhao shook her head.
Pei Yi's words were basically asking for trouble. The old emperor was so cautious that he would never allow his plans to be ruined by an unstable factor. But she didn't want to remind her kindly. Instead, she threw the bottle of antidote onto the round table in the pavilion. The doctor examined it and said happily, "It really is the antidote for cold fragrance." Xian Yuanming's face turned slightly red. He cleared his throat and said, "I am innocent with the Empress consort. This is a misunderstanding. I also want to thank her for saving me. General Pei, considering your many contributions to the northern border, I will not pursue this matter. However, in the future, you must manage your family well to prevent any more trouble from their words. As for the others," Xian Yuanming's expression darkened. "All will be fined 1 year's salary." The old officials knelt to accept the decree. It was good they weren't punished physically. They didn't dare argue. Just when they thought the matter was over, Xian Yuanming issued another order. Those few who spoke carelessly will be detained in prison for 3 days to reflect on their mistakes. After 3 days, I want to see each of you copy the northern border laws 10 times by hand before you are released. If anyone bribes others to copy for them, they will be fined 100 times more. It was very clear that the young emperor was supporting the regent princess. But no one dared to say anything. Outside the imperial garden, Pei Sihai's thick eyebrows furrowed slightly. Though he was scolding, he was reluctant to speak harshly to his daughter, whom he had high hopes for since she was young. "Do you have a grudge against the regent princess? You've never acted out like tonight. Tell me what really happened." Pei Yi pursed her lips. Such shameful things were hard to say directly. At that moment, Huang Xiner hurried from behind. Hearing this, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Pei, tonight Yi only went to toast the war god. We didn't expect Si Zhao Zhao to stir trouble, causing the war god to misunderstand Yi as someone rude." She said a few harsh words, but Yi didn't argue back. Yet tonight, right in front of you, she even dared to show her face. When a daughter is upset with someone, her words can be a bit biased. Pei Sihai was not just a warrior who fought in battles. In court, he navigated different factions skillfully, neither offending anyone nor trying to please everyone. Just from Huang Xiner's 2 sentences, he already guessed the truth about 90%. He sighed and said, "She is the war god's wife. Even I must treat her with respect. You shouldn't have said those unseemly words in front of the officials and the 2 rulers." Clenched her fists, feeling a bit resentful. "But I only spoke what I saw with my own eyes. I don't regret letting the 2 rulers see her true nature. In fact, I plan to find a chance to expose her in front of the war god." "Well said. I support you." Huang Xiner clapped happily. Behind her, the Grand Supervisor was shocked and quickly stepped forward, grabbing her daughter's collar and scolding, "What nonsense are you talking about again? Did that slap not wake you up?" Huang Xiner was unhappy with her father's fearful attitude towards Si Zhao Zhao. Just as she was about to say something to argue, Old Man Wei arrived late. He waved his fly whisk and said, "Girls, after talking with your family, go reflect in the prison with the servants." Huang Xiner's face changed slightly. She immediately gave up on arguing, holding her father's hand and pouting, acting cute. "Father, I don't want to go. Please go and ask the emperor for me." The Grand Supervisor pushed her hand away, looking disappointed. "Since I was young, I have been too indulgent with you. Going to the prison won't hurt you physically. You should reflect on your mistakes." After saying that, he bowed to Pei Sihai and decisively left. Huang Xiner was so angry she wished she could crush the pebbles on the ground. The emperor had already left from the other side of the pavilion. Soon after, the noble ladies, looking dejected, followed Old Man Wei out to the prison. The older ones, embarrassed and unable to continue pretending, quickly found excuses to leave the palace. Pei Sihai turned around and earnestly said, "There are many talented princes and nobles in the capital. I don't ask you to bring glory to the family in the future. I just hope you can live your life peacefully and safely, without getting caught up in power struggles and becoming a sacrifice. Do you understand my intentions?" Pei nodded. Pei Sihai happily patted her head. Father and daughter left the palace walls one after the other. Only Pei knew that her desire to marry the god of war had become even stronger. The imperial physician, holding the antidote bottle like a treasure, shyly approached Si Zhaozhao, hesitating to speak. Si Zhaozhao felt a bit helpless and simply said what was on her mind. "If you want it, take it. I still have plenty of this medicine." The formula for the antidote wasn't complicated, but few people thought to try these ingredients. In her past life, because she was skilled in insect magic, she accidentally gained some medical knowledge and was able to treat illnesses, which made many in the imperial hospital envious. Seeing this eager desire for talent, she was used to such looks. The imperial physician sighed 3 times and then carefully asked, "Forgive me for asking, but where did the princess learn her medical skills?" Si Zhaozhao casually replied, "Self-taught from books." The imperial doctor's eyes brightened. "Oh, what kind of book is that? May I borrow it to take a look?" Si Zhaozhao lied without blushing. The Ministry of Works house was flooded twice and has already been burned down. The imperial doctor's gaze darkened. Seeing that the emperor had something to say, he quickly withdrew. Xian Yuanming's back was behind his hands, and his face looked a little unnatural. He moved his mouth and asked, "Empress, just now. I didn't do anything disrespectful to you, did I?" Xian Yuanming frowned. It's all my fault for drinking a few more cups. If the Empress hadn't had an antidote, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the face to see Uncle Emperor again." Since he was young, he admired Uncle Mo Xianyuan and looked up to him as a role model. He always behaved very steadily, wanting to prove to his uncle that he could become a strong and capable king. But he didn't expect that tonight. He almost let his uncle down. His thoughts were all on the surface. Si Zhaozhao remembered how he had pretended to be serious and in control earlier, but he might have been quite scared inside. She couldn't help but find it a little funny. However, this laughter was not meant as a criticism. Having fought under that old fox for several years showed that the young emperor was also quite capable. She composed herself and said seriously, "Tonight, it's a lucky coincidence. I happen to have medicine to relieve cold incense. Do you remember who poured the wine and who drank it? This person chose such a strong aphrodisiac, and if they had malicious intent to harm the emperor, it would be very easy. This person must be caught." Xian Yuanming broke out in a cold sweat. The empress was right. If it had been poison, his life would be over. The person who could secretly drug him. His face turned pale. Could it really be him? "I'm afraid even if we find out who is behind it, I won't be able to do anything," Xian Yuanming said with a bitter smile. Si Zhaozhao said meaningfully, "Shaking the mountain to scare the tiger at least lets the tiger know that the emperor is not easy to mess with. Everything the tiger does is under the emperor's control. If we continue to use this well, it's not impossible to turn the tables in the future. Since he didn't choose to poison, it proves he's afraid to act rashly now. He's just watching the situation, looking for an opportunity to turn things around. As long as the emperor doesn't fall for his tricks, he will naturally lose his composure." Xian Yuanming was very quick to understand. He couldn't help but ask, "Annie, do you have any good ideas?" Si Zhaozhao slightly bowed her head. After some words, Xian Yuanming suddenly understood and became very excited. No wonder she is the person the emperor uncle loves most. Anti-strategy is just as good as the emperor uncle's. Si Zhaozhao touched her nose. She wondered if she was clever, then looked at Mo Xianyuan. What was he doing? She was thirsty, so she poured a cup of tea to soothe her throat. Xian Yuanming stared at her neck, his face slightly red. "Seeing how loving the emperor uncle and auntie are makes me feel at ease." Cough, cough, cough. Si Zhaozhao was choked, unsure if she was coughing or feeling shy. Her face turned red. After saying goodbye to the little emperor, she slowly returned to the Taihe Palace. Not long after, as she was walking, she overheard palace maids and eunuchs whispering that the emperor was drunk and had gone back to rest. Suddenly, a figure hurried out of the Taihe Palace gates, heading straight to the emperor's bedroom. She accidentally bumped into Si Zhaozhao. Her limbs felt weak, and she was a little slower than usual when walking or standing. "Hey, are you blind or what?" Si Mingyue stood up, holding her bottom. Seeing her, she looked like a frightened mouse seeing a cat. taking 2 or 3 steps back and trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want to do?" Si Zhaozhao smiled slightly and made way for her. "I'm not doing anything. You go your way." Unexpectedly, she was so easy to talk to.
Si Mingyue frowned.
This is so strange. Watching her walk away, Si Zhaozhao took a deep breath. The show was about to begin. Just as she was about to follow, suddenly Qi Yunjing's voice came from behind. "Cici, I finally found you. Are you okay?" Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. Qi Yunjing didn't notice her change and stepped forward, grabbing her shoulders and looking her over. When he saw the red marks on her neck, he was shocked. "What did that scoundrel Mo Xianyuan do to you?" "I'm going to confront him." He turned around angrily. Si Zhaozhao nonchalantly said, "Are you tired of misunderstandings about me and adding more trouble?" Qi Yunjing looked regretful. "Cici, he treats you so badly. Why don't you leave him? Leave the mighty war god and be with you, becoming a pair of unfortunate lovers despised by everyone." Si Zhaozhao's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Young Master Qi, I truly don't understand what you mean. The prince and I are husband and wife. Whatever we do is only natural, isn't it? Surely you wouldn't lose your temper over something so small." Her words cut deep. Qi Yunjin's breathing quickened. The expression on her face was nothing like Cici's, yet her appearance was exactly the same. Something small. Did she mean they often acted so close, perhaps even more so? A sharp pain in her chest made Si Zhaozhao frown slightly. She turned away in embarrassment and disappeared into the darkness, her expression hidden. "It's nothing, young Master Qi. You should leave quickly. The palace is full of danger. If you're caught, losing your head would be the least of it. If you drag me into trouble, that would be truly unfair." With that, she lifted her skirt and hurried in the direction of Si Mingyue. Qi Yunjin staggered, biting his lip so hard that a drop of blood appeared.
"Ah!"
Hearing the scream from the sleeping chamber, Si Zhaozhao smiled faintly. When Su Wanning and her attendants rushed over, she followed them in at a leisurely pace. A young quickly relit the candles in the hall. Si Mingyue looked up shyly, but when she saw the man's face clearly, her expression turned to shock and fear. "Who are you? Why are you on His Majesty's bed?" After shouting, Si Mingyue fainted from fright. Seeing the emperor and others standing at the doorway, the man's face turned bright red. He wanted to bow, but since he wasn't properly dressed, he could only lower his head respectfully. "Guard Chong? It's you? Tell me what happened. I told you to rest here for a while. How did you end up in such a situation with the second young lady of the minister's household, and in my own chamber no less?" Noticing the scattered clothes on the floor, Emperor Xianyuan Ming's ears turned slightly red as he asked with a serious face. Si Zhaozhao's lips curved faintly. It was almost amusing to see the young emperor forced to deal with such an awkward matter. Changyu glanced quickly at Si Mingyue, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Your Majesty, I accidentally fell asleep here. In my half-dreaming state, I felt someone tugging at my belt. I didn't realize it was the second young lady. I tried to stop her, but she threw some kind of powder at me. The rest was easy for everyone to imagine." Su Wanning's vision darkened. She was so shocked and furious that she could no longer find words to express her feelings. She only regrets that she didn't return to the Taiha Hall in time to tell Emperor Siming that the medicine had been removed, so he didn't need to marry the princess by force. But who would have thought that the emperor's sleeping quarters would allow a mere palace guard to rest there? However, this guard doesn't look or sound like the emperor at all. How could Mingyue mistake him? Could there be some hidden secret? Su Wanning's eyes narrowed slightly. Si Yuandao was already feeling dizzy from tonight's series of surprises. What kind of situation is this? The eldest daughter, already married, almost committed an improper act with the emperor. The younger daughter, still in her room, was in the emperor's sleeping quarters, sharing intimacy with a small palace guard. Xian Yuanming scolded. "How bold of you! How dare you tarnish the lady of the palace in my sleeping quarters? What crime do you deserve? I must let everyone in the world see your true face." Hearing this, Su Wanning immediately snapped back to her senses. "Your Majesty, this must not happen. If people find out about Mingyue's disgrace at the palace banquet, how can she continue to live with dignity? Si Yuandao hurriedly agreed. Yes, your majesty, think carefully. Since it has already happened, I suggest we let the young lady marry this palace guard. Su Wanning was shocked. Father, what are you saying? Mingyue can't just marry anyone. Si Yuandao lowered his voice. Do you want her to marry someone, only to find out later that she's no longer and is mistreated by her in-laws? No one can endure such humiliation. Su Wanning wanted to say, yes, Mo Xianyuan is exactly that, but she dared not speak openly in front of the young emperor. She could only swallow her anger. Having achieved her goal, Xian Yuanming winked at Si Zhaozhao and pretended to be serious.
Fine.
I decree this marriage. Palace Guard Chong, are you willing to marry the second miss of the Shangshu family? Chongyu looked at Mingyue's sleeping face, his handsome face suddenly becoming firm. I thank your majesty for your kindness. Xian Yuanming was very pleased. Let bygones be bygones. The matter is settled. The Shangshu is truly a loyal minister of mine. As for why the second miss has aphrodisiacs, I will not pursue it. Su Wanning and Si Yuandao both knelt to thank the emperor, their eyes meeting in surprise. This marriage is already decided. The emperor's words are basically telling them that if they dare to oppose it, they will be held responsible for cold fragrance. At that time, the Supreme Emperor won't step in to save someone who is less capable than Si Zhaozhao. What surprised them most was that the young emperor had such clever plans, turning a hopeless situation into a perfect opportunity. Just now, in the chaos, Si Zhaozhao quietly held the necklace hidden among the clothes. Lin Fanhua saw this and silently blocked their view. While Si Mingyue was still unconscious, Si Yuandao and Su Wanning carried her onto the carriage. Si Zhaozhao told her mother, I've got the thing. You don't need to take risks anymore. Remember to wear the sachet I embroidered for you. It will keep you safe. Lin Fanhua nodded and patted her hand. It's in my. As long as you're safe, I don't consider it risking. I just wish I could help more. As long as you're healthy, that's the biggest help you can give me, her mother replied. They talked heart to heart for a while before Lin Fanhua reluctantly got on the carriage. That night, Lin Fanhua observed her performance carefully. She was glad she could handle things on her own, but she also felt sad about how much she had to suffer to become this strong. She took out the sachet from her, showing a look of relief. For the first time, Si Yuandao saw it and asked, Who gave you this? Coming back to herself, Lin Fanhua calmly put the sachet back into her. Si Zhaozhao embroidered to herself. Humph, your daughter really treats you well, Si Yuandao said, feeling a bit jealous. During her mother's 20 years of madness, he hadn't been too bad to her. Why hadn't she ever given him anything to show her gratitude? Si Yuandao felt both sour and angry. What a selfish person. Nearby, Su Wanning's eyes widened. That was a rare treasure from the best fabric shop in the capital. She was unwilling. Why should her daughter marry a mere guard who is nothing? And Si Zhaozhao, that little brat, had been carefully raised to be a fool, yet she suddenly attached herself to the emperor's power, making the mighty war god forget past grudges and support her, even treating her so well. After putting away the sachet, her gaze shifted to see Yuandao's angry face, her narrow eyes slightly squinting. No, she couldn't just accept this fate. Once, she could secretly withhold things that Si Zhaozhao sent to her father, stir up trouble, and unknowingly completely turn their father-daughter relationship against each other. Provoking someone from outside the family, wouldn't that be easier? Xu Wanming's lips curled slightly, and she calmly helped Mingyue cover her with a blanket. After a restless night, the sky gradually brightened with the first light. Si Zhaozhao finally returned to the mansion and could rest properly. But before reaching Yuehua Pavilion, she noticed something unusual about the palace guards. Something serious was happening. She casually grabbed a guard and asked. The guard said, the prisoner in the dungeon has died, and one is missing. The prince is sending people everywhere to look for them. Si Zhaozhao let go, and the guard hurried off to search. Inside the dungeon, Rongsheng and Mo Xianyuan stood at the door of the cell. It's such a pity. We were so close to catching the big fish behind Miss Song. Do you want me to call back Yi Zhu and Yi Qing? No need. Keep watching. Just then, Yi Qing hurried back, saying, Something's wrong, Prince. Huigu is fake, and Mo Xianyuan's expression changed. Tell me more. Yi Qing paused and said urgently, I was following the prince's orders to watch the new residence, but I saw Huigu. Since she appeared here, that means the one in the countryside is fake. After finding the disguise potion, Mo Xianyuan wasn't too surprised by this news. Prince, it seems our people have been exposed. Should we continue with the original plan? Rong Sheng asked. Mo Xianyuan was about to speak when he saw Si Zhaozhao come in. He changed the subject. I heard you made quite a splash in the palace. Many people now see you in a new light. Si Zhaozhao didn't hide it. What happened? The prince has secret guards. Isn't that clear? You deliberately caused these marks. Didn't you think I would get into trouble because of them? Rong Sheng, Yi Qing, and Yi Zhu were all inexperienced. They had only peeked at the storybook out of curiosity before. Now, seeing it firsthand on the princess, they felt even more surprised and embarrassed. Look again. I will gouge out your eyes, the man said coldly, frightening the three into immediately lowering their heads and looking at the ground. Si Zhaozhao's gaze shifted to the bloodstains on the ground and the body lying there. Is he the dead prisoner? Did Song Chaoshue escape? Mo Xianyuan did not deny it. Master Zhaozhao wondered, did you make such a big fuss just to find her, or to find the traitor? Hearing this, Rong Sheng and the others were stunned and didn't respond immediately. What traitor? The one who helped her escape. Don't you plan to use this chance to clean out the palace? Mo Xianyuan's eyes flashed. After meeting Rong Sheng and the others' gazes, the three of them exclaimed in unison, The princess is amazing. They had only been thinking about the person behind Song Chaoshue, never considering that there might already be an insider in the palace. Otherwise, how could she have escaped so smoothly? Or, if she was in the prison and rescued by someone behind the scenes, how did she contact them in advance? The three of them stepped back one after another. Mo Xianyuan suddenly turned around, lowering his eyebrows and eyes, pushing her against the wall, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. The princess always manages to surprise me. He was too close, and his breath was too hot. Zhaozhao turned her head uncomfortably. Are you hurt? She looked up, raising her eyebrows slightly. Are you asking about those people? Mo Xianyuan took her hand and placed it in his palm, examining it carefully before speaking. People can get hurt when they fight. You're impatient and don't use your strength properly. If you push harder, you'll bleed. Her tender palm made his heart flutter. The feeling of touching her belly that night still lingered. Thinking about it a little made his mind restless. Before he could dwell on it further, Zhaozhao pulled her hand away. It's not that I can't. Anyone who dares to provoke me has to do it themselves to feel better. Like that time you fainted me just to kick me a few times, the man said sharply. Zhaozhao was stunned. You didn't faint. I did, but only just before I lost consciousness. I felt it just in time. I didn't expect you to have that kind of courage, to drug me just to kick me back. After all the chaos that followed, he had forgotten about this incident. If she didn't bring it up now, he wouldn't remember. He felt a little disappointed. Initially, he thought she had given him the drug to get close to him. Now it seemed she just wanted to vent her anger and deliberately torment him. Zhaozhao lowered her eyes slightly, her expression unclear. The prince's kick was the harshest, making me cough up blood. Mo Xianyuan's face changed color. Did you blood back then? Why didn't you tell me? Prince, digging up old issues is pointless. With our past relationship, what does it matter if I told you? Because you can't see people clearly, I suffered so much and you wouldn't care. You only care about your dignity and your goals. Otherwise, you wouldn't have refused even a chance to explain. Luckily, I still have some use for you. Or I might have already become a restless spirit in the water. Si Zhaozhao looked dazed, as if she saw the fierce face of the original owner struggling in the water and dying. Are you very angry with me? Is your hatred for me as strong as your hatred for Song Chaoshue? During these days, you resist me because you hate me. Even if you're pretending, you don't want to be close. The man spoke softly, bringing her back to her senses. Although she wanted to admit it, She couldn't bring herself to ruin her hard-earned, stable life. At least, before the divorce, she couldn't. So she smiled lightly and said, "I told you, those are old issues. Prince has now changed and reformed. Song Chao Shui has been expelled from the house and can no longer hurt me. I see your sincerity. As for resisting, you need to give me some time to get used to being with you." Mo Xian Yuan's expression softened a little, but he couldn't see her face clearly. He reached out and lifted her chin. Like making a promise, he said seriously, "The suffering you've endured, I will make up for it in the future." Si Zhaozhao smiled. "It's just some material things. What good are such compensations?" She couldn't forget how harsh that kick was, just as she couldn't forget the pain she endured or develop feelings for him. So she casually replied, "Then I will wait and see how you compensate me, Prince." At this moment, Si Zhaozhao didn't know that the compensation he mentioned was very different from what she imagined. It was not at all the same thing. Every time she thought about it, she was shocked and heartbroken, even feeling that he was crazy. After sending her to Yuehua Pavilion, Mo Xian Yuan left. Si Zhaozhao couldn't hold back her sleepiness. She couldn't wait to see her children. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep. At the same time, the necklace and jade in her arms flashed. In her dreams, she entered the same dreamland as before, but the scene before her was no longer the same as in her past life. This is the night 3 years ago that brought her endless suffering, experienced through this body. She carefully knocked on the door, wanting to thank her savior and also ask him to take her back to the capital. But she waited outside for a long time, with no response. Unable to hold back, she pushed the door open. The room was silent, so quiet that she could hear a pin drop. She tiptoed inside, but saw no one on the bed. "Is the young master not here?" she muttered, turning to leave and look around outside. But as she turned, the man's fierce, beast-like eyes instantly swallowed her consciousness. When she woke up again, she saw her clothes in disarray and knew she had been violated. The timid girl was too scared to speak out. She was in a hurry to return to the capital, so she didn't dare to let the young master take responsibility. She hurriedly ran away from the inn. The scene shifted. She vaguely heard the crying of a baby, a sound that was clear and continuous. In her dream, she had excellent hearing. She could tell it was the crying of 2 children. But didn't the original owner only have 1 daughter, Man? Just as she wanted to look more closely, the distant sound of a child's whimper pulled her out of the dream. Wah, wah, wah. Xiao Zhaozhao suddenly opened her eyes, feeling the dampness in her arms. She was shocked and pale.
Tingyu?
"What's wrong?" Mo Tingyu shook his head, his face flushed with tears. I'm sorry. Last night I dreamed that my mother hurt the fairy. Actually, he dreamed about himself as a baby, lying beside the fairy when he was born. He was a small child, held by his clean-clothed mother, but she left the fairy and the frightening bloodstains behind, along with the blood-soaked Qiao Man, and took him away from the small wooden house. At only 3 years old, his mind was still young, and even with these complex scenes in his dreams, he couldn't fully explain them. Seeing him cry silently, her heart felt like it was being fried in hot oil, painful and unbearable. Could it be that because this body had a child, she couldn't bear to see children cry? She gently stroked his head and said softly, "Good boy, I told you, grown-up matters are none of your business." Tingyu's eyes welled up. "Fairy mother, will I ever see my mother again? According to what they said, my mother made a mistake and was taken away by my father, but she escaped last night. Does that mean she doesn't want me anymore?" Si Zhaozhao was stunned. The child behaved so maturely that she almost forgot he was just a little kid. He needs love and care, which is the age to cling to parents. Looking into Mo Tingyu's clear, bright eyes, she didn't know how to answer. Mo Tingyu wiped his tears with his sleeve and bit his lip, saying, "Fairy mother, can you take me in? I'm not staying because I want to. I'm afraid my mother might come back someday and not find me. Don't worry, when I grow up I will repay you," she sighed. "Since you call me mother, I am your mother. Besides, this is your home." Mo Tingyu nodded. The big and small children each had their own thoughts, and they hugged tightly. At this moment, Ling'an, who had just woken up and was searching the yard for Mo Tingyu, saw this scene and was surprised. Princess, you're back? I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare food quickly. Behind her, Man, like a butterfly dancing gracefully, ran happily toward her. Leaning on the edge of the bed, she said softly, Mother Man waited for you all night, and didn't see you come back. As she spoke, she seemed to find something interesting and giggled. Brother Tingyu is crying, so shy. Mo Tingyu's face turned red, and he pressed his lips, saying, You saw it wrong, I didn't cry.
Si Manman snorted.
Outside, Ling'an returned again. Princess, someone from the old Marquis's house came. They said they want to invite Dr. Xiao to treat the old Marquis, but Dr. Xiao has disappeared and can't be found. The steward and others aren't here either. Madam asked me to come ask if you can go and try. Si Zhao's eyes lit up. This was just the opportunity she needed. Isn't this a good chance to go to the Northern Martial King's residence? If luck is on her side, she might even find clues about the Jade Soldier Talisman. If not, it's okay. The old Marquis's illness won't be cured overnight. As long as she has this reason, she can't be stopped from searching for clues. Ling'an had been with her for over a month. Seeing her eager expression, she felt uneasy. Princess, you really want to go? Although the minister's wife was cured by you, this time is different. That's the old Marquis. Rumor has it he has a bad temper. If something goes wrong and you get hurt again, I won't be able to explain to the Marquis. Man blinked and asked Mother, Where are you going again? Si Zhao gently patted her head, then turned to Ling'an and said, You all go ahead and have breakfast. We shouldn't keep the people from the Northern Prince's mansion waiting. I'll go first. When the prince returns, just tell him the truth. Ling'an sighed helplessly. My lady, you're leaving me behind again. Before she could finish, Si Zhao had already stood up and hurried away. At the gate of the mansion, a servant and a carriage from the Northern Prince's mansion were waiting, along with Madame Mo. Si Zhao bowed slightly, and Madame Mo helped her up, patting her hand. Good child, go early and come back soon. She stepped into the carriage and slowly departed. Maid Dongshuang couldn't help but say, Madam, if the prince finds out that it was you who arranged for the princess to go to the Northern Prince's mansion, aren't you afraid he'll blame you? When did I set her up?
Madame Montag replied calmly.
Didn't her own maid overhear something and report it to her? She went there of her own will. Madame Mo pressed her chest, which ached from coughing, her lips pale. Besides, even if Yuan says he doesn't blame me, do you really think he means it? My illness. Cough. Who knows how long I can last? I can't just let such a scheming woman marry my son. Meanwhile, Si Zhao was almost at the Northern Prince's mansion. The Northern Prince's mansion was even grander than the regent's mansion, though its furnishings were simple and elegant. It didn't flaunt wealth like her foolish father, who wanted even the floors gilded. A polite servant led her into the main hall and invited her to sit. While waiting, she quietly opened her spiritual sense to check that everything was in order, then relaxed. A deep voice came from the doorway. Are you Dr. Xiao? Si Zhao looked up, slightly puzzled. Just then, the servant who had brought her in rushed forward. Steward Zhu, this is the princess from the regent's mansion. Madam said the princess is skilled in medicine. Since Dr. Xiao isn't here yet, I took the liberty of inviting her. Steward Zhu studied Si Zhao and frowned. Princess, do you really know medicine? Si Zhao answered calmly, You can let me try. No matter what illness the old prince had, even if she couldn't cure it completely, she could at least ease his pain. After all, treating the illness wasn't her main goal. Being able to enter the Northern Prince's mansion openly was what truly mattered. All right, princess, come with a servant. The two of them walked through a long corridor, winding around many turns until they reached the old lord's bedroom. Perhaps due to long illness, as soon as she pushed open the door, Si Zhao felt overwhelmed by the strong medicinal smell and found it hard to keep her eyes open. The room was dim, and she couldn't see anyone inside. Manager Zhu whispered, Princess, if you leave now, it's still not too late. Before she could speak, a loud rolling sound came from inside. Mo Yongchang, with messy hair, sat in a wheelchair, his rugged features and a thick chin beard adding to his intimidating presence. It seems I, as the father, am not worthy of having Dr. Xiao come to treat him. Instead, I send a woman to handle it. After saying this, his eyes sharpened as he looked at Manager Zhu. Things didn't go well. Step back and accept your punishment. Manager Zhu broke out in cold sweat, dared not argue, and bowed as he retreated. Mo Yongchong raised his hand, silently turning his wheelchair around and facing away. Si Zhaozhao looked at the door behind her, suddenly understanding his subtle meaning, and she closed the door. Apart from the faint light coming through the tightly shut window, the room looked especially gloomy. It is said that a patient's environment reflects their mind very closely. It seems that this old lord, fallen ill, no longer has the same vigor he had when he was on the battlefield. As she followed him inside, Si Zhaozhao wrinkled her nose. The scent of incense. She seemed to have smelled it somewhere before. Did Jinhua ask you to come here? Mo Yongchong snorted. You don't even know your own mother-in-law's name? It seems you don't get along well. Si Zhaozhao was speechless. Mo Yongchong let out a heavy, murky breath. Is she still in good health? Si Zhaozhao thought for a moment and replied cautiously, she's fine. Mother-in-law stays in the West Chamber and doesn't move around much. Mo Yongchong, with a quick temper and straightforward personality, was quite irritable. I heard Dr. Xiao is very skilled at healing. When my old illness flared up, the people around me took the initiative to ask him to come. From what you say, her condition hasn't worsened, but there's no improvement either. It's probably not a good doctor, just that young man. Because of a piece of dry food and a few sips of water, people believe in him, but they don't understand that a person's conscience can be greatly affected by power and status. At this moment, Si Zhaozhao withdrew her first impression. The old lord was no less capable than before. It was clearly this illness that made him see things more clearly. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Mo Yongchong knocked the teacup off the table onto the ground. He was sitting in a wheelchair, foaming at the mouth, with his hands and feet twitching uncontrollably. At this moment, Si Zhaozhao finally remembered the smell of the incense, which was exactly the same as the grass she played with in her previous life. The grass, called candlegrass, grows in the desert. It is very hardy. After it blooms, it releases a toxic gas that smells like flowers. Other people can smell it briefly and just need to go outside to get fresh air to detoxify. But if someone is exposed to it for a long time, the poison can enter the lungs and cause health problems inside the body. There was no time to lose. She quickly hit Old Prince with a palm strike to knock him out. She was about to use her spiritual power to take out the bug, but suddenly, someone kicked the door open. Many unfamiliar faces stood outside the door. A man who looked like Old Prince rushed into the room, his face changing dramatically. Brother! Si Zhaozhao went over, just about to explain, when suddenly a fierce palm wind struck her. She instinctively dodged. The woman staggered a few steps, then steadied herself. She was supported by her maid and angrily pointed at Si Zhaozhao, scolding, "Shameless woman. In broad daylight, you're openly with your husband, ruining our family's reputation." Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. "Who are you calling shameless?" The woman sneered. "Obviously, I'm talking about you." "Oh, so you're calling me shameless. It's good that you can recognize your own shame. Looks like you're not as stupid as I thought." After a few exchanges, the woman suddenly turned aggressive and raised her hand to slap. The man who had rushed in earlier shouted loudly, "Enough. Don't embarrass yourself here." He stepped forward, his face grim as he looked at Si Zhaozhao. "What exactly did you do to my older brother? Even when his old illness flares up badly, he's never fainted before." The group of people looked at her with suspicion and ill intent, blocking her at the door. It was clear they didn't want her to help the king of North Wu. At this moment, Steward Zhu hurried over, panting heavily. "Second young master, this is the wife of the regent's palace. She was specially invited today to examine the prince." He then politely introduced Si Zhaozhao. "Madam, this is the younger brother of Old Prince, who is also the prince's uncle. You can just call him uncle when you're with the prince."
Si Cao Cao chuckled.
"So, the two of you are uncle and aunt. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. Uncle kicking down the door, aunt talking nonsense. Your clear division of roles makes it seem like you don't want my father-in-law to get better. Chi Kang's expression changed suddenly. The woman beside him was his wife. She had long been known for her foolishness. Lu Yu looked at her with disdain and said, Manager Zhu, do you want to listen to what you're saying? It's hilarious. Can a woman really practice medicine? Isn't there a doctor in the northern border? Annie, you look down on women. And what about you? Are you just a pretty face? Are you really a man inside? Does your uncle have such an open-minded hobby? Si Zhaozhao pretended to be surprised. When it came to talking skills, Si Zhaozhao had no equal since her rebirth. Even the eloquent Su Wanning was almost driven mad by her sharp words. Moreover, Lu Yu was a woman with no knowledge. Usually, Chi Kang was too lazy to argue with her. Their two sons had their own ideas and wouldn't fight over benefits with her. She lived a smooth life at home, relying on her status as Mo's wife. Outside, she often acted arrogantly toward those who were beneath her. Now, she faced Si Zhaozhao, who was tough and unyielding. She couldn't hold back anymore and decided to use her usual trick, throwing a tantrum. She grabbed Si Zhaozhao's arm and wouldn't let go, her slender fingernails painted with coal digging in deeply. Lu Yu covered her face and stepped back. You're out of line. I am your aunt. How dare you hit a senior? Aren't you afraid everyone in the capital will know you're a shameless woman who seduces her father-in-law? Go ahead then. Si Zhaozhao glanced at the bleeding wound on her arm and sneered. Even Mo Xianyuan, with your foul mouth, I would still hit without hesitation. I call you aunt because I respect you as the prince's elder. I am the wife of the northern martial king, also the current regent's consort, a first-rank noble lady, and the legitimate daughter of the Shangshu family. If you insult or hit me, the consequence will be your entire family being exiled, imprisoned, or executed. I'm not afraid of that. Lu Yu's face turned pale. For the sake of her pride, she held her head high and said, Stop scaring me. Do you think I don't know you're not favored in the Shangshu household? My cousin treats you well because of the children. Si Zhaozhao didn't want to argue further. She turned to go back inside. Chi Kang said, Wait, you haven't answered my question. Si Zhaozhao didn't look back and said, Manager Zhu, I leave this to you. The prince is in danger. Lu Yu reached out to pull her back, but was blocked by Zhu, a stout man, standing in her way. Lu Yu was anxious and shouted, Manager Zhu, she's just an outsider. Are you planning to betray us? At this moment, Manager Zhu saw through their thoughts and said calmly, Madam Second, your words are too harsh. I am only following orders. Old Master has already approved the princess to seek treatment. She's known as a fool in the capital. She doesn't know any medical skills at all. Lu Yu cursed angrily. Chi Kang's face darkened. Si Zhaozhao had already sent the poison insect into Lord Beiwu's body, absorbing the remaining toxins. Once the insect was called out, the poison would be gone. This method was only possible thanks to Mo Xianyuan acting as a target. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known there was such a quick way to cure the poison with insect magic. After some time, the people outside couldn't wait any longer. They kept trying to break in, but Manager Zhu blocked the way like a wall. No matter how Lu Yu tried to force her way in, Manager Zhu was quick to stop her. Si Zhaozhao withdrew the full insect, as she hadn't eaten anything earlier and had exhausted her energy. She felt a bit dizzy. She reached out to pour a cup of hot tea, but accidentally knocked over the cup. The tea spilled on the ground, and the people outside looked shocked. Keep walking, and if something happens to Old Master, where will we have a place to argue? At this moment, no one cared about Lu Yu's foul words. They all rushed into the room. Seeing that Old Master hadn't woken up, Manager Zhu's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. Princess, Old Master. Si Zhaozhao's lips turned pale. Before she could speak, Lu Yu pushed her aside suddenly, causing her to hit her back hard against the sharp corner of the table, making her sweat cold on her forehead. Oh my God! Si Zhaozhao, are you shameless? How dare you do such a despicable thing to your father-in-law? Because she needed to enter the poison, she had to first remove Old Master's clothes to expose his belly. Lu Yu finally found a reason to shout loudly. Si Zhao Zhao coldly scolded her. Lu Yu looked proud and wanted to continue shouting, but suddenly her eyes were fixed by a wild wolf eager to bite and drink blood, making her shiver all over. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Looking away, Si Zhao Zhao had already shifted her gaze. I have temporarily alleviated my father-in-law's old illness. He should not smell these incense in the future. The doors and windows must be opened wide at noon when the sun is the hottest, and the meal should be light. Lu Yu and Mo Qi-kong looked at each other in surprise. Steward Zhu wiped his tears and froze for a moment. Does your highness mean that the old prince's illness can still be cured? Not only could it be cured, but it could be completely healed. However, Si Zhao Zhao couldn't say that aloud. She still needed an excuse to visit often. So she said, at least half a month, at most a little over a month. If she couldn't find another way by then, she would have to think of something else to fool the emperor. That's wonderful. Steward Zhu broke into a smile, his attitude even more respectful. Just then, Si Zhao Zhao's stomach growled. Steward Zhu asked, Has your highness not had breakfast yet? She didn't pretend otherwise. No, I came in a hurry and haven't eaten. After tidying the old prince's clothes and covering him with a blanket, Steward Zhu led Si Zhao Zhao to the front hall for breakfast. Only Mo Qi-kong and his wife Lu Yu remained in the room. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu glanced at her husband's dark expression. Her round eyes darted about and she whispered, I didn't expect that foolish girl to actually find the problem with the incense. My lord, no one's around now. This is a rare chance. If Mo Yongchang died, they could blame it on that foolish girl's poor treatment. Mo Qi-kong stared at the man in the wheelchair and slowly raised his hand. Just then, a guard's voice came from the doorway. Her Highness said that the Northern Prince needs rest. The two of you may leave. Lu Yu clenched her teeth. These people were still haunting the residence. Although Mo Xianyuan no longer lived here, before moving to his new home, he had left some guards behind to protect the place. Because of that, all these years, no one had been able to harm the crippled Mo Yongchang. They had plotted for years, but the most they could do was use petty tricks to make him suffer daily. As for waiting for his death, it might still take a long time. Si Zhao Zhao took small sips of the fragrant rice porridge, her mind piecing together every path she had walked into a half-finished picture. Where could the jade military token be hidden? What a country girl. It's just a bowl of porridge with sesame, and she's drinking it as if it were a royal feast. Mo Bingshang, dressed in purple, leaned against the door with folded arms. Si Zhao Zhao swallowed her mouthful of porridge and said calmly, Have you finished your punishment? Mo Bingshang's face turned red, then pale. If not for her, how could she have been punished with 30 lashes by her grandfather? Just thinking about how her grandfather and cousin had scolded her in front of everyone made her furious. She was eager to personally strangle Si Zhao Zhao. Don't think I won't expose your dirty secrets. If the people find out, they won't need me to say anything. They'll stand up for my cousin. By then, it won't just be about stripping you and dunking you in a pig cage, but about punishing you severely. What pig cage? Lu Yu's voice sounded behind her. Mo Bingchang's face changed. Mother, I can't stand her ignorant attitude. She's not worthy to be my sister-in-law. Lu Yu covered her face and said sarcastically, You dare to say that? She's the legitimate daughter of the Shangshu family, backed by 2 princes, her husband and her father-in-law. Even I, as an elder, say hit her if needed. Even if your cousin is here, we would still hit her. Be careful not to anger her, or you'll get hit too. Mo Bingchang was already angry with her, and hearing this, her temper flared even more. She walked straight over, snatched the bowl from her hand, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Si Zhao Zhao, how dare you hit my mother and try to hit my cousin? Who do you think you are? During the 3 years you were missing, how many people did you get involved with? You know it yourself. Your father doesn't see you as his daughter at all. You, a disgraceful girl. And yet you shamelessly use your status as a legitimate daughter to bully others. How low can you get? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. 3 years missing? Could it be that the child isn't your cousin's? Mo Bingchang didn't explain. That was just her own guess. She hadn't spoken carelessly. Humph, your father is afraid of being betrayed, so he lied and kept the secret. Do you think no one has noticed? If it weren't for my cousin protecting you, you'd have been drowned in spit long ago. She looked her up and down. Look at the clothes you're wearing, so shabby. Last time, your cousin spent a lot of money to buy you the nine-tailed fox fairy dress from the Moonlight Tower. You didn't want to wear it? TSK, just one expensive outfit, of course you should keep it safe. Calling you a country girl, was that wrong? Your cousin acts kindly in front of you because he's worried about his image as a war god. But behind the scenes, everyone knows you're no better than your illegitimate sister. You're not even a proper young lady. You can't even eat a bowl of broken porridge without disgust, yet you drink it happily. Although Lu Yu was Mo Bingchang's biological mother, she secretly hoped they would fight. Mo Bingchang was very favored by that person and was the only young woman allowed to enter and leave the governor's residence. Besides her, only Mo Xianyuan and Mo Yongchang had the right to go, but they were never allowed to stay there. Si Zhaozhao slowly picked up the broken pieces and placed them on the table. If your older cousin hears what you just said, he would be eager to rush over and wake you up with a sword. The northern border is tense, the imperial court is in turmoil, and all countries are watching closely. As the war goddess's wife, the money I save will go to the soldier supplies. Yet, you only stay in this courtyard, talking useless words and doing pointless things. Mo Bingchang found it amusing. You probably don't know how to argue back. Whether there's a war or not, what does it have to do with your poor life? Your food and clothing come from the royal salary and taxes paid by the common people. As someone in a high position, you must take responsibility. That bowl of plain porridge you look down on is actually a life-saving medicine for refugees who have lost everything because of war. You say I'm poor, but I just can't stand you wasting this bowl of porridge. Do you dare say you've never eaten porridge? Are you perhaps a beast, just like you call others? Well said. Suddenly, Mo Yongchang's voice came from the door. Lu Yu panicked and quickly made way. Manager Zhu pushed Mo Yongchang inside, and the two women, who had been furious moments before, suddenly calmed down. Looks like your situation is better than I thought. No wonder you're known as the Northern Martial King, who once made enemies tremble. Si Zhaozhao sincerely admired Mo Yongchang. This admiration knew no borders. I didn't expect you to have some skill, Mo Yongchang said. Then his eyes sharpened. Manager Zhu, how should this punishment be carried out? Do you remember what I said? Manager Zhu looked at the leftover porridge on the ground and lowered his head. Pick up the porridge and make the third young lady drink it as a warning. Lu Yu was shocked. This can't be right, big brother. If the old master finds out, it might bring trouble to you. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Mo Yongchang said sharply. Si Zhaozhao watched Mo Bingchang angrily, but unable to speak, and couldn't help but think of what Lingen had said. Now that she had interacted more, it seemed those rumors were just her own mistakes. After being scolded by the Northern Martial King, she was dissatisfied and spread them herself. Mo Yongchang said, "Did you hear that? Ice clothing, don't think that moving to the governor's mansion means I will tolerate you breaking family rules. Today, even if you are your father and mother's daughter, you must finish every drop of porridge on the ground." Mo Bing clothing glares angrily. She is furious again because Si Zhaozhao was humiliated. She remembers this grudge. After saying goodbye to old Marquis, Si Zhaozhao is sent away by Steward Zhu. Lu Yu quickly orders the maids to bring water. Mo Bing clothing rinses her mouth until her lips go numb, but she still feels angry and can't calm down. Big uncle, you only just met her once, so why are you helping her? You often boast about being fair, but you favor an outsider like this. Isn't that hypocritical? Lu Yu pulls at her sleeve to stop her from talking. Mo Bing clothing ignores her and stares directly at Mo Yongchang. Am I helping her? No, you broke family rules yourself, giving others a chance to vent their anger. Bing clothing, you are spoiled and don't reflect on your mistakes. If you don't correct your ways soon, you'll cause big trouble. In the future, stay away from the governor's mansion and don't make friends with those unreliable people outside. Mo Bing clothing, angry, speaks without thinking. Big uncle, your indirect words are just trying to make me stay away from Sister Chao Shui. But her father is the hero who saved you. Why do you hold a grudge against her? I wanted to bring her here before, but you wouldn't let me. Then you called that wicked woman in. Animal, wicked woman. Such coarse words. Are these things you learned at the governor's mansion school? Mo Yongchang's expression remains calm, but his voice is steady, giving off an invisible pressure. Mo Bing clothing stares into those calm, untroubled eyes, feeling cold all over. She unconsciously lowers her stance. I just can't understand your attitude toward Sister Chao Shui. Why is there such a big difference between her and that person at the last palace banquet? Wasn't her causing trouble enough? Do you think a few words from you can hide the truth? Your cousin and I saw through her long ago, which is why we expelled her from the house. Huh, her father's achievements have all been wasted by her. Such a malicious girl. The farther you stay away from her, the better. Hearing this, Mo Bing clothing feels like she's fallen into an icy cellar. Sister Chao Shui was expelled? I didn't even know. She turns to leave, but Mo Yongchang raises his hand, and Steward Zhu quickly stops her. Big uncle, it was me who encouraged her last time. It has nothing to do with her. I want to go find my cousin and plead. Mo Yongchang's face remained calm. Lu Yu, didn't you go to Bodhi Temple to pray and burn incense a few days ago? Go back and advise Bing Shang to copy scriptures and find peace. Lu Yu dared not refuse. On the way back to the regent's palace, Si Zhaozhao met someone she didn't want to see. Young Master Qi, can't you understand what I'm saying? Your closeness will only bring me unnecessary trouble. Qi Yunzheng is a straightforward person when it comes to love. He said, I used to think that way, but I found out that Mo Xianyuan has no real feelings for you. I can't bear to see you in danger. Si Zhaozhao felt a headache. Why can't this person understand? Cici, I guessed why you said those things to me. It's because you don't want to drag me into trouble, right? Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. I'm not the Cici you mentioned. That Cici is gone. She tried to leave, but he grabbed her sleeve. Her sachet accidentally fell out. Si Zhaozhao's expression changed. Where did you get the sachet? Qi Yunzheng hurriedly explained. It's made by someone I asked after I saw your little maid last time. His expression was dull, like a discarded puppy. Thinking of you, because you're married. I can't help but miss you. I used this to ease my longing. Si Zhaozhao slightly relaxed. The sachet she made for her mother was not just a decoration. It contained various herbs, poisons, and insect eggs. If her mother was in danger, she could sense it quickly. Although this method drained her mental strength over time, having that necklace helped reduce the side effects. Cici, you married him for a reason, didn't you? You want to find the legendary jade soldier talisman? Qi Yunjing's words made Si Zhaozhao's face change suddenly. She hurriedly pulled him and quickly moved into the busy crowd. Two dark figures flashed behind them. Where did they go? Have we been discovered? Quick, report to the prince. Shopkeeper, a bowl of noodles. After a long morning of hunger, Si Zhaozhao's stomach had not been filled. Qi Yunzheng was delighted that she was willing to sit and eat with him. Fortunately, no one on this street recognized Si Zhaozhao as the war god princess. When her food arrived, she quickly ate a few bites and whispered, What exactly are you trying to do? Do you realize that what you just said could get you killed? One day in the Imperial Garden, I overheard something and guessed to myself. It seems I was right. When Qi Yunzheng said this, a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. His gentle, pure appearance felt a bit out of place with his words. Seeing that Si Zhaozhao didn't immediately deny it, Qi Yunzheng continued, My grandfather is the Grand Tutor. He often visits the palace and has many connections. I am willing to help you find that thing. Realizing the situation, Si Zhaozhao directly refused. I never said I was looking for anything. You misunderstood. Qi Yunzheng was not discouraged. All right, I will look for it secretly. As soon as I find out anything, I will find a way to tell you. There's no need, she started to say. Before she finished, a white horse suddenly galloped onto the street, almost knocking over the shop nearby. Behind it, many servants followed, carrying several boxes, heading toward the east side of the city. Did you hear? The emperor has betrothed the second young lady of the Shangshu family to a guard. That person on the white horse. Could he be the groom? Probably going to propose marriage. Si Zhaozhao's eyes flickered slightly. The young emperor works very quickly. Meanwhile, the Shangshu family had already received news that Changyu was coming with dowry to propose. When Si Mingyue learned of this, she was so angry she knocked her hairpin and rouge box onto the ground. I won't marry. Su Wanning stepped over the mess, holding Si Mingyue, who was crying on the bed, with concern. Sniff sniff. Mother, I don't want to marry that servant. Why can Si Zhaozhao marry the war god? I am no worse than her. Why do I have to marry a lowly servant? Si Yuandao hurried over and, upon hearing this, frowned. What servant? He's an imperial guard. Su Wanning shed 2 tears. Isn't serving someone a servant? Father, Mingyue has always been respectful to you. Why are you so indifferent? The concubine was crying. Si Yuandao quickly went to hold her, comforting softly. Mingyue, this marriage was personally arranged by the emperor. Unless the emperor withdraws the order, your father can't refuse. Besides, this is your fault. Si Mingyue was not convinced. But originally it was. Seeing her, Su Wanning's face darkened, and she dared not speak further. Su Wanning wiped her tears. The wedding day hasn't come yet, so maybe there's still hope. Lord, you go to the main hall and wait. We can't let others think we are neglecting the emperor. Si Yuandao looked pleased. You understand the big picture. After he left, Si Mingyue leaned on Su Wanning and cried loudly. Mother, I rely on you for my happiness in the second half of my life. I would rather die than marry a servant. Su Wanning gently stroked her head. Our Mingyue is going to marry, and she will marry the most noble man in the capital. That Changyu, who dared to tarnish my daughter's innocence and wants to marry her, I will make him pay a heavy price. The Supreme Emperor, the person has been brought. Behind the screen, the Supreme Emperor waved his arm. They stepped out and closed the door. An old, stern voice slowly spoke. Do you know why I called you here? Pei Yi, wearing a cloak, hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. I do not understand. With such courage, you still want to compete with Si Zhaozhao for a man? I think you should give up early. Pei Yi clenched her fists in frustration. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes still a little scared but more determined than before. I have already given my heart to the war god. I never thought about fighting for anyone else. Your Majesty, I cannot obey your words. The Supreme Emperor sneered twice. Then he asked, You've heard sweet words many times. I just want to ask, do you not want to fight, or are you afraid to fight? Afraid you can't win her and will lose face? That you won't be able to lift your head among the noble ladies? Pei Yi's face turned red. How could I be afraid? Day and night, I think only of the war god. Even if I give everything I have to get even a glance from him, I would be happy. Good. I can give you this chance. Pei Yi looked confused. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. The Supreme Emperor spoke slowly. Will you become his concubine if I ask? Pei Yi was surprised. Is what I said true? But the war god has already clearly refused me. He said he would not take concubines in this life. The Supreme Emperor's voice was displeased. Are you questioning me? Or are you unwilling to be his concubine? My daughter is afraid that the god of war might refuse. There's no need for you to worry. I have a way to make him agree. Everything will follow my plan. You just need to prepare yourself as the bride and wait patiently for news. Fearing the Emperor Taishang might change his mind, Pei Yi repeatedly kowtowed. I thank the Emperor Taishang for his kindness. Your Majesty, the palace guard has already set out. They should be arriving at the Minister of Works residence soon, Wei Gonggong reported. Xian Yuanming was reviewing official documents and nodded in response. Thanks to the clever plan from the imperial aunt, he was able to completely get rid of the idea of the Minister of War trying to send someone into the harem. Not only that, but it also made Grandpa Emperor cautious, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Now, he had turned the situation from passive to active. The person who should be worried now is Grandpa Emperor. After Wei Gonggong left, the young who had previously gone with him to catch someone in the sleeping quarters hurried in. Your Majesty, I found out that Pei Sihai's daughter was secretly summoned to the Palace of Nourishing Heart by the Emperor Taishang not long ago. What? Xian Yuanming quickly sat up. Grandpa Emperor was acting so fast again. What should he do? No, he must go find Uncle Emperor and Aunt Emperor. The young saw him pulling out that commoner's clothing again and was greatly surprised. He quickly closed all the doors and windows. Turning around, he whispered, "Absolutely not, Your Majesty. There are many spies outside watching you. If you go out now, it will reveal that you know the Emperor Taishang's movements. Then even I might be at risk. From now on, it would be very difficult to gather information outside." Xian Yuanming had no choice but to put the clothes back and sit down heavily, sighing. "It seems I have to wait here again. Your Majesty, do not be discouraged. I am still here. Before the palace guard gets married, I will do my best to find out what the Emperor Taishang and Miss Pei are secretly planning. I'm glad I met you that day, Yiqing. Be careful on your next trip." The handsome face under the S hat turned slightly cold. He whispered, "It is my honor to serve the Emperor. I will go now." "Your Majesty, be careful too." After finishing the bowl of noodles, Si Zhaoxiao couldn't persuade Qi Yunjing anymore. She simply paid the bill and went straight back to the Regent Prince's residence. Qi Yunjing reluctantly followed her until she stepped through the gates of the residence. Then he turned away with a longing look. Rongsheng frowned and closed the door angrily. He couldn't help but chase after her and said, "Princess, you should stay away from young Master Qi in the future. If the prince finds out, you'll be the one suffering." Maybe because Qi Yunjing was bothering her too much, she felt uncomfortable and retorted, "If I stay pure, does that mean I have to live alone forever, unable to see anyone, and be confined to this courtyard?" Moreover, she wasn't the one who had to cling to Qi Yunjing. She actually preferred to stay away from him. Dealing with Imo Xianyuan was already enough trouble. Rongsheng was speechless. Qi Yunjing went to Jiaoyu Tower to pick out a few outfits, planning to send them to Cici when they met again. He thought Cici was pretending not to recognize him and even speaking harsh words because she didn't want to cause trouble for himself. But he couldn't bear to see Cici carry all this alone. Although he didn't understand what deal she had with the Emperor, he was sure she needed his help. When the young servant saw him return, he hurried forward. "Young master, where have you been? Why didn't you bring the little one along?" "Just wandering around." "Are my parents at the residence?" "Master and madam are looking for you." Halfway through, Qi Yuhong's deep voice came from behind. "Where did you go?" Huarong, who hadn't worn clothes from Jiaoyu Tower but had seen them before, looked surprised and asked, "Yunjing, what are you doing buying clothes for women? Could it be that you—" Qi Yuhong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, finally waking up? Tell me, which girl is it? Marriage is no joke. Bring her back sometime so we can check her out." Thinking of Cici, Qi Yunjing's handsome face turned slightly red. Huarong and Qi Yuhong looked at each other and smiled. This silly son was finally moving on and accepting a new girl. "Since she's your future wife, a few sets of clothes aren't enough. Mother will go to the storeroom later to find some jewelry for her to match. Let her see that we are open-minded parents, so she can feel at ease to come and visit," Huarong said with a smile. Qi Yunjing nodded. "Thank you, Mother. You will like her." Last time, he almost met her. He firmly believed that once his parents saw how good Cici was, they wouldn't mind her having children. Qi Yunjing put on his coat, carried a lantern, and quietly went to his grandfather's library. He remembered that his grandfather once said as a child that he was afraid of losing his memory when he grew old. Some secret palace stories had been written into books and stored in the library. Maybe there are records about the Jade Soldier Talisman there. He dared not light a lamp, so he could only use a faint glow to search through countless books for clues. He was rewarded when dawn broke and the rooster crowed. He finally found it. Inside the book was his grandfather's handwriting. This record, though only a few words, was enough to guide him to the location of the Jade Soldier Talisman. Someone had seen the Jade Soldier Talisman before, but that person mysteriously disappeared. "One day, I finally found that person. It turns out he was in." A drop of ink covered the rest of the words. It's unclear whether his grandfather did it on purpose or by accident. Qianjing thought for a moment. It seems he still needed to ask his grandfather for clarification. Outside the main hall, a young servant rubbed his eyes. "Hey, young master. Why are you coming from that side?" He nodded and hurried inside. The old tutor, just out of court, was still dressed in official robes, with a white beard and bright eyes. Seeing his disheveled appearance, he was surprised. "Yunjung, what happened? I've never seen you look so untidy." Chiyu Hong frowned. "Have you not even washed your face? That's not proper." Chiunjung looked at his grandfather. "I've been reading all night, and didn't have time to wash up. There are some things I want to ask my grandfather urgently. Could we go to the library together?" Huarong reminded him. "Yunjung, your grandfather hasn't had breakfast yet." Chiunjung looked guilty. "It's my fault. I'll wait until grandfather has eaten before discussing it." "Never mind." The old tutor waved his hand, smiling kindly at Chiunjung. "It's rare that you need my help." Chiunjung was happy and quickly led the way. The grandfather and grandson returned to the library. Seeing the mess inside, the old tutor was shocked. "Oh no, we've been robbed. Someone call help." Chiunjung hurried to explain. "Grandfather, these are things I messed up last night." He was so focused on finding clues that he hadn't had a chance to tidy up. Hearing this, the old tutor relaxed a little. There were some writings of his from earlier years inside. If they were stolen and used by others, it could bring disaster to their family. Once he believed that keeping it at home would prevent it from being discovered. But today, after such a shock, the old master decided to destroy it as soon as possible. "You have memorized the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, with a perfect memory and extraordinary understanding. What else could you need to ask about?" Chi Yunjing looked serious and said, "Grandfather recorded the whereabouts of the Jade War Talisman, but the last page was covered by a drop of ink. I don't know where the person who did that is now." The old master's calm face suddenly changed. "Why are you suddenly interested in this thing?" Chi Yunjing thought clearly and said, "Not long ago, I went to Wanbao Pavilion and a storyteller mentioned this item. I remembered what grandfather said a few days ago, that there might be a change inside the Xiantian realm. If we find it, it could be a strong shield for the northern border. I want to contribute to the northern border and help share some of grandfather's burden." The old master's expression softened. "That drop of ink was deliberately made by me because the person it's loyal to is not someone the Qi family can afford to offend. No, even the current emperor and the retired emperor respect him." Seeing his grandfather mention this person and his expression change, Qi Yunjung felt uneasy and said, "Grandfather, it's not convenient to talk about this. I won't ask further." "It's nothing that's inconvenient. You are my grandson and you're grown up now. These things will come to your attention sooner or later. It's good to know a little more." The old master carefully went to the door, dismissed all the servants, and then, after closing the door tightly, he spoke the person's name. "His follower is the former head of the 9 Gates and the adoptive father of the Northern Warrior King, Mo Gaoqi." Adoptive father? Qi Yunjun was slightly surprised, having never heard of this before. The old master nodded. "Yes. Not many people know about this. Those who do have mostly forgotten over the years, dust to dust, earth to earth. As for the rest, even I, your grandfather, dare not speak lightly. Although he has retired and no longer involves himself in worldly affairs, no one knows how many of his trusted aides who were expelled from the palace back then are still alive, or how many forces he has. He reached an agreement with the late emperor not to participate in any factions disputes. Otherwise, the death penalty would be invalid, and the emperor and the retired emperor would naturally avoid conflict with old Master Mo. Why did the late emperor grant him immunity? Were the expelled people not worried about rebellion? The old master sighed. That remains unknown. Having obtained the information he wanted, Qi Yunjung hurriedly left the residence. Breakfast is already on the table. Qi Yuhong couldn't help but ask, "Father, what is he asking you about?" The old lady chuckled happily. "Matters of the court. Your son is grown up now, still worried about the war between the 2 countries, and wants to help." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuhong was surprised. "The sun is rising from the west. Has he always been uninterested in politics?" The old lady casually replied. "As he gets older, he naturally understands what he should do." Huarong slightly frowned. A mother knows her child best. She felt that Yunjung was not truly worried about national affairs. He is very stubborn, and she has seen this all year. How can he suddenly change his mind? Who is the girl that changed him? Early in the morning, a secret letter from the palace arrived in Pei's hands. The road is paved. Now it depends on whether you dare to walk it. This is a one-way road, but the temptation is strong enough to make you take this brave step. At the same time, a letter was received at the regent's palace, West Wing. Madame Mo, Su Jinhua, read the letter and immediately burned it completely. She then ordered the kitchen to prepare soup for Mo Xianyuan. Someone had to do this secretly, and the person chosen was none other than the maid Dong Shuang. This time, she could no longer maintain her composure as a senior maid. She knelt on the ground in panic. "Madam, this method is absolutely not allowed. If the prince finds out, you will never be able to repair the mother-son relationship with him. Moreover, it would turn her own mother into an enemy." Su Jinhua clutched her chest and coughed, her eyes sharp. "With me protecting you, what are you afraid of?" Dong Shuang kowtowed 3 times loudly. "This servant's life has long belonged to the madam. If you want it, take it any time." "I can't bear to see you and the prince break apart." Su Jinhua slammed the table in anger. Her body shook from the excitement. Dong Shuang quickly got up and helped her sit down slowly. "Dong Shuang, my husband has become a useless man. Back then, out of mercy for Huayr, I hid his father and him, forcing Yuan to go to the battlefield. He already held resentment towards me. Later,
Cough.
Huayu, unhappy that his elder brother replaced him, secretly followed the army, tore open the grain bags, and replaced Yuan's food and water with mud and sand. Almost, Yuan would have lost his life at the hands of his own people, but how could I bear to see them fight each other? I begged for Huayr, saving his life. Over the years, Yuan's resentment towards me has probably turned into hatred. I never expected that Huayr, whom I protected so much, would still follow this old path." At this, Su Jinhua's eyes turned red, and she slammed her hand on the table. "It's all because of that daughter of the Sea family. If it weren't for her, Yuan would never have agreed with Huayr. I must pull her out of Yuan's heart, so I can have a chance to bring Huayr back to me and live a peaceful life." She tightly held Dong Shuang's hand. "So, you must do your best to handle this. No mistakes allowed." Dong Shuang was shocked. She didn't expect the prince and the lady to have such deep grudges. She looked at Su Jinhua with complicated feelings. She couldn't understand how a kind and loving lady like her could favor the second young master so much and be so cruel to the prince. But even if she couldn't accept it, the lady had helped her before. She was just a servant and couldn't stand up for the prince. Rong Sheng stepped forward. "My lord, have we found the person?" He silently watched the man's hurried figure walk away. Sigh. It seems the prince already knows about the affairs of Lord Qi and the princess. He should ask about it later. Mo Xianyuan's face looked grim. His mind was full of the letter from the secret guard. That Qi Yunjing took advantage of his absence to flirt with his people. He was simply reckless. He angrily headed toward Yuehua Pavilion. Dong Shuang hurried to catch up and said softly, "My lord, the lady is looking for you." She glanced at the courtyard inside Yuehua Pavilion. Mo Xianyuan clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and thought, never mind. He was feeling unsettled now. He'd wait a bit longer to avoid unnecessary conflict with her. "Yuan, today I don't want to talk about national affairs. Over the years, I have been reflecting on whether I made mistakes. If I had chosen a different way back then, you wouldn't have resented me, and Huayr wouldn't have done those things later." As she spoke, Su Jinhua wiped her tears and coughed twice. She then said, "I specially asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite soup. Drink it quickly. I have more to tell you." Su Jinhua reached out to gently his head like she used to when he was a child, but when she raised her hand, she realized those days could never come back. "Yuan has grown up, and I have grown old." Mo Xianyuan drank the bowl of soup without hesitation and said in a deep voice, "Mother, don't worry. Xiao Su is close to finding a cure for you." As he spoke, he slowly fainted. Outside the door, Dong Shuang anxiously waited for the lady's message. After a moment, the door opened. Su Jinhua urged, "Hurry and call Miss Pei." Pei had already been waiting near the back gate of the palace according to the secret message. Su Jinhua had earlier moved away the palace's secret guards, and Pei nervously followed Dong Shuang all the way. Finally, they reached the door of the West Wing bedroom. Go in quickly. He's inside. I'll handle the rest," Su Jinhua said. Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. She nodded nervously and pushed the door open in one go. On the bed, the man's long, black hair fell over his face. His nose was high and straight, and his face was sharp and cold like carved from stone. His thin lips were slightly pressed, and his broad chest looked very powerful and full of energy. He was just lying quietly there, but it gave a sense of pressure without even trying. Such a real man, like a divine being descending from heaven, was born to be admired. Soon, he would be her man. Her heart pounded faster, like a little deer bouncing wildly in her chest. She slowly walked forward, her eyes showing infatuation. "Prince, Yi finally can marry you." When Emo Xianyuan woke up, Yi was wrapped tightly in the quilt, sobbing softly. His eyes were cold as ice. Su Jinhua pushed the door open in a panic. "Yuan."
What?
"What is going on? How could you? This is something I should ask my mother." Conspiring with outsiders to plot against her own son, has she ever thought about the consequences? Emo Xianyuan's head was faintly aching. Having fought many battles, ordinary doses of the sleeping drug were useless against him. It was his relaxed guard and his mother's special sleeping potion that caused him to lose consciousness completely. Pei Yi wanted to plead for her future mother-in-law. She whispered, "Prince, don't you remember? When I came to see you just now, you suddenly collapsed after I spoke a few words. I wanted to find a doctor for you, but you suddenly held my hand." Still. Pei Yi, a noble young lady, couldn't bring herself to say such embarrassing words. "Still what?" Emo Xianyuan's voice was cold and sharp. Pei Yi was full of happiness about marrying him and didn't notice anything wrong. She looked shy and innocent. In the next moment, his words hit her like a bucket of ice water, making her feel cold all over, as if she had fallen into a freezing cellar. "You did something shameful, and now you can't even admit it? How did Fourth Master Pei raise such a shameless, reckless daughter who likes to marry men? According to the laws of the northern border, she should be banished to the desert and exiled for life. Take her away. Immediately send her to the Dali Temple." Pei Yi looked at Su Jinhua in panic. When the secret guards entered and forcibly pulled her off the bed, she immediately started crying in fear. "Madam, please save me. I don't want to be exiled." Su Jinhua was anxious and suddenly drew a dagger from one of the secret guard's belts, pressing it against his neck. Emo Xianyuan's eyes changed. A flash of killing intent crossed his face. Pei Yi was so frightened she dared not shout anymore. "Are you trying to threaten me with your life again?" Su Jinhua didn't want to do it, but she really had no choice. "Yuan, since you've touched Yi, you must take responsibility for her. Mother is doing this for your good. The daughter of the Si family married you like this before, didn't she? Yi is no worse than her. Marrying Yi will only bring you benefits." When Romshing arrived, he happened to hear this. He immediately entered and said, "Madam, you are mistaken. The prince already faces rumors of being overly proud and talented. Marrying Pei's daughter again would only make things worse." Su Jinhua understood this, but she had a plan. As soon as Yi entered, she would find a way to get rid of Si Zhaozhao. By then, Yuan's situation wouldn't change. Pei Yi was pulled by the secret guards, her arm caught, and the quilt tucked under her armpits was about to fall, revealing her light blue undergarment. She was very ashamed and angry, tears welling in her eyes. She pitifully called out, "Prince," Yi was pulled so painfully by them. Emo Xianyuan was unaffected. Seeing this, Su Jinhua looked determined and asked, "Yuan, Yi has feelings for you, and she is innocent. The more time you spend together, the more your feelings will grow. Today, you were the first to hurt her. You can either agree to marry her or watch her blood spill in front of you. Mo Xianyuan stared at the bloodstain on Su Jinhua's neck and suddenly smiled. That smile was like a snow lotus blooming on a mountain top, or a fleeting flower that vanished quickly, leaving a deep impression. Pei looked at him almost obsessively. In an instant he spoke, "For the sake of an outsider, even my mother would threaten her life. Sometimes I wonder if I am really my mother's child. It seems what you said and felt before was just to trick me into drinking that bowl of soup." Hearing his words, Su Jinhua's face turned pale, and she coughed violently. "No, Yuan, I feel guilty about you." Before she finished, Mo Xianyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart and raised his hand to stop her. "I will let Xiao Su continue to treat you until you recover completely. After this is over, I will send someone to take you back to the Northern Martial King's residence. Your medicine, I will have someone deliver on time. Husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. They shouldn't abandon each other in times of trouble. Your father's old illness has flared up these days. You didn't go to see him, but instead focused on scheming for an outsider. I don't understand you anymore, and I don't want to see you anymore." After speaking, he looked cold. "Rongsheng, have them take Miss Pei back to the residence." Rongsheng received the order. The secret guards understood and wrapped Pei in a blanket before carrying her away. Su Jinhua, despite achieving her goal, felt no happiness at all. She wanted to save her eldest son, but Mo Xianyuan's heart had already been hurt deeply. Mo Xianyuan left without looking back. His sword fell to the ground. Outside, Dong Shuang, who had been subdued by the secret guards, was freed and hurried into the house. Su Jinhua slowly sat down, covering her face and crying bitterly. "Dong Shuang, I only did this for him. Yi is a noble girl who lives quietly in her boudoir, honest and sincere. Isn't she better than that woman who tricked her into marriage? Why can't he understand a mother's pain?" Dong Shuang felt heartache but stayed with her. After some trouble caused by the secret guards, many people in the capital saw Miss Pei, who appeared to be only wrapped in a thin blanket, being carried out from the back door of the regent's palace and hurriedly sent back to the Pei residence. This shocking scene made people's imaginations run wild. Could it be that Miss Pei willingly offered herself to the regent, but was rejected by the prince? In an instant, news spread throughout the city that the Pei family was about to marry into the regent's palace. "Madam, something's happened." While feeding the fish with her children, Si Zhaozhao heard Ling and rushing over in a panic. She paused her actions and calmly said, "What's wrong? Take your time and tell me slowly. Have some water first." With her current situation, as long as her children and mother are safe, what else could possibly upset her? Ling pushed the cup of tea aside and looked at her two little children playing with the fish. She leaned in and whispered, "The house is going crazy. They say the prince and that Miss Pei are in the West Wing, acting very close, and the madam saw them. There was quite a fuss. They even say the prince might want to take her as a concubine. Actually, the original words were that the position of the madam might change hands." Fearing she would be upset, Ling casually changed the words. But with Si Zhaozhao's sharp eyes, she could tell Ling hesitated when she spoke. For some reason, her chest felt strangely tight, but on the surface, she showed no signs of distress. The prince taking a concubine isn't something he should worry about. What does it have to do with me? Hadn't his coldness already been shown on Song Chao Shue's face? Seeing that her mistress was not worried, Ling became even more anxious, hoping to make the madam feel some sense of crisis. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze suddenly froze, and her whole body trembled violently. "Prince! Prince!" Ling fell silent like ice. Mo Xianyuan stared intently at the person in front of him. "You don't care if I take a concubine?" Si Zhaozhao smiled softly. "Your Highness holds a high position. Taking a few more concubines, what's the big deal?" The man's breath hitched. "I'm asking if you really don't care at all about me taking a concubine." Seeing the situation was not right, Ling hurriedly lowered her head and went to take Si Man and Mo Tingyu to the other side of the pond to play. In the pavilion, the two faced each other quietly. "Whether I care or not, what's the use? What was supposed to happen has already happened. Si Zhaozhao's expression was somewhat cold. This attitude surprisingly eased Mo Xuanyuan's heart. Her concern meant he held a place in her mind. He spoke more softly. I have never done anything with her. TSK, it's already been seen by Madame Mo. Don't you think it's embarrassing to say that, Your Highness? But it doesn't matter now. You can marry whoever you want. No one will stop you, so there's no need to explain to me. A surge of anger rose in Si Zhaozhao's heart. It wasn't that she cared deeply about him, but she felt disgusted by his hypocrisy. He had just been pouring out his feelings to her, then turned around and was caught being close to another woman. Luckily, she didn't fall for him, or today she would be the one crying. She turned to leave, but the man suddenly grabbed her wrist. He gently pulled her forward and drew her into his arms. I am not lying. Since I said I wouldn't take a concubine, I won't go back on my word, and I won't marry her. Si Zhaozhao sniffed the faint scent of girl's perfume, her stomach churned, and she pushed him away forcefully. You already have that scent on you and you still say such things. Don't you feel guilty? Your Highness, I told you, whoever you want to marry, go ahead. Even if you divorce me and give this position to her, I won't say a word. Mo Xuanyuan's eyes reddened slightly. Divorce you and give the position to her? Do you think I am so unfaithful? Or do you not care who I marry? Then who do you care about? Qi Yunzheng. Si Zhaozhao sneered. Your Highness, if you can say that, it also shows you never truly believed in me. Let's not talk about each other anymore. Mo Xuanyuan clenched his fists, furious at her words, and stormed off. After they parted unhappily, Si Zhaozhao sat back in the pavilion, watching the fish swimming in the water, lost in thought. No, if Mo Xuanyuan really wanted to be with Pei Yi, there was no need to stay in the West Wing. There must be someone behind this. But why would his mother help Pei Yi scheme against her own son? Her eyes darkened. Could it be the Emperor's idea? Thinking this through, everything suddenly made sense. The Emperor wanted to get rid of Mo Xuanyuan, to eliminate his strongest supporter as the young Emperor, but had been powerless. And Pei Yi had once mentioned visiting the royal garden. He must have been driven by murderous intent. The Grand Emperor nominally helped Pei Yi marry Mo Xuanyuan, but in fact, he wanted to kill her and frame Mo Xuanyuan. She quickly got up and instinctively wanted to tell Mo Xuanyuan, but then she changed her mind. He is so clever. How could he let Pei Yi succeed and then be manipulated by others? Maybe he also has feelings for Pei Yi. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She couldn't stand to watch the fish anymore, so she left the palace to wander around. This time, she shook off the hidden guards. Since he was about to marry another woman, there was no need to pretend to care about her. She hesitated, wondering whether to go to the Northern Martial King's residence before Pei Yi moved in, to find out where the military token was. She didn't want to wait until after her marriage, when more eyes would be watching her, making it harder to act. As she headed toward the Northern Martial King's residence, a long, fair hand suddenly pulled her into an alley. She was about to release her insect charm, but when she saw who it was, she slowly lowered her hand. Again, it's you? Qi Yunjing heard this and felt a bit sad. He released her hand and looked at her with soft eyes. Cici, I also heard about Mo Xuanyuan and Miss Pei.
Are you?
Okay. Si Zhaozhao looked confused. What could possibly be wrong with me? Why does everyone keep asking her that? Could it be that they all think Mo Xuanyuan taking a concubine is something she can control? Qi Yunjing was happy inside.
You.
Don't mind. Si Zhaozhao didn't answer directly. She frowned slightly. Young Master Qi, is there something you want to tell me? Qi Yunjing wasn't sure what she was thinking and didn't want to pressure her, so he followed her lead. CC, I found out where the military token last appeared. It was at the Northern Martial King's residence. She wasn't surprised. The next moment, Qi Yunjing continued, the military token was exposed on someone, but that person disappeared afterward. However, I know where that person is now. Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. Qi Yunjing said, CC, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that I can help you find the Jade military token. Si Zhaozhao hesitated slightly. Finding this information meant Qi Yunjing had important connections, and influence she needed. But if she agreed, wouldn't that be too unfair to him? After all, no matter what happened between him and the original owner, I can't give him anything. Chi Yun-jung saw through her thoughts, withdrew his deep affection, and said seriously, Cece, don't worry. Since you've made your choice, I won't force you to accept me.
We
Can at least still be friends, right? He added, all I say is sincere because I already have someone I like. However, she is not from the northern border. I met her after I saw her at the royal residence. Si Zhaozhao always felt he was lying, but she didn't have much time left. She finally found a clue. After a moment of silence, under Chi Yun-jung's hopeful gaze, she finally nodded. I really think it's useful and I need to find it within 2 months. She didn't say anything extra. Chi Yun-jung respected her wishes and didn't ask for more details. That person now serves the grandfather of Mo Xianyuan. If the item is still with him, it might be at the governor's office. So, she needed to search not only at the Northern Marshal King's residence, but also find a way to check at the governor's office. Si Zhaozhao immediately felt the pressure. Although she hadn't seen old Master Mo at that time, from the palace banquet incident, she knew he was not someone to be messed with. It seems she needs to think carefully and plan her next move. Chi Yun-jung wanted to spend more time with her, but he knew he couldn't be impatient. Right now, she was still the regent princess. Recently, she had finally shed her disgrace, and if anything happened to be leaked about her, it might cause another storm. No problem. Anyway, Mo Xianyuan was going to marry someone else, and he had also discovered Cece's secret, aligning himself with her. The more they spent time together, the more he believed she would change her mind. Si Zhaozhao returned to the royal residence along her usual route. On the way, she was bumped by a young woman. Sorry. The woman spoke as if she was deliberately raising her voice and quickly walked away. In her palm, there was a piece of paper. Si Zhaozhao quietly tucked the paper into her waistband. Your Majesty, according to your instructions, I have sent a message to the regent princess. Xian Yuanming said, well done. Yuqing, the marriage between Chang Yu and the monk's house is imminent. In the next few days, find a way to stay outside and watch over them. Make sure Chang Yu successfully marries Miss Si. Yuqing knelt on the ground and replied, your servant obeys the order. By the way, how is the investigation into the Emperor Emeritus and Miss Pei going? Xian Yuanming asked. Yuqing lowered her head and answered quickly, your servant was just about to report to the Emperor. There are rumors among the people that Miss Pei voluntarily visited the Regent King and was caught by the old Queen Dowager. People are saying, the regent's residence will marry into the Pei family. Ridiculous. Xian Yuanming's face showed anger. Uncle, that can't be true. Your servant dares to guess that someone is trying to stir trouble, forcing the prince to marry her to protect her reputation. Xian Yuanming was surprised. You mean Grandpa? Yuqing, being just a servant, naturally couldn't mention the Emperor Emeritus by name. After a moment, Xian Yuanming clenched his teeth. Since Grandpa has already taken action, I can't just sit and wait. Uncle must have his own plans. He won't let himself be tricked. Yuqing, follow my previous orders and leave the palace. When Miss Si and Chang Yu get married, come back. Don't interfere with anything else, to avoid disrupting Uncle's plans. As Si Zhaozhao entered, Mo Xianyuan appeared from behind the door. Where did you go? He asked with a bad expression. Feeling upset, I went out for a walk. Hearing this, Mo Xianyuan's tone softened. Is it because of the matter of taking a concubine? Si Zhaozhao thought that she might need to ask him to go to the governor's office later, so she said, if the prince thinks so, then so be it. Mo Xianyuan's mood immediately improved. He reached out to hold her hand, but she instinctively avoided it. He smiled. It seems after this trip out, your anger hasn't fully gone. At this moment, Rongsheng approached, hesitating to speak. Si Zhaozhao immediately said, Prince, you should go ahead with your work. I will return to Yuehua Pavilion first. Mo Xianyuan thought it was fine to let her calm down for a while, so he didn't stop her. Rongsheng couldn't help but ask, Prince, are you really going to marry Miss Si from the Si family? Mo Xianyuan shot him a sharp look. Rongsheng quickly changed his words. My lord, I meant the concubinage. Are you really planning to marry her? You and her. That's impossible. Yi Qing came in from outside, secretly closing the door behind him. He said with a flattering smile, "The prince truly loves the princess more than the moon. How could he fall for someone else?" Enough, stop flattering. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Although Mo Xianyuan's tone was cold, his face looked much better. Rong Sheng was surprised, realizing that nothing had really happened. The prince was just being relied on by someone. Sigh. Why is our prince so unlucky? Yi Qing said, "There hasn't been any news from Huigua. I haven't closed my eyes for several days, watching closely, but I haven't seen her do anything unusual." Rong Sheng rubbed his forehead. "Then why did you rush back?" Yi Qing scratched his head. "I was worried the prince would wait too long, and I also heard about Miss Pei from the Pei family, so I thought I might be able to help the prince somehow. Oh, just now I met Ah Song and the others who are protecting the princess. They said they lost track of her, but then they saw the princess and Qi Yunjing separate. I don't know where they went or what they did." Suddenly, Mo Xianyuan's face turned icy cold. Rong Sheng's eyes twitched. Things really kept happening one after another. Yi Qing also realized something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth with a nervous laugh. "Prince, Ah Song and the others have already gone to take their punishment for neglecting their duties. Please don't take it to heart. The princess definitely hasn't done anything to wrong you. Go back and keep watching. Finish your task. If you leave your post again, you'll have to go to the punishment room yourself." After speaking, the man with a dark face left. Rong Sheng sighed softly. "If only your words were half as good as Yizhu." Yi Qing was confused. He had just put the two children to sleep. Looking at their peaceful faces, Si Zhaozhao's expression was gentle, and a warm, sweet feeling flowed in her heart. In her past life, she always followed her master's wishes, learning insect magic from a young age just to secure her position as a great insect master. She never did anything against the natural order or hurt the common people for personal gain. Her short life was lived for her master and her responsibilities. Like a wild grass growing freely, she had no fixed place. Now, reborn, she has a loving mother and children. Although she still bears responsibilities, she feels a long-lost sense of peace. It's like before her master left her. Mo Xianyuan came with a cold aura. Seeing such a harmonious scene, he couldn't even speak. The scene was so beautiful, so perfect that he didn't want to ruin it. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to disturb them for now. The next day, the prince's residence was decorated with lanterns and red banners, with big red characters for happiness and red lanterns hanging everywhere. This grand scene didn't look like a place for taking a concubine. Lingen went out and returned very angry. It was hard to believe that the prince and princess could live peacefully together, yet someone had to cause trouble again. Si Zhaozhao listened to her story and chuckled softly. "You haven't even interacted much, so how can you have such strong opinions about her? There's no need to interact. Why would a good girl willingly become a concubine for a married man?" Si Zhaozhao smiled gently. "I am not married to the prince, but I have a daughter. Some even think this child isn't the prince's biological child. Compared to that, I and she are not so different. That's not the same. The prince cares for you, or he wouldn't have driven away Miss Song." Then Ling cautiously said, "Although the blood test didn't give a good result, I believe the princess." "I think Dr. Xiao made a mistake." Si Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. "You believe me that easily? He's a famous doctor, after all." Lingen shook her head. "I don't know why, but when Miss Song was here before, I felt Dr. Xiao was always against you, even though he didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, I believe what the princess says is true." Si Zhaozhao looked calm. She didn't expect that the only person in the prince's residence who trusted her was Ling, and suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out outside. "Oh my goodness! Young master, are you all right?" The master and servant looked at each other in shock and immediately went outside. At the gate of the courtyard, Mo Tingyu and Si Man Man were surrounded by servants. Ling led the way. "Move aside. The princess is here." Mo Tingyu was kneeling on the ground, holding his small hand, which was bleeding faintly from the fingers. Si Man Man's big, bright eyes shimmered with tears. When she saw Si Zhaozhao approaching, She finally calmed down and threw herself into her arms, trembling and sobbing. Mother, Man didn't mean to hurt Brother Tingyu. Mo Tingyu's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Fairy Mother, it's not her fault. It was an accident. Be good. Don't say anything. Ling An, go get the medicine. She picked up Mo Tingyu and headed inside, with Man following quickly on her short legs. No one dared to stop them, not even when the prince had previously decided to destroy the Wanqin pavilion to protect the princess. Some servants still thought they knew better. Miss Pei was about to marry into the prince's residence. Who could tell if the princess was still Si Zhaozhao? He quietly slipped away from the crowd and headed straight for the west wing. Madam, I saw everything myself, the young servant exaggerated as he reported. Su Jinhua suddenly slammed the table, her chest heaving with anger. That little brat dares to hurt my grandson. Suddenly, she started coughing violently, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood into her teacup. The young servant trembled in fear. The eldest maid, Dong Shuang, coldly said, Step back quickly. The young servant nodded repeatedly. Dong Shuang looked worried as she patted her back to help her breathe and poured another cup of tea. Madam, don't get too upset. A child doesn't understand boundaries. She probably played with firecrackers by mistake. Su Jinhua put down her teacup, her face turning pale. She must have heard some rumors and thought she was the princess's own child, so she dared to bully Tingyu. There's definitely someone encouraging her behind the scenes. If I stay silent, who knows how much more she will hurt Tingyu in the future. Come on, let's go to Yuehua Pavilion. I want to see what she can come up with to cover for that little troublemaker. Meanwhile, Si Zhaozhao had already learned the truth from the two children. It turned out Tingyu was worried about danger and tried to stop Man from playing with firecrackers. But when he tried to take them away, the firecrackers suddenly exploded. She was just about to comfort them and tell them not to be afraid. Princess, Madam is here. Ling An hurriedly ran into the room and called out. As Su Jinhua entered, her sharp eyes immediately looked at Si Man. Si Man instinctively moved closer to her mother. Si Zhaozhao quietly protected her daughter behind her. Su Jinhua saw the medicine beside Mo Tingyu, and her face changed. Good grandson, let Grandma see where you're hurt. Grandma will make sure you get justice. Mo Tingyu hesitated slightly and held out his injured hand, awkwardly saying, It's not Man's fault. Su Jinhua gently blew on the bandaged wound. Silly child, with Grandma here, no one in the mansion can hurt you. After saying that, she looked unfriendly at Si Zhaozhao. Don't you want to say something? They were playing right in front of you, so why is only Tingyu hurt? Si Zhaozhao suddenly smiled.
Su Jinhua Frau Wen.
What are you smiling about? My daughter-in-law truly couldn't hold back just now. Mother said that as long as you're here, no one in the prince's residence could ever harm Tingyu. But in truth, last time Miss Song kidnapped him, not only did you fail to help, you almost forgave the one who hurt him. Luckily, the prince didn't soften his heart and sent that troublemaker away in time. Si Zhaozhao's words were both gentle and sharp, yet no one could find fault with them. Everything she said was true. Su Jinhua's face darkened. Let's not talk about the past. How do you plan to handle this? Many people in the residence saw it clearly. Tingyu was injured because he took the firework from her hands. Seeing isn't always believing. Let Tingyu tell the truth himself. Mo Tingyu hesitated for a moment, then carefully explained what had really happened. But Su Jinhua didn't believe him. Tingyu, tell grandmother honestly, did someone teach you to say that? Lying isn't what good children do. Mo Tingyu shook his head firmly. No matter how Su Jinhua questioned him, his answer stayed the same. Now, there was no way to punish Si Man. Su Jinhua kept a stern face. No matter what, he was hurt while with you. You must take better care of him from now on. Tingyu has always been weak, not like those who grew up in the countryside. Si Zhaozhao's expression turned cold. When it comes to taking care of people, I could never compare to Mother. Even before the new bride entered the house, you were already busy arranging things. Aren't you afraid something might go wrong again and embarrass yourself? Su Jinhua smiled. Your honor just feels awkward, but the marriage will happen sooner or later. After all, she's General Pei's daughter, a true lady from a noble family, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with fine manners. Naturally, she deserves proper respect. Her words clearly hinted that Si Zhaozhao had married while already expecting a child. Si Zhaozhao didn't get angry. Oh, then I won't disturb you while you planned the prince's marriage. Tingyu is still hurt and needs rest, so I'll take my leave. Seeing that she didn't argue back, Su Jinhua's mood improved a little, and her tone softened. You must attend the event as well. Yi is General Pei's daughter, and we can't treat her coldly. I've decided that she will stand on equal footing with you. From now on, you must work together to serve the prince. Don't let jealousy cause trouble in the court. So mother does worry about court matters after all, Mo Xianyuan said as he arrived just in time. He glanced at Mo Tingyu's bandaged wound and asked, how is his injury? Si Zhaozhao said it's nothing serious, just a small scrape, no real injury. Mo Xuanyuan's expression softened a little, but when he faced Su Jinhua, his mother, he became more restrained. As he reached the doorway, he raised his hand and tore down the red wedding decoration. Rongsheng, take some men and remove all these unnecessary things. It's just a concubine, not worth such effort. That was his way of agreeing to take a concubine. Hearing this, Lingen instinctively looked at the princess. Si Zhaozhao remained calm. Su Jinhua's face changed slightly, but she said nothing. She had already risked her life to force Mo Xianyuan to marry Pei Yi. If she pushed further, even this marriage might fall apart. Dongshuang helped the suddenly aged Su Jinhua back to her room. Rongsheng led a group of servants to tidy up the residence, and soon everything looked as it had before. It was clear to everyone that Pei Yi was not as favored as the princess. The servant who had gone to report earlier hid in a corner, pale with fear, worried he might be punished. Before leaving, Mo Xianyuan leaned close to Si Zhaozhao's ear and said softly, trust me. Then he strode away. Si Zhaozhao didn't take it to heart. She had something he needed, and she was only using him to find out about the Jade military token and to build a connection with the young emperor, hoping to free herself from the former emperor's control. They were simply using each other. The commotion ended quietly, and as night fell, an invitation from the minister's residence arrived. Now, even seeing Si Zhaozhao made her tremble. There was no need to waste energy on someone already defeated. In the end, Si Zhaozhao chose a dark blue dress. The simple gold hairpin she wore made her look even more graceful and noble. Lingen stayed home with her child, so Si Zhaozhao went out alone. Mo Xianyuan was already waiting by the carriage. Beside him stood a young girl, her face shy and blushing. Your Highness, our matter has been reported to my father, and we are just waiting for your official proposal, she said calmly, without showing any emotion as she got into the carriage.
Montag Xuan Yuan Fraune tightly.
Just as he was about to follow, Pei Yi grabbed his sleeve. She pretended to be calm and said, Your Highness, what can be arranged so quickly? I am not in a hurry to marry you. It's just that there are many harsh words outside that insult me. I think it's better to settle this soon. Mo Xianyuan shook off her hand and looked at where she had grabbed him with icy eyes. What kind of dowry do you want for taking a concubine? If Miss Pei can do something unfaithful, what's so hard about entering the house? The back door of the prince's residence is open for you. What? The back door? Pei's heart tightened. But Madame Mo said that the etiquette is the same as for the princess. Before she could finish, the man eagerly got into the carriage. Rongsheng thought about how this woman clung to the prince, not only causing a rift between the prince and princess, but also fooling a lady into a daze. His tone was cold and harsh, The prince once swore publicly that he would only marry one wife in this life and would never take a concubine. Miss Pei's words make the prince regret his vow. If you still want to follow the same etiquette as the princess, you can only dream. The young maid behind them couldn't listen anymore. Our young lady is your future mistress. How dare you speak like that? Pei didn't expect that even a servant in the prince's residence would dare to speak to her like this. But she held back. Before entering the house, she knew she shouldn't lose her temper. She wanted to be a kind and virtuous wife, different from that woman, so others would see that they were not the same. She believed she was the one who deserved the prince's love. Thinking this, she said politely, "It's nothing." He only told the truth. "I admit I was wrong about this." Just as she was about to lift her skirt and get into the carriage, Mo Xianyuan had already ordered the coachman to move on. With the whip cracking, all that was left for Pei was a small stool and a cloud of thick smoke. Rongxing didn't look at her and simply went back to close the big gate. Pei had never felt such injustice. She bit her lips tightly and walked alone on the street, feeling very exposed. Halfway there, if it weren't for the maid finding someone to hire a carriage for her, she might have fainted from exhaustion. Tonight, many people came to the Shangshu residence. Half of her family was from Su Wanning's relatives, and the other half was made up of officials friendly with Si Yuandao. But the most eye-catching thing was still the regent's carriage. Who wouldn't want to get close to the northern border, war god? Mo Xianyuan was the first to get off the carriage. Since the small stool was thrown at the gate of the manor, he didn't hesitate and carried her down by the waist. Everyone secretly marveled. Si Yuandao even stepped forward to greet them, thinking they were very close. At this moment, someone whispered, "Look, isn't that General Pei's daughter behind?" It seems so. Why did she come by herself? Yesterday, I played chess with General Pei. He said he's been too busy with state affairs these years and neglected his daughter. That's why she did such shameful things. Maybe she didn't want to come here to embarrass herself, so she didn't bring her. That's true. If it were my daughter, I'd break her legs before letting her be a concubine. General Pei's honor in life is almost ruined by this daughter. Pei got off the carriage and heard these gossiping remarks. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Mo Xianyuan. At this moment, Mo Xianyuan looked at Si Zhaozhao with gentle eyes, without blinking. Her heart ached fiercely. She clenched her fists slightly and courageously walked over. Her soft lips looked like they were about to bleed from biting, and she spoke softly, unsure of herself. "Princess sister, I don't know what I did to offend you. Why did you leave first in the carriage?" She thought that by saying this, Si Zhaozhao would panic or scold her harshly, showing her weakness. But Si Zhaozhao's eyes slightly curved into a beautiful smile that captivated many. Mo Xianyuan quietly blocked their view, preventing others from seeing her smile. In the next moment, her words made Pei feel a cold shiver down her spine. "Do you know what happened to the last person who called me that?" What?
Pei'yi asket instinci bevel.
Si Zhaozhao slowly approached and whispered in her ear. She was punished with whipping, beating, and torture. And it was the prince himself who ordered it. Yes, she was the daughter of the old official Song Chao Shui, who was recently expelled from the prince's residence. You see, compared to her, who has been childhood friends with the prince, how much chance do you think you have? Her words sounded like a devil's whisper, especially when she heard the words, torture. Pei's hand involuntarily clenched, as if the clamps were pressing on her hand. Since childhood, she had been pampered and had never experienced the dangers of the world. How could she not be frightened? Si Zhaozhao had never taken her seriously from the beginning. When everyone sat down, Mo Xianyuan was undoubtedly the most eye-catching person in the room. Interestingly, Si Zhaozhao sat on her left and Pei sat on her right. Clearly, even though Pei was afraid of Si Zhaozhao's words, she was not someone to give up easily. Her sky-blue dress made her skin look very white, but next to Si Zhaozhao's darker-colored outfit, it looked faded and fake. Being loved on both sides, the war god has quite a bit of luck. The regent's palace is lively. I wonder how long this princess can stay? Miss Pei from the Pei family is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She's no fool. Plus, She has the family power she should have. Anyway, regardless of her reputation, becoming a princess is an achievement. Looking at their outfits, the eldest daughter of the C family has the aura of a true matriarch, while Miss Pei, from a military family, seems a bit petty. Some people quietly discussed and judged the two women. Pei sat closest and overheard a few words. She bit her lip, picked up her wine cup, and politely handed it to Si Zhaozhao, saying kindly, "Princess, soon we will be family. I should toast you with this cup." Si Zhaozhao was busy refusing the food that Emo Xianyuan insisted she take, so she didn't hear her. Pei's grip tightened, her fingertips turning white. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to someone. Her eyes brightened and she cheerfully said, "Look, look. Isn't that the little who took care of Sister Yu in the Imperial Garden?" Emo Xianyuan's hand, holding the chopsticks, suddenly froze. Pei was delighted, thinking he was about to cause trouble for Si Zhaozhao, but instead, he scolded her. What words are appropriate, and what words are not? "Miss Pei, if you can't tell the difference, there's no need to stay. Your Highness, what I said wasn't wrong. In front of so many people, you insist on treating me like this." Pei's eyes reddened with grievance. Si Zhaozhao played with her wine cup and said calmly, "Just a few words, and I am accused of having an affair with A. Miss Pei, your mind is probably more full of holes than a lotus root." Unfortunately, the person she faced was more cunning. Pei saw that Emo Xianyuan wouldn't say a word for her and quietly retracted her trembling tears. She couldn't let others look down on her. At least outside, she still wanted to keep some face for her father. As she spoke, Qi Yunzheng couldn't help but come over. He first greeted Emo Xianyuan. Then he showed concern for Si Zhaozhao. "I asked the servant here earlier. This wine is 100-year-old daughter red. Women shouldn't drink too much, as it can harm their health." Emo Xianyuan casually wrapped his arm around her and tilted his head, using his lips to take the wine cup from her hand, then drank it all in one go. His proud and cold eyes slightly lifted. "With me here, even if the princess is drunk, someone will take care of her." No need for young Master Qi to worry. Seeing that she didn't resist, Qi Yunzheng felt a sharp pain in his heart. In this kind of situation, the Grand Tutor naturally couldn't come, or people might think he and Si Yuandao are the same. But for Qi Yuhong, who was already working in the Ministry of War, it didn't matter. Long before Qi Yunzheng approached the Regent King, the couple had already noticed something. Yunzheng was never the type to flatter others, so he wouldn't be trying to get close to the war god. It wasn't until they saw their son caring about the Regent King's wife that they finally understood. "Yunzheng, the prince is right. You drank a little too much earlier and got confused. You forgot where you are?" "The princess wouldn't have any trouble at her own family home," Huarong said with a smile. Qi Yuhong politely replied, "Your Majesty, I humbly greet the Regent King. I apologize for my son's drunken words." Hearing their voices, Si Zhaozhao's head suddenly buzzed, as if something was about to burst out of her mind, and the fragmented images pressed her view into increasing darkness. She accidentally knocked over her wine cup. She looked up and just happened to meet their couple's gaze. Suddenly, Qi Yuhong and Huarong's faces turned extremely ugly. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you?" Qi Yunzheng saw their faces look bad and asked. Qi Yuhong was the first to recover. A cold sweat slipped down his forehead, and he said regretfully, "It's nothing. I mistakenly thought the princess was a daughter of an old friend and lost my composure." Huarong's smile was a bit forced. "Yes, I almost thought the same." They exchanged a few casual words and hurriedly pulled their son back to sit down. Emo Xianyuan sensed that she was upset and asked with concern, "Are you drunk? Should you go back first?" "I will go with you." Nearby, Pei chewed her food, looking uncomfortable. Si Zhaozhao shook her head, and her discomfort gradually faded. Emo Xianyuan's gaze shifted to the couple who looked still shaken, his deep eyes narrowing slightly. In the backyard of the Shangshu residence, servants hurriedly moved about, busy serving the noble guests. Many brightly dressed dance girls waited to perform later. If they were chosen by someone inside, they wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. One dance girl looked troubled, ran out of the group, and after asking around, headed toward the latrine. When she was close, she quickly changed direction and took another path. In the kitchen, the cooks and fire boys were busy preparing dishes. Su Wanning circled around, pretending to remind them not to slack off, so they wouldn't embarrass the Shangshu residents. Then she casually asked, "Is the hangover soup ready?" The kitchen maid, sweating heavily, shouted, "It's ready. We're about to send it out now." "Good, then send it quickly," Su Wanning urged, then left the kitchen. On the way, the young servant carrying the hangover soup was suddenly knocked out from behind, nearly spilling the entire pot. Fortunately, someone caught it in time. Su Wanning looked around with a cold expression, swapped the prepared potion with a pre-mixed one, and left. When the servant woke up, Su Wanning was already gone. He rubbed his head, puzzled, and carried the hangover soup toward the main hall. At that moment, the dance girls were gracefully dancing. Lin Fanlu arrived late and was about to find Si Zhaozhao, but saw her seat was already taken. Not wanting to disturb everyone's enjoyment, he sat down in his original spot. Su Wanning personally poured a cup of hangover soup for the guests, smiling softly. The engagement banquet is all arranged by the madam. I can only do these small tasks to help. Madam and sir, if I do anything wrong, please forgive me. Then she turned to Changyu, who was red-faced from drinking, and said, "Assistant Chang, Mingyu caught a cold and can't come out to see people. Tonight, you might as well stay at the residence. Tomorrow morning, you can have a good talk." She is honest and straightforward. Sometimes she speaks bluntly, but in the future, I hope you will take good care of her. Changyu wobbled to his feet and said, "You're too kind. Taking care of her is what I should do." Officials were helped into carriages by their wives, each returning home. Su Wanning stopped Mo Xianyuan and his group, smiling gently. She said, "It's rare for Zhao Zhao to come back. Since it's getting late, Prince, please stay. The two ladies haven't seen each other in a while. As for Miss Pei, I will arrange a carriage for you to ensure your safe return. Just don't stay behind to cause trouble." Pei's face darkened. Tonight, she had completely become an outsider. No one saw her as the mistress of the regent's mansion. Even before leaving, she didn't get a single glance from that person. Seeing Su Wanning suddenly act so considerate, Si Zhaozhao became wary. The once familiar smiling tiger appeared again. Si Zhaozhao didn't believe she was genuinely kind, but she also wanted to spend a little more time with her mother. Mo Xianyuan saw through her thoughts and agreed. At the front door, before parting ways, Mo Xianyuan softly said, "Go early and return early. I will be waiting for you." Si Zhaozhao's face changed. She suppressed her urge to argue and turned to her mother. In a nearby corner, someone's shadow flickered. Mo Xianyuan glanced subtly and quietly stepped into the house. Soon, the candle was extinguished. A person hiding around the corner peeked out. Si Mingyu's face was flushed and shy as she bowed and said, "Thank you, mother, for your help. I will not disappoint your expectations." Su Wanning's narrow eyes showed a hint of pride. "Go now. I will watch over you. After tonight, the Pei residence and Si Zhaozhao will be no match for you. If she can't marry the emperor, she doesn't believe she can't marry Mo Xianyuan. Even if she can't marry him, she's upset at the thought of her sister and husband having something going on." Si Mingyu quietly opened the door and slowly stepped inside. She gradually saw the tall figure sitting by the bed. Strange, wasn't her mother supposed to have given him medicine? How could he still have the strength to sit? Thinking of this, Si Mingyu's face turned red. She was worried she might not be able to handle it. By the bed, the man was closing his eyes. His long eyelashes cast shadows over his face under the moonlight. He looked as steady as a small mountain. Si Mingyu's heart pounded. Nervously, she reached out her hand, about to touch his belt. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the room, followed by a figure flying out and falling heavily to the ground. Su Wanning's face suddenly changed. Just as she was about to step out, she saw the servants rushing over nearby. She clenched her teeth and pulled back her leg. She couldn't go out now, or else it would reveal that she was the one who ordered Mingyu. What happened? Isn't that the second miss? Quickly go report to the master. After the two young servants left, not long after, Si Yuandao hurried over. Only then did Su Wanning step outside. Oh my. Mingyu. What's wrong? Why are you lying here? Si Mingyu was being held in Su Wanning's arms, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She pointed inside with unclear speech. Why is my sister doing this? She's about to get married, yet late at night, she doesn't go to find her future husband, but runs to your legitimate sister's husband's place. Have you become bold enough to disobey the emperor's orders and want to break off the engagement? Si Zhaozhao, holding Lin Fanluo's arm, came quickly upon hearing the news. Initially, Su Wanning wanted to pretend no one saw and make up a story, hoping others would think Mingyu was mistreated by Mo Xianyuan. To protect the royal reputation, she had to give up this marriage.
Plus, Montag Xuan Yuan was droget.
No matter what, Mingyu was the victim. But Mo Xianyuan was not guilty at all. When Si Zhaozhao said this, it seemed Mingyu was the one trying to and even deliberately disobeyed the emperor's orders. Mingyu coughed up blood, enduring the sharp pain in her chest, and said, I didn't do that. If you didn't do it, then was it me who sought you out? I saw you break in and act suspiciously towards me. If I hadn't trained myself, I might have been taken advantage of while I was drunk and helpless, ruining my reputation. Mo Xianyuan strode out of the room confidently, his steady steps and clear expression not at all like someone drugged. Su Wanning was nearly furious enough to blood. How could someone drunk and helpless kick Mingyu away? It was simply absurd. But where had things gone wrong? Si Zhaozhao and Mo Xianyuan exchanged a glance, understanding everything without words. Just as Mo Xianyuan was about to drink the detoxifying soup, suddenly a dancing girl flicked her sleeve into his cup. And that person turned out to be a close to the little emperor. Immediately, Mo Xianyuan poured out the soup, and the two of them silently reached a tacit understanding. They were just waiting for the person behind to reveal himself. Unfortunately, Su Wanning saw her daughter injured but didn't come out immediately, so she missed the opportunity to catch any evidence. Many people drank the sobering soup, but only Mo Xianyuan was affected. She had also drunk it early on and showed no signs of change. It must have been the person holding the pot who was at fault, but since Su Wanning personally poured it, that thing must have been destroyed long ago. The atmosphere grew tense. Si Yuandao was about to call the doctor when a servant hurriedly ran over and said, "Something's wrong. The guard has had an accident." Si Yuandao immediately became very worried. Everyone hurried to the scene. Si Mingyu was entrusted to the servants, who quickly took her away to find the doctor. They saw a woman wearing a veil, dressed lightly like a cicada's wing, kneeling on the ground and crying softly. Changyu was wearing her inner clothes, leaning on her hand, sitting at the moon table, looking sad. Si Zhaozhao glanced at the corner of her eye and keenly noticed Su Wanning's slightly raised lips. Sniff, sniff. My innocence has been ruined by the young master. I don't want to live anymore. Su Wanning walked over with a serious face. What exactly happened? Guard Changyu, you had an affair with an unknown woman on the day of the engagement banquet? You really don't take Mingyu seriously. Are you treating the emperor's words as a joke? Where do you think the Shongshu's residence stands? Si Yuandao's face turned pale. Even if Mingyu never marries in her life, I will never allow someone like you to disgrace her. At this moment, Si Zhaozhao suddenly moved inside. Su Wanning squinted, but didn't stop her. Anyway, the engagement was now impossible. The woman, heartbroken, pointed at Changyu with a dramatic gesture. Sniff, my innocence is gone, and I have no face to live in this world. I will accuse you of a crime and have you removed from your official position. If you don't want to make things worse, then. Unless you marry me and take responsibility for me. Changyu trembled.
No,
I remember I didn't touch you. You suddenly ran in and took off your clothes yourself. The woman bit her lip. And then? Didn't you pull me over? Changyu looked panicked. Yes, he fainted afterward, and he couldn't remember anything clearly. Su Wanning said hatefully, Guard Changyu. Why would a young girl like her accuse you? You could do such a thing and still not admit it? The emperor trusts you so much. Miss Su, you're jumping to conclusions. Si Zhaozhao's calm voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw her pull the bedding off, revealing a bright red streak of blood. Su Wanning's eyes grew cold as she said quietly, "Isn't this clear proof?" "Really?" "Sister Su, take a closer look at this bloodstain. It's obvious someone used their finger to smear it." Su Wanning didn't respond. Tears in her eyes, she rushed to Si Yuan and begged, "Master, you must stand up for Mingyue." Before she even married, this shameful thing happened. If Mingyue marries into that family, won't she be bullied even more? Si Yuan tried to comfort her, his face darkening. "I will report to the emperor and cancel this marriage." At that moment, Lin Fanjie suddenly spoke out. "Why is Master in such a hurry? Why not listen to what Zhao Zhao has to say first? Are you going to break our previous promise?" Si Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately pushed Su Wanning aside. Annoyed, he said, "Yes, you're right. My wife is right. I was too impatient." "Zhao Zhao, go on." Zhao Zhao felt confused. What kind of deal did her mother and that foolish father make? How could they force him to this point? Without thinking further, she grabbed the bedding and held it up in front of them. There are clear finger marks on the bloodstain. From the time of the incident to now, less than an incense stick's time has passed, and the wound hasn't fully healed. "Let's check her fingers now." The woman's face turned pale, trembling, and before the evidence was confirmed, her expression betrayed her. Su Wanning's face turned ashen, like pig liver. Under her sleeve, her long, sharp nails almost pierced her palm. These two shameless people. All her carefully laid plans had been ruined by them. As expected, the woman's right thumb had a scratch, and the blood hadn't dried yet. Suddenly, an old woman's rough voice came from outside the door. "Oh, you little jade lotus. Master Gao has been waiting for you all night.
How dare you sneak out?"
"Is this a place for a lowly courtesan like you to come?" The madam, with bright red hair and a flower in her hair, twisted her waist and strode into the room. Mo Xianyuan cast a subtle glance at the man behind her. Qi Yunjing stepped forward first and said, "This is Madame Hua from Yumenlo. She can confirm this girl's identity." The madam, experienced in the streets, saw the situation clearly. It was obvious that Jade Lotus had caused a big trouble. Her colorful eyelids trembled, and she knelt outside the door with a thud. Cleverly, she loudly called out, "Greetings to all distinguished guests." She was the top star of Yumenlu 2 years ago, but her fame had faded. Recently, she became more confident and kept shouting about buying her freedom and getting married. She didn't think about which man outside would want her. This damaged goods. She never expected she would dare to make such a plan. If the noble people want to punish her harshly, then she will stay here and not be taken away. Qi Yunjung was focused on helping Cece. He asked, "She claims her innocence was ruined. Since she is a courtesan, what about her innocence?" The madam immediately said, "There's no innocence. It was gone the day she entered Yumenlo." At this, Chang Yu's false accusation was completely cleared. Si Zhao Zhao crouched on the ground, tilted her head, her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. Her tone was calm but carried a serious, commanding air. "Tell me, who dared to falsely accuse a court official?" "Chang Shuwei is a guard of the emperor's court. Be honest and I might spare your life. Otherwise, have you heard of being torn apart by 5 horses or being dismembered?" Yulian trembled and clenched her fists nervously.
It was.
Just as she was about to reveal the truth, Su Wanning suddenly shouted, "How dare you? You're disrupting the minister's marriage. Do you know what the consequences of this are? It will ruin your family." Yulian instantly looked like a wilted eggplant, lowering her head and muttering, "No one ordered me. I was just confused and wanted to cling to Shu Wei." At this moment, everyone present who was clever enough saw the clues about the real culprit behind the scenes. Su Wanning sneered inwardly. So what if it was her? As long as this lowly girl didn't speak, no one could do anything to her. The madam trembled as she took the person away, and from afar, her angry scolding could still be heard. "Madam, tonight you really put on a good show. Congratulations. You've managed to get a husband like Shu Wei, a true gentleman who remains faithful." Si Zhao Zhao grinned, showing her small white teeth, as she helped Lin Fanu away. Mo Xianyuan's eyes darkened, and he followed closely behind. Su Wanning was so angry her teeth itched. Si Yuandao looked at Su Wanning with dissatisfaction and kindly said to Chang Yu, "I almost misunderstood you. Rest well. The day you marry Mingyue will be tomorrow. You two should discuss it carefully then. Don't be careless." Chang Yu nodded, watched them leave, then closed the door and let out a long breath. Suddenly, there was a noise at the window. He quickly walked to the table and drew out his sword. When he saw who was coming, his face became serious. "Old Sir Yuqing? Did the Emperor send you here?" Yuqing was now dressed as a young servant. His handsome face showed no emotion as he said carefully, "The Emperor told me to make sure your marriage with Miss Si goes as planned. Tonight, Lady Su set a trap, but luckily, the Regent Princess helped you out in time. I will go back now to report. When I am not here, you must be extra careful and not make any mistakes." Chang Yu understood and said, "Tonight, I shouldn't have drunk so much. Old Sir Yuqing, please pass a message to the Emperor. Although I married the one I love, I will never forget who is in charge. I am ready to serve whenever needed." Yuqing nodded slightly and jumped out of the window. Since Qi Yunzheng was just an outsider, and he had broken into someone else's private matter tonight, he knew it was rude to ask to stay overnight again. Reluctantly, he said, "Princess Si, Prince, I will leave now." "No need to see me off." Si Zhaozhao, seeing how he had helped many times, was kind and polite. She didn't notice the man's expression hidden in the darkness. When they returned to Lianxiang Pavilion, Lin Fanhua tugged her sleeve and signaled that there were others behind her. Then she went back to her room to rest. Si Zhaozhao bit her lip and asked, "Prince, why did you come along?" She was about to close the door when she saw the large statue sitting motionless not far away. It was hard to ignore. "Can we talk somewhere private?" he asked. She had no choice but to step outside and walk over to him. Mo Xian Yuan hesitated and said, "Earlier, a secret guard delivered a letter. I might not be able to send you back to your house tomorrow morning." Si Zhaozhao looked suspicious. Okay. Is there anything else?" Seeing her seem clueless, he couldn't help but wonder if she had feelings for him. But she remembered what he had done for her, and that thought was quickly dismissed. He sighed softly, as if giving up, suddenly pulling her into his arms. After a long time, he let go, patted her head gently, and said with a hint of helplessness, "I don't know how long it will take to finish. I haven't been able to stay with you these days. Before I leave, there's something you need to think about carefully. Give me an answer. What's your relationship with Qi Yunzheng?"
Is he
the biological father of Sima Manman? Si Zhaozhao's face darkened. Manman's real father died a long time ago. His bones have turned to dust. If the prince doesn't believe me, he can check at Qiwushan anytime. It's late now, we should sleep. I have things to do, so I won't see you off. After saying this, she turned away angrily and closed the door. In the yard, Mo Xian Yuan sneezed forcefully. A cold wind blew, and he frowned, feeling a chill in his heart. He didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. It seemed she was embarrassed and angry about being accused.
Could it be
that Qi Yunzheng is really Manman's biological father? As Qi Yunzheng stepped into the door, his parents' voices rang out behind him. "Yunzheng, when did you acknowledge her as your family? Is the girl you mentioned last time the same one?" Huarong looked worried. Qi Yunzheng didn't reply. Qi Yuhong, full of disappointment, scolded. "Tonight, in front of the Regent King, you cared about her wife. Do you know how others see you? You've really embarrassed your grandfather and your parents. Cece is worth it. Dad, Mom, why can't you understand why I like her? It's because she has rare and valuable qualities. Cece is the kindest woman I've ever met." Huarong said, "No matter how good she is, she married someone else. If she angers the Mo family, not only you but your grandfather will also be involved. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will bear all the consequences myself. Besides, Mo Xianyuan isn't that kind of petty person. He wouldn't trouble my grandfather just because of me." Qi Yuhong's eyes widened. "I can't understand you. If she's really as good as you say, why did she leave without a word a year ago, abandon you, and marry the Regent King instead? Isn't it because she craved power and didn't want to be with someone unknown? Being the war god queen is so comfortable and prestigious. Qi Yunjung clenched his fists tightly. For the first time, anger appeared on his handsome face. Dad, I won't allow you to speak about Cece like that. She must have had her reasons back then. I will find out what they are. Hearing this, Qi Yuhong's eyes flickered with guilt. Huarong kindly and earnestly advised, Yunjung, even if she married someone else, you might still have a chance to fight for her. But she married the war god. Do you want to harm your whole family for your own desires? I understand you. You are not selfish by nature. After a moment of silence, Qi Yunjung suddenly knelt down firmly and said, I can give up everything else, but I cannot give up Cece. I will marry no one else in this life. If my son is unfilial and my parents are worried about being involved, I will ask to be removed from the family tree and leave the Qi household. At this, Huarong had nothing more to say. Qi Yuhong trembled with anger, pointing furiously at him. Bring that unfilial son back. No one is allowed to release him without my orders. Not a drop of water or a grain of rice shall be given to him. Yunjing's stubbornness was just like Qi Yuhong's. No one could stop him. Just like years ago, to make him give up hope, the couple was willing to do terrible things to Si Zhaozhao. But in the end, it only separated them into two different places. Yet Yunjing's heart was still firmly attached to her. Such a doomed relationship, master. What should we do? I never expected she would be the legitimate daughter of the Shangshu family. If they continue to see each other, it will eventually be exposed, Huarong asked anxiously, unable to hold back her fear. Once it was revealed, it would be a crime punishable by death for the entire family. Qi Yuhong's face turned pale, and his voice grew fierce. As long as you don't show mercy to him, starve him for a few days. If he still doesn't realize the importance of the bigger picture, I will personally break his legs and completely cut off his hopes. Thinking of Yunjing becoming a in the future, Huarong's hands trembled. But even if he became a, at least he would still be alive. For several days, Si Zhaozhao hadn't seen Mo Xianyuan. The palace's secret guards also seemed fewer in number, and everything was unusually quiet, as if something big had happened. But this also made things easier for her. That day, she changed into men's clothes and sneaked out of the palace again. She hoped to try her luck and see if she could find old Mo's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, she actually ran into him. She touched the pendant in her pocket, gathered her energy and focused, about to summon the ant bugs to track him. Suddenly, someone pressed her shoulder hard. Turning her head, she saw an old face covered in powder smiling down at her. It was the madam from Yumenlo. The madam clearly did not recognize her and, without hesitation, pulled her inside the redwood door behind her. A strong smell of perfume filled her nose, making her cough. The madam was already gone. The women nearby immediately surrounded her. Oh, young master all alone. Little young master looks unfamiliar. Why not let Green serve you a few drinks and introduce you to our ways? These women stared at her eagerly, making her feel cold all over. She rolled her eyes and smiled brightly. Is it okay if I don't have money? In an instant, she was abandoned in place. She let out a breath of relief. Just as she was about to leave quickly to handle her business, a loud noise and a woman's scream came from the stairs. A fragile figure tumbled down the stairs. You shameless woman, coming to this place pretending to be noble. Hold her down, her clothes. Let the guests see how valuable she is today, shouted the madam. The woman was wearing patched cloth clothes. She ran down in fear, but the others surrounded her, laughing and teasing. Although she didn't want to cause trouble, the woman's big, bright eyes suddenly looked at her. The woman was finally held down on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She looked helplessly at the only person who seemed to care, silently begging for help. Please save me, I beg you. In the end, Si Zhaozhao couldn't resist her pleading eyes. The madam and the onlookers looked toward the source of the noise and saw a handsome young man walking over with a cold expression. Isn't that the young master who said he had no money earlier? He looks so handsome, but unfortunately he's poor. Mama Hua, who had been smiling happily, thought a noble guest had arrived. When she heard the gossip below, her face immediately darkened. What's the point of pretending to be rich? With your small build, you want to act like a hero saving a beauty from a story. As she finished speaking, several burly men appeared. Compared to them, Si Zhaozhao looked weak like a little chick. One of the men suddenly reached out to push her down the stairs. The woman quickly grabbed her, but slipped herself and almost fell. Si Zhaozhao didn't expect she could protect herself, let alone risk her life to save someone else. The spectators burst into laughter. Si Zhaozhao calmly pulled the money pouch from her belt, revealing several shining gold ingots. Madame Hua's eyes lit up, and she almost couldn't stop herself from grabbing them. Oh my old eyes must be failing me. I nearly offended such an important guest. I declare that this newcomer will serve the young master tonight. Xue, hurry and take the young master upstairs to attend to him properly. Madame Hua was a shrewd woman. Getting so much money on the first night, she would never let anyone redeem their freedom easily. She didn't even mention it. Qiu Xue's eyes dimmed slightly. She bit her lip, her pale arm trembling as she reached out. Si Zhaozhao knew that if she left now, this young woman might fall into another dangerous situation. She was the kind of person who, once she started something, would see it through. Before Qiu Xue could touch her, Si Zhaozhao had already stepped upstairs. Qiu Xue's expression grew complicated. Was he? No. Was she? Avoiding her on purpose, not wanting to make things awkward? With uneasy thoughts, she entered the room. As soon as the door closed, Si Zhaozhao spoke honestly, her voice returning to normal, no longer disguised. Don't be afraid. I'm a woman too. Madame Hua pulled me in here by mistake. Qiu Xue was stunned. It wasn't her fault for not noticing. Before leaving home, Si Zhaozhao had slightly changed her appearance to look more like a man. Anyone who didn't know her well would never have guessed. Thank you for saving me, Qiu Xue said sincerely, bowing slightly. It's nothing. You helped me earlier too, so we're even. Si Zhaozhao walked further inside and opened the window. From there, she could see the cloth shop across the street. By coincidence, she caught sight of old Master Mo leaving the shop. Her eyes brightened. This spot was perfect. She could observe without drawing attention.
What are you looking at?
Oh, that man goes to the family's cloth shop every so often. He must be a regular customer, though it's strange. He never buys anything, Qiu Xue said from behind her. Just then, the door creaked open. Si Zhaozhao calmly closed the window as Madame Hua entered with a few servants, setting food on the table. She glared at Qiu Xue. You've been in here so long and haven't even poured the young master a drink. Don't you know how to behave? I told her not to. My stomach isn't well tonight and I don't want to drink, Si Zhaozhao said smoothly. Madame Hua frowned, but said no more. Qiu Xue was born with a stunning and beautiful appearance. Her skin was bright and clear. No one could imagine that beneath this lovely look, she had been working on farms since she was young, with hands full of calluses. She often went without a proper meal. Seeing her eyes fixed on the delicious food, Si Zhaozhao softly said, If you're hungry, just eat. I already ate before I left. No one is going to eat these, so they will be thrown away. Qiu Xue was not shy and immediately started eating happily. Old Master Mo had already gone back home. Since she had nothing else to do, she waited until she finished eating and then chatted a little. How old are you? Qiu Xue took a sip of tea and swallowed the last bit. 20. And you? I will be 19 next year. Qiu Xue was surprised for a moment, then she smiled. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, making her bright and charming face look a little playful and youthful. Si Zhaozhao was a bit stunned. Qiu Xue was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, a true stunning beauty that took your breath away at first sight. Coming back to her senses, Si Zhaozhao returned to the main topic. Earlier, you said you saw that person often go to the fabric shop, but he didn't buy anything. How often does he go? Thinking for a moment, Qiu Xue said, Every 3 or 5 days, I think. I can't remember exactly. I saw him when I was selling things on the street, not when I was at Yumenlo. Later, Madame Hua liked her looks and tried hard to bring her over, but she avoided her. until Madame Hua followed her and made a deal with her family for 10 taels of silver, then sold her. After hearing her story, Si Zhaozhao hesitated a little. I can't take you away now, but I promise that in the future, you won't be bullied here, and I will protect your innocence. I have a favor to ask. Miss, even though we are not related, you are willing to risk your money to protect me. I owe you my life. Qiu Shui looked sincere, without any doubt. Si Zhaozhao was moved. I don't want her life, just that when that person appears again, you send someone to find me. All right, how can I find you? Si Zhaozhao told her the location of the alley behind the regent's residence, near an old locust tree. Qiu Shui agreed, without hesitation. Si Zhaozhao smiled. Qiu Shui was also touched by her smile and couldn't help but say, if you don't mind, from now on, you'll be my younger sister. Can we call each other sisters? After saying this, her expression changed and her eyes lowered. I was too bold. Someone of her humble background, how could she be worthy of being her older sister? Just by looking at her clothes, it was clear she was either very rich or noble. It was just a moment of feeling connected, so she couldn't hold back. Unexpectedly, Simeo Zhaozhao took her hand and said kindly, then I will rely on Sister Xue to take care of me. The two quickly became close friends, talking effortlessly. This was the first close female friend Simeo Zhaozhao had made in her life. Over the next 2 days, she kept coming to Yumanlu. Thanks to her generous bribes, Mama Hua dared not neglect Qiu Shui. Meanwhile, the secret guards had already noticed something unusual. They hurriedly sent the news to the border. King Xiantian was gravely ill, and the troops stationed at the border were restless. In the past 2 days, Mo Xianyuan led the army to stay put, stabilizing morale and deterring the enemy from taking action. Report. An urgent secret letter from the palace. Mo Xianyuan, sitting on the main seat, waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers. He slowly opened the letter and suddenly stood up. Why was she repeatedly going to Yumanlu? He couldn't help but think of one person. That night, he hurried back. Simeo Zhaozhao had wrapped her homemade pastries and was about to go to her appointment when a shadow suddenly embraced her. The stubble on the man's chin pricked her forehead painfully. Prince, are you all right? She wondered why he returned so quickly, especially since the border was in urgent need of news. Mo Xianyuan released her and looked at the things she was holding with reddened eyes. His voice was hoarse from lack of sleep. Where are you going? What are these? Who are you giving them to? Mo Xianyuan was very careful and could guess the general idea from a single clue. She didn't want him to know she was tracking her grandfather to avoid messing up her plans, and she definitely didn't want to involve Xue. She casually explained, the weather is good today. I brought pastries to the minister's residence for my mother. You're lying, he said sharply, exposing her words. Simeo Zhaozhao's mind was not much worse than his. She immediately understood what he meant and her face darkened. If the prince already knows, why ask? When Mo Xianyuan thought about going to such a lively place to meet someone secretly, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. You are not allowed to go. Since he knew she was going to Yuman Tower, he was sure he would investigate the reason. Si Zhaozhao had no choice but to tell everything. She is about my age and was forced to go to Yuman Tower. A few days ago, I saw her being treated unfairly by Madame Hua, so I helped her out. That's how we became friends. Besides, I don't have much to do in the house. I just wanted to relax and see her. The prince wouldn't have come back because of this, right? It turned out he wasn't talking about Qi Yinzheng. Mo Xianyuan frowned deeply, his anger rising. I have indeed neglected you these days, but can't you be patient? Sneaking around with such a shady man and then saying you're just relaxing? What do you think of me? Si Zhaozhao was confused. What are you talking about? Xue Yi is a girl. What man are you talking about? Where are your thoughts going? Girl? Mo Xianyuan's face changed slightly, and he slowly relaxed. Even so, you shouldn't go. Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. Why not? That place is full of shady dealings. You might get influenced. The girl might be deliberately approaching you. People can be tricky. If you just want to relax, why not stay at home and spend time with the children? Do you think I should stay at home forever, never leaving the house? always with the children. Mo Xianyuan tightened his brows. Don't misunderstand me. You can go out to relax, but you shouldn't make friends with such people, or it could cause unnecessary trouble. Si Zhaozhao turned her head away. Don't worry, I haven't revealed the identity of the regent princess. Is the reason you must go really because of that girl? Mo Xianyuan's tone clearly cooled. Si Zhaozhao frowned. I don't understand what you mean, Prince. Today is her birthday. I really can't be late. As she spoke, she turned to leave. In the next moment, the man suddenly snatched the cake she was holding and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Just 2 days ago, Qi Yunzheng went to see the people at Yumen Tower. And now you've already made friends there. Going to see Shui Yi is a lie. I see. You're really going to meet your old lover. Just because I was away for a few days, you can't stand being alone? Is this how you truly feel about me? Xiao Xiao looked sadly at the pastries scattered all over the floor, then turned her cold gaze toward the angry man. A person with a dark heart sees everything as dirty. The fact that you can say such things only proves you never truly trusted me. I could never match your skill in saying one thing and doing another. Rongsheng rushed in. Your Highness, something bad has happened, Xian. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing he might have come at the wrong time. Xiao Xiao quietly crouched down, picking up the crumbs of the broken pastries. That lonely figure made Mo Xuanyuan's heart ache. But when he thought about how restless she always was, and how she had hidden her past with Qi Yunjin, his heart hardened. He stepped outside with Rongsheng to talk. Your Highness, you, and the princess. Mo Xianyuan interrupted him. What happened to Xiantian? Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Rongsheng didn't dare ask further. He straightened his expression and said, The king of Xiantian has passed away about 3 hours ago. Mo Xianyuan frowned and took a deep breath. I'll leave immediately. You stay here and take care of the residents. And the princess. If she wants to go out, you won't be able to stop her. Just keep people watching over her. Protect her well, and record everything she does, where she goes, who she meets, every detail. It's been almost 3 days, Master. Yunjin hasn't made a sound. You're not really going to hurt him, are you? Qi Yuhong's face darkened. He didn't want to harm his only son. But if Yunjin insisted on being reckless and dragging the whole family into danger, as a father, he had no choice but to protect the family first. Just as he was about to speak and reach for a stick, a weak voice came from inside the room. I promise you, I'll give up on the princess. Huarong's eyes filled with tears as she pushed her husband. Quick, open the door. Yunjin never lies. He must have come to his senses. Qi Yuhong finally relaxed a little. The Qi family's future was safe again. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and told the servants to help Yunjin out. After 2 days without sunlight, food, or water, Qi Yunjin's face was pale as paper. The small side room was close to the ice cellar, and whether day or night, cold air kept seeping in. He could only use his internal strength to warm himself. Even without eating or drinking, he found it hard to keep going every day. Qi Yuhong deliberately chose this place for him. After eating and drinking well, Qi Yunjing said he wanted to go out for a walk. Qi Yuhong looked at him with suspicion. Huarong rode. Yunjing, rest a bit longer before going out. Qi Yunjing agreed. The young servant helped him back to his room. After noon, Qi Yunjing regained his freedom. He stood at the gate, silently thinking, Sorry, parents. I will give up being the regent princess, but I won't give up Cici. Last night, he already thought of a way to protect both sides, so the Qi family wouldn't be involved. As Zhao Zhao left the regent's residence at the corner under the old locust tree, someone suddenly called out to him. Sorry I haven't come by these days.
Are you
okay? Actually, he wanted to ask if she missed him, but he couldn't say it now. Zhao Zhao shook her head. I found where old Amo often goes. Do you want to come with me? Qi Yunjing couldn't refuse. When they reached Yumen Tower, Qi Yunjing's ears turned red. You mean, old Amo often comes here? Just follow me and you'll see. Zhao Zhao led him upstairs confidently. They knocked on the door. Inside, there was a loud noise. Zhao Zhao's face changed, and she pushed the door open. Qiu Shui was on the ground, her arms full of scratches. The room was a mess, as if robbed. Xue Jia. What happened? Zhao Zhao thought it was Hua Mama breaking her promise and bringing other guests. Anger rose in her. She was about to find Hua Mama, but Qiu Xue quickly said, Zhao Zhao, I'm fine. Earlier, my father and I came to ask for silver. Is this young man your friend? Yes, a friend, just like you, Zhao Zhao replied. A flicker of sadness appeared in Qi Yunjing's eyes. Qiu Xue looked thoughtful, her gaze lingering on the two of them. After everyone sat down, Zhao Zhao gently applied medicine to her. Xue Jia, they hurt you so badly. Do they still have the nerve to come ask for silver? Didn't Hua Mama already give it to you? Qiu Xue sighed and said, Since I was young, my father and the others have always favored my younger brother. To send him to school, they sold the family cow and let me work the land. Later, when my brother decided he no longer wanted to study and wanted to learn martial arts, my parents thought he could join the army and become an officer, so they sold the donkey too. I was left to grind beans. But my brother is unpredictable. He always changes his mind quickly. Over the years, when they saw he was old enough to marry, they told me to go out and earn money. Today, I just found out that when my parents sold me, they also asked that I share part of my earnings with them. Like the money you gave last time, I think I gave my parents at least 30 taels. Is that not enough for your brother to get married? Si Zhao Zhao frowned. Qiu Xue forced a smile. They said my brother is starting a business and needs money to run it. Qi Yunjing sighed. Every family has its own problems. He had traveled all over and heard how hard life was for poor children. Some had many children but couldn't support them all. If they abandoned the children, it was a pity, so they sold them cheaply to human traffickers. If the traffickers didn't want to pay, they would humiliate the children and only ask for a small amount of rice in exchange. Some people even had many children on purpose just to survive. If she hadn't been taken in by her master in her past life, Si Zhao Zhao might have died from cold or hunger in some corner. She couldn't understand how parents could be so cruel, only thinking about their own gain and hurting their children. But then she remembered the original owner of this body and gained new understanding. Some people are not fit to be parents. Xue, I didn't think things through. I'm sorry I caused you to be hurt again by them, Si Zhao Zhao said with a frown. It wasn't her intention. She just didn't expect such shameless parents. Qiu Xue's eyes welled up with emotion as she spoke passionately. She smiled and tried to comfort them. It's not your fault. They've been like this all these years, used to it. By the way, you still have important work to do, right? Don't waste all your time on me. Go and do what you need to. Si Zhao Zhao nodded, waved at Qi Yunjing, and casually opened the window. He really is here. I heard from my grandfather that he rarely goes out and never cares much about food, clothing, or daily needs. Even when he needs something, he has someone else buy it. Why does he personally come to the fabric shop? Qi Yunjing looked puzzled. At first, Si Zhao Zhao wasn't sure. She couldn't see clearly back then and could only recognize people by their voices. The last time, she only heard from such a distance near the window, so she was worried she might have mistaken someone. But after hearing Qi Yunjing's words, she felt relieved. We need to go and check to know for sure. Si Zhao Zhao wanted to visit the fabric shop, and Qi Yunjing agreed to go with her. She also wanted to talk to Qiu Xue about some things, so she asked him to wait outside. The two sisters sat together, holding hands and chatting. Xue, next time, let them wait here. You come find me and I'll help you think of a way. Zhao Zhao, they work on farms all year, and they're very strong. I'm worried about hurting you. You've helped me a lot these days, and I don't want to hold you back. Forget about my matters. As for that young man Qi, I think he's interested in you. You should cherish him. I have a good eye for people, and he's someone trustworthy to spend your life with. Si Zhao Zhao was silent. You've misunderstood. We are mostly mutual support partners, at least for now. Qiu Xue teased. A married couple is also about supporting each other. Things got more complicated, so Si Zhao Zhao had to be honest. I am already married, and I really don't have romantic feelings for him. Qiu Xue was stunned. You. How old are you? She suddenly shook her head. I heard that children of noble families marry early. It seems my family arranged this for me long ago.
Just forget I said anything.
After Si Zhaozhao left, Qiu Shui sat at her dressing table, looking at the two figures downstairs who seemed perfectly matched. A hint of envy crossed her eyes. When will her true love appear? When Qi Yunzheng and Si Zhaoxiao entered, there was a dispute inside. I'll add another 100 taels. Sorry, this fabric has already been reserved. We can't sell it. Can't sell it? You all might as well close the shop. Dozens of wooden racks were pushed over one by one. Qi Yunzheng quickly blocked the last one to prevent Cici from being hit on the head. Si Zhaozhao looked up at him. Thank you. The shop assistant hurried over. Sorry, madam, are you hurt? Si Zhaozhao shook her head. The troublemaker earlier walked over, carrying his round belly, and chuckled. How about it? Will you sell to me? The shop assistant's face turned red with anger.
No.
If you push your luck again, I'll report you to the authorities. The man snorted. Go ahead. I know the Minister of Justice. I doubt any official office will accept your complaint. Knowing the Minister of Justice means nothing. Our shopkeeper also has connections with the former 9 Gates. Before the shop assistant finished, a calm but commanding voice came from behind the curtain. Rong, what happened? Shopkeeper. This guest insists on choosing a fabric already decided by others and wants to destroy our shop, Rong said confidently. Shi Zhaozhao and Qi Yunzheng exchanged a glance. They sensed something from the shop assistant's words. It was about the relationship between the Meng family fabric shop's owner and old Mo. The curtain was pushed aside, and the man slowly stepped into view. The shopkeeper was not tall, wearing an eye patch, with only one eye visible, but it was sharp. Are you from a Sun family? Sun Hingyi trembled, puffed out his chest, and said, What? Are you afraid now? The shopkeeper curled his lips into a cold smile. There aren't many people in this world who scare me. Who do you think you are? Just because you've spoken with the Minister of Justice, you think you're familiar with him? Sun Hengyi's eyes widened. How did he know? The shopkeeper lazily said, Leave 50 taels of silver as compensation for half a day's loss. Otherwise, I'll take you to see the Minister of Justice and find out how you've been falsely claiming his name outside. Sun Hengyi's lie was exposed. Embarrassed and angry, he threw down the silver and hurriedly ran away. The shopkeeper withdrew his gaze, looked at the two of them, and smiled warmly. Please go ahead. They were in no rush to ask questions. Qi Yunzheng, following her instructions, went back to tell Qiu Shui and planned to return later to celebrate her birthday. Shi Zhaozhao carefully selected fabrics, intending to give them as a birthday gift for Shui. Unexpectedly, she met Mo Bingshang here. Ying, this is a famous old brand popular in the northern border. They only sell unique items, very precious. But today is my birthday, and my father gave me quite a bit of silver. Feel free to choose, Huang Xiner proudly said. She turned around and exclaimed, Shi Zhaozhao? Pei Yi heard the sound and looked over, just in time to see Qi Yunzheng leave. Her eyes flashed. Could they be secretly meeting behind the prince's back? Mo Bingchong angrily walked over and grabbed Si Zhaozhao. You're shameless. My cousin still wants to see him. In broad daylight, you dare to walk around with your lover. What are you really trying to do? Si Zhaozhao frowned, her handsome face suddenly cold. Fourth miss, please let go. You. Mo Bingchong looked up, her face flushing suddenly. Such a handsome young man. Then she shook her head. No, it's you. You think just because you changed your clothes I won't recognize you? Pei Yi gracefully approached, saying softly, Princess, last time, the prince was unhappy that you were too close to Lord Qi. Why do you refuse to listen to him? He's been tired from fighting outside. You should be more sensible. Her words were clearly meant to provoke. Mo Bingchong's face changed. What do you mean by last time? Pei Yi looked nervously at Si Zhaozhao. Mo Bingchong held back her anger. Tell the truth. I'm here, so she can't do anything to you. The first time was at the palace banquet, in the royal garden, when the princess was in Lord Qi's arms. The second time was at the second Mrs. engagement party at the Shangshu residence, where Lord Qi and the princess exchanged greetings. But that was because the princess lost her footing and accidentally ended up in his arms, Pei Yi hurriedly explained. Mo Bingchong's face darkened completely.
Si Zhaozhao.
You planned for my cousin to marry you, and you even dared to flirt with Lord Qi. Si Zhaozhao didn't look at her. Please pack up these fabrics. A roam took them, not surprised or bowing in respect because of their status. A few days ago, Huang Xiner had just finished copying the northern border laws and had been reflecting in the dark prison for a long time. She didn't want to get involved in this fight, but among the fabrics Si Zhaozhao chose, there was a style she had long wanted. She suddenly became anxious.
No.
That cloud pattern can't be sold to her. After saying that, she worried Si Zhaozhao would report her to the emperor and have her taken away. She then softened her tone. Princess, today is my birthday.
Can you give it to me?
I'll pay double silver. Si Zhaozhao raised her cold gaze. Your birthday has nothing to do with me. I'm not your parents. Huang Xiner's face turned red with anger. Mo Bingshang sneered. Where did you get that silver to buy such expensive things? Isn't it all from your secret admirer? Miss Fourth is so experienced. You've had your share of secret admirers, haven't you? You're talking nonsense. If you like someone, go and fight for them. Don't come here to cause trouble. Is the porridge on the ground tasty? If not, go back and have another bowl. Use your brain. She turned around, paid with a silver note, and hugged the cloth. Just as she was about to leave, Mo Bingshang shouted, Stop. I haven't finished talking. You wicked woman. Where have you hidden Sister Chao Shui? Hearing this name, Pei Yi couldn't help but think of what Si Zhaozhao said at the engagement banquet, and she shivered. Si Zhaozhao's face was cold.
She is dead.
Are you going to join her? Mo Bingshang, how have you lived so long? Do you really like being used by others? First it was Song Chao Shui, then Pei Yi. If I were her parents, I would be furious. After saying this, she decisively hugged her cloth and left. Mo Bingshang was stunned by her words. Her eyes welled up, and a few tears fell to the ground. Is Sister Chao Shui really dead? Seeing Si Zhaozhao walk straight into Yuan Tower, Pei Yi was shocked. Why would the princess go to such a low-class place? Huang Xiner, feeling upset about losing her favorite cloth, blurted out, People who go there are just looking for excitement or fun. Hee hee, I heard the prince hasn't been here these days. Maybe she secretly went to be a lady of the night. Mo Bingshang snapped back to her senses and glared. Can you speak properly? No matter what Si Zhaozhao says, she is my nominal sister-in-law. If you insult her, you're insulting my brother. Huang Xiner quickly shut up. Sorry, Bingshang. Don't take it to heart. I was just angry at her attitude toward you. Mo Bingshang's eyes darkened. I don't know if what she said is true. If Sister Chao Shui really was harmed by her, I will never admit she is my sister-in-law in this life. And I will also avenge Sister Chao Shui. Pei Yi's eyes flickered as she softly said, Miss Song is a loyal general's daughter. Good people are blessed by heaven. Nothing will happen. Once I get married, I will ask around more for you and the prince. Upon hearing this, Mo Bingshang felt a small sense of comfort in her cool heart. Thank you, little sister-in-law. I will also mention your good qualities more often in front of the eldest uncle, so they know you are more suitable to be the princess than that woman. Yi Pei felt happy inside but remained humble outwardly. My knowledge is shallow. I cannot compare to the legitimate daughter of the Shangshu family. Even without her, this position should belong to Miss Song. That's because you are pure and upright. Si Zhaozhao is not even a legitimate daughter.
Sigh.
I wonder if Sister Chao Shui can come back. But don't worry, even if you are a concubine, you are still my close friend. From these words, it was clear that in Mo Bingshang's heart, Song Chao Shui was still the top choice for the princess position. Mo Bingshang responded calmly and modestly. The evening glow, shining with gold and jade, looked like a beautiful landscape painting. Qi Yunzheng was afraid of being noticed by his family, so he didn't stay long and returned to the residence after the late morning. Si Zhaozhao returned to the cloth shop just in time to catch a roam closing for the day. Wait, I have a business to discuss. Could you ask your shopkeeper to come out again? If she hadn't run into Mo Bingshang and her group at noon, her deal might have already been settled, giving her a reason to interact more with the shopkeeper and learn more about his relationship with old Master Mo. Our Rome looked apologetic. Our shopkeeper has his own channels for sourcing goods. In the past, someone wanted to cooperate with him, but he refused every time. Si Zhaozhao had a plan. She handed over a package of colorful dye powder she had prepared in her spiritual space. This is my own dye, unique in the world.
Take this to him.
I will come back in 3 days, and then he can give me an answer. Rong was impressed and agreed. Si Zhaozhao returned to the residence at a steady pace. Rongshin looked worried and said, Princess, if you come back any later, I really won't know how to explain to the prince. She looked slightly downward, with an ambiguous expression, and said, Don't worry. I didn't tell you to lose track of me. Then she walked inside with a light step. Rongshin looked down and saw a corner of the notebook in her arms, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. These two masters are really hard to fool. He wondered if the prince's heart could still handle it, especially after today's incident where the princess went to Yumanlu with young Master Qi. The next morning, the children were sleeping on either side of Si Zhaozhao. Before they could fully wake up, their mother was taken away by someone. Yi Qing, if you can't give me a good excuse, don't even think about sleeping well tonight. Si Zhaozhao's eyes were dark with anger as she spoke bitterly. Last night, just thinking about almost finding the jade token made her so excited she couldn't sleep. It was only when dawn was near that she finally felt sleepy. But then, this guy knocked on the window and door, waking her up again. Yi Qing smiled politely and said, This is a matter of life and death. I dare not delay. Princess, you should come with me quickly to save someone, Si Zhaozhao asked suspiciously. Save someone? Is Mo Xianyuan hurt? Not exactly. You'll find out when you go. I can't say more. Yi Qing usually kept his words tight when needed, rarely revealing anything. In the main courtyard, Si Zhaozhao was about to follow him inside when she heard a weak female voice from within.
Yi Qing's face slightly changed.
He raised his hand to knock and remind the prince, but Si Zhaozhao suddenly hit his wrist, stopping him. Oh no, Your Highness, please don't do anything you shouldn't. Brother Yuan, thank you for forgiving me. When you found out I was a girl, you didn't punish me. Instead, you protected me and brought me back safely. You're risking yourself to block the sword for me. That's what I should do, Your Highness. The princess has arrived. Yi Qing called out loudly. He was afraid that if they kept listening, the two of them might do something they couldn't undo. Si Zhaozhao looked at Yi Qing with a calm expression. Yi Qing shrank back nervously. Mo Xianyuan's usually stern face softened a lot when he saw her. Come in. Si Zhaozhao followed him inside, and her eyes unintentionally flicked toward the woman on the bed. Her gaze froze in surprise. How could it be her? What made her even more shocked was that Song Chao Shui, upon seeing her, looked innocent and curious. Brother Yuan, is this sister-in-law? Mo Xianyuan nodded but didn't resist her calling him that. Yi Qing forced himself to speak. Miss Song was injured while saving the prince. Dr. Xiao isn't at the residence lately, he's traveling. The doctors outside aren't very discreet, so we had to ask the princess to come and see her. Mo Xianyuan whispered. She doesn't remember anything now. I will explain everything to you later. Si Zhaozhao calmly walked over and asked, Did she hurt her head? Song Chao Shui pointed below her chest. Prince, you and Lord, you should leave first. After Mo Xianyuan and Yi Qing left, Si Zhaozhao casually picked up a pair of scissors. Miss Song, you really have clever tricks. Coming up with such a plan to survive and return to the palace is impressive. Song Chao Shui looked confused. What do you mean, sister-in-law? Did I do something wrong to you before? Suddenly, a dangerous look appeared in Si Zhaozhao's eyes. She moved closer quickly. You want to forget all the dirty things you've done so fast? Conspiring with others to frame me, almost causing us to drown unjustly, hiring someone to harm me, blinding my eyes. Every single thing. How can you say you forget? The sharp scissors pierced the pillow. Song Chao Shui's face turned pale, but she showed no sign of guilt. No, that's impossible. I would never do such terrible things. Si Zhaozhao narrowed her eyes slightly, her fierce gaze examining her carefully. But Song Chao Shui was not afraid. She looked serious and said, After I met Brother Yuan, I realized I had forgotten many things. If I really did those things, sister-in-law can take my life anytime. I won't resist. With that, she clenched her teeth, reached out, and pulled out the scissors next to her, aiming at her own eye. They stared at each other for a long time. Si Zhaozhao finally took back the scissors. She quickly untied her clothes in a few moves. Song Chao Shui blushed, but seeing her skillful handling of the wound, she smiled slightly. Sister-in-law, do you believe me now? Si Zhaozhao applied medicine with a cold face. I spared your life just to see what tricks you might still play. Song Chao Shui, don't think these little tricks can fool me. What you want, others don't value. You can take it by force if they're willing. But if you hurt innocent people just to achieve your goals, I won't forgive you. Killing her now would only cause unnecessary trouble. Once she got the Jade Soldier Talisman, she would leave him. He wanted to take some concubines and marry more wives, but that had nothing to do with her. Song Chao Shui softly smiled. Sister-in-law, are you jealous? Don't worry, I won't compete with you for Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan told me that we are just childhood siblings who grew up together. How can a sister be with her brother? Si Zhaozhao suddenly tightened the knot of her bandage, causing Song Chao Shui to gasp in cold air. She said, "Who you're with is your own business. This is just a small scratch. Next time, you can bandage it yourself without bothering others. Don't come to me again." After speaking, Si Zhaozhao threw down the open medicine bottle and cloth, leaving with a cold attitude. Mo Xianyuan was waiting outside. When he saw her come out, he wanted to explain, but she walked away with a dark face. Prince, the princess must have misunderstood. You should go after her. Mo Xianyuan was about to step forward when suddenly there was a loud noise from inside. He had to turn back and go inside. The medicine was spilled all over the floor. Song Chao Shui, weak, collapsed beside the bed. Her abdominal wound reopened, bleeding slightly. Mo Xianyuan helped her up and laid her back down. He frowned and asked, "Didn't she already bandage you?" Song Chao Shui half smiled. "Maybe I said something that made my sister-in-law upset." "Brother Yuan, did I really do so many bad things before?" "Did she tell you that?" Song Chao Shui nodded, tears gathering in her almond-shaped eyes. "Brother Yuan, if I really did so many wrong things, even if my sister-in-law kills me, I wouldn't complain. But I feel so sad. I can't accept that I was once such a hateful person. I only wanted to help the displaced people, so I secretly sneaked into the army camp. But now someone tells me I once hurt innocent people and even harmed children for my own selfish desires. How am I different from those rebels? I even want to join the army again. I really am terrible. I'm a hypocrite and don't deserve to come back with you." As she spoke, she clenched her fists and hit her own head hard. Mo Xianyuan reached out to stop her, but she threw herself into his arms, clutching his wide sleeve, crying softly, "Brother Yuan, tell me what to do. Should I just not live in this world anymore?" Mo Xianyuan looked a bit dazed. In the past, he could have ruthlessly let her die, or even wished her to suffer more. But the Song Chao Shui in front of him was no longer the same. She still seemed like that kind and righteous little sister. This made him think about how, over the years, she had changed from a naive girl who happily followed him everywhere into a sensible woman who understood the bigger picture. Later, when Song Chao Shui became a completely different person, he wondered if he had something to do with it. For a moment, he forgot to push her away, and this scene just appeared in Si Zhaozhao's mind. She didn't even want to take the medicine bottle and turned to leave. Yi Qing hurriedly followed her. "Hey, princess. Please don't misunderstand the prince. These things should have been told by the prince and you, but I was worried you might be upset or not trust the prince, so I spoke first." Miss Song was found at the border by the army. At that time, the prince was on routine patrol in a nearby town. On his way through a refugee camp, he was suddenly attacked from behind. Miss Song stepped forward to block the attack. She was wearing the armor of a fallen soldier, and when her face was revealed, I was also frightened. As you know, Miss Song doesn't remember anything now. Si Zhaozhao looked expressionless. "Are you done talking?" Yi Qing nodded blankly. Si Zhaozhao simply walked away. Yi Qing scratched his head, worried. What should he do? It seemed the princess didn't believe him at all. Mo Xianyuan didn't let Pei Yi go through the front door. Their engagement was delayed again and again. Su Jinhua was lying weakly on her bed, with no energy to take a nap. Suddenly, the young servant who had come earlier to complain hurriedly tried to come in. Dong Shuang knocked on the door to ask for instructions. Su Jinhua responded and slowly got up. The young servant lowered his head, smiling happily. "Madam, Miss Song is back. I saw with my own eyes that the prince carried her back, and they went to the main courtyard. The princess just went there earlier." When she came out, her face didn't look very good. Su Jinhua looked confused. Yuan didn't go to the border. How did they meet? Waving her hand, Dong Shuang understood and took out some silver to send the young servant away. Then, she carefully helped Su Jinhua. "Let's go to the main courtyard." When Su Jinhua learned that Song Chaoshua didn't remember anything and had even saved Mo Xianyuan, she felt both happy and worried. Happy because her chance to reconcile with Yuan was greater. Worried because Chaoshua had forgotten everything and might not still love Yuan. Su Jinhua happily held her hand and said. Song Chaoshua looked at Mo Xianyuan with surprise. Seeing her nervous little deer-like eyes, Mo Xianyuan unexpectedly thought of that woman. "Mother, she is injured. Don't talk for too long. I have things to finish, so I can't stay longer." He politely and coldly finished speaking and turned to leave. Su Jinhua felt a moment of disappointment, but quickly put on a smile. "It seems that after this trip, your relationship has improved. He also cares about you now." Song Chaoshua slightly lowered her eyes. "Brother Yuan is very thoughtful," Su Jinhua smiled.
"He's not usually like that."
"He's brave on the battlefield, but in daily life, I haven't seen him care so much about any girl. Only you." Seeing her face turn slightly shy, Su Jinhua tentatively asked, "You used to care about him the most.
How do you feel now?"
Do you have someone else you like?" Hearing this, Song Chaoshua looked uncomfortable. I don't dare have improper thoughts about Brother Yuan. Sister-in-law would be upset." Su Jinhua frowned. "What do you mean? Did Si Zhaozhao say something to you?" Song Chaoshua hesitated a little and slowly said, "Sister-in-law said I did many wrong things to her before. She was very angry and almost poked my eye with scissors because I had blinded her before. Madam, sister-in-law has suffered so much. I definitely can't keep making mistakes." She looked sad. "I was born humble and not as noble as sister-in-law. I can't bring anything to Brother Yuan. Maybe it's better to just be siblings for the rest of our lives." Su Jinhua didn't expect Si Zhaozhao to be so mean, to say such cruel words to someone who doesn't remember anything. She frowned and cleared her throat, speaking seriously. "You don't need to listen to her. That woman is the most selfish. She used many mean tricks to marry Yuan. You were all manipulated by her. You were blinded by jealousy at the time. In fact, Yuan still cares about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought you back. As long as you still have feelings for Yuan, one day you can pull her down and make her return to her true self. Before that, you must stay calm, don't let her trick you, and don't think about leaving just because of her words." The Song Dynasty Snow patted her on the back and said, "Madam, don't worry. As long as Brother Yuan hasn't driven me away, I won't leave. But I don't quite understand. Since she is good at medicine, why doesn't she see you?" Hearing this, Su Jinhua's gentle face looked a bit strained. Yes, she hadn't thought of that. Si Zhaozhao had even cured her own mother, who had been crazy for over 20 years. She had seen remarkable results even after going to the Northern Martial King's residence. But from the moment she entered, she had never suggested seeing a doctor for her. Madam, don't hold any grudge against sister-in-law. Maybe she's been secretly trying to help you." Su Jinhua's face looked worse. She stood up and said, "You rest first. I can't keep up with you much longer. Next time, when you come to my place, we can have a good talk." After Song Chaoshua watched her leave, a cool feeling passed through her almond-shaped eyes. That day, Si Zhaozhao was about to go out and see if the manager of the cloth shop had figured things out. But an unexpected visitor arrived in the yard. "Miss Song." Ling'an rubbed her eyes in disbelief and called out. Song Chaoshua was wearing a light yellow dress, looking lively and playful, completely different from her previous image of a delicate girl who always swayed in the wind. It seems someone who knows me has come again. I'm here to thank sister-in-law. Is she inside? Lingen was dazed and said, I'll go inform her. She still hadn't fully processed that Song Chao Shui was back. Her personality was so different now. They seemed like two different people. Si Zhaozhao didn't want to attract attention, especially from someone like Song Chao Shui. It looked like she wouldn't be able to leave today. Say I've gone to sleep, and send her away. Before her words could be heard, Song Chao Shui had already come uninvited. Sister-in-law, you don't want to see me? Si Man was playing chess with Mo Tingyu at the table. Seeing this familiar person, Si Man immediately dropped her chess piece and ran to her mother, her little face alert. Bad woman, what do you want now? Mo Tingyu was stunned. Her mother was back? Apart from a few palace servants, the news of Song Chao Shui's return hadn't fully spread. So these two children didn't know. Song Chao Shui looked fondly at Si Man, who was as cute as a little pink ball, and suddenly reached out her hand. Little one, you are Auntie and Brother Yuan's daughter, so you are my little niece. This is our first meeting. I don't have much to give you, but I wonder if you like it. A small, lifelike bunny carved from yellow sugar hung on a bamboo stick. Si Man's big, round eyes lit up immediately. She hesitated and looked at Si Zhaozhao. Si Zhaozhao gently hugged her daughter and politely declined. I appreciate your kindness. If they want it, they can have as much as they like. No need for you to trouble yourself. Si Man's little face showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly became firm. Mother is right. I don't care for it. Humph. Bad women can't buy me. Song Chao Shui looked a bit disappointed, but was not angry. Well, that's a pity. I don't like sweets much, and Brother Yuan doesn't either.
Oh.
Sister-in-law, do you have a son? Wow, he looks a lot like Brother Yuan. But I don't remember Brother Yuan ever mentioning him. As she spoke, she suddenly walked toward Mo Tingyu. Si Zhaozhao didn't stop her. She wanted to see if Song Chao Shui was truly forgetful or just pretending. When she approached, Mo Tingyu's small hand, holding a chess piece, gradually clenched tighter. Little nephew, do you want some sugar? It's so fragrant and sweet, Song Chao Shui said, deliberately waving the sugar figurine. Her gentle appearance was like the mother he fantasized about when ignored or blamed by her. Mo Tingyu couldn't help but blurt out, Mother, but Song Chao Shui remained unfazed. She stood up and sighed. Sister-in-law, I really envy you for having two such adorable children. Actually, you don't need to be so hostile to me. I just haven't experienced the warmth of family. I'm not trying to compete with you. Besides, they will grow up eventually. Do you want to keep controlling them forever? I never forced them to do anything. Miss Song, your background is pitiful, but there are many people in this world who are also unfortunate. If I had to feel pity for everyone and always give in, the Guanyin statue at Bodhi Temple would have to make room for me. To earn respect, you must first learn to respect yourself. Si Zhaozhao calmly responded, dismissing her words. Song Chao Shui's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Sister-in-law, I understand. When I recover, I will leave. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. Si Zhaozhao smiled slightly. Oh, how timely. The Song Dynasty girl, Shui Qiu, was caught off guard and said nervously, Brother Yuan, please don't misunderstand the wife. I decided to return to the military camp myself because I made many mistakes. Mo Xianyuan, dressed in a black robe, raised his hand and embraced Si Zhaozhao, who was watching the scene. He softly said, The princess does not usually seek trouble. I will not misunderstand her, and I cannot let you go back to the military camp. There are rules in the country. Women are not allowed to join the army. Once you recover, I will find a suitable place for you. Making mistakes should be punished. If I keep you here, it wouldn't be fair to those you have hurt before. Shui Qiu was slightly stunned. She smiled happily and said, Brother Yuan truly cares for the wife. It makes me think, if you hadn't taken me in at the refugee camp, I might have been living a life of hunger with those refugees. Si Zhaozhao didn't want to hear their memories and impatiently ordered, You two have nothing more to say.
You can leave now.
Man needs to take a nap. Mo Xianyuan nodded in agreement. Chao Shui, you should go back first. Shui Qiu showed no displeasure and politely bowed. Lingen saw this and hurried in from the door. The prince hasn't spoken with the princess for a long time. I will take the young masters and young ladies to rest now. Si Zhaozhao opened her mouth but saw Man yawned, so she didn't stop them. She shook off the man's arm and sat down slowly, pouring herself a glass of cold tea. Mo Xianyuan sat opposite her. Suddenly, his large hand covered the back of her hand as she poured tea. Si Zhaozhao glanced at his hand, silently put the cup back and coldly said, "Is this what the prince meant by giving an explanation earlier?" At that time, when she was imprisoned in the dungeon, he promised to give her an explanation. Mo Xianyuan was about to take the cup when she drank it all in one gulp, then helplessly poured herself another cup. I found her at a refugee camp near the border. She was wearing the armor of a fallen soldier. Before he finished, Si Zhaozhao interrupted directly, "And then you were attacked, and she protected you." Mo Xianyuan was surprised. "You already knew?" "Yes, Yi Qing told me earlier." "So, do you really believe she has amnesia?" Mo Xianyuan shook his head. "If she had appeared before me in any other way, I might believe it. But everything is too coincidental. The person who tried to assassinate me actually hanged himself right there."
Si Cao Cao suddenly understood.
"Prince, are you trying to catch the big fish behind her? That's why you're pretending to believe her, watching her next move. You also deliberately mentioned another place for her, hoping to provoke her to act sooner." Mo Xianyuan looked at her with an admiring, gentle expression. Then he suddenly leaned forward and asked, "Do you feel less resentful toward me now?" Si Zhaozhao smiled innocently. "You're joking, Prince. I would never dare to resent you." Suddenly, the man reached out and pinched her cheeks, pulling them gently from side to side. "Don't smile like that. It looks fake. I don't like to see it. If you don't like it, don't look." Si Zhaozhao rolled her eyes inwardly. She kept her face calm, but his large hands still didn't let go. With her expression, it looked even more amusing. "It hurts," she softly protested. Mo Xianyuan suddenly released her hand, but then he raised his left hand, curling, and tapped her forehead. "My feelings for you have long been clear. I will do everything I promised. But now is not the time. During this period, you must not think too much. Do you understand?" Si Zhaozhao nodded vaguely to respond. Seeing the mood was just right, she suddenly had a bright idea. She cleared her throat and pretended to be calm. "Prince, is old Master Mo very fond of Mo Bingshang? Last time I went to the Northern Martial King's residence, I overheard that they seemed to fear old Master Mo even more." Mo Xianyuan frowned.
"What?
"Did Bingshang cause you trouble again?" Mo Bingshang was forced by Mo Yongchang to finish the porridge on the ground, but Mo Xianyuan didn't know about this. Lu Yu always cared about appearances. Mo Bingshang suffering such a big embarrassment wouldn't be spread around openly. Si Zhaozhao spoke ambiguously. "Not exactly. During the birthday banquet, I felt that old Master Mo was very indulgent toward her. Didn't I have a disagreement with her before? I was worried that old Master Mo might develop a bias against me because of it. After all, he's your grandfather. I don't want to leave a bad impression." She cares about her grandfather's opinion, which shows she is afraid it might affect their relationship. Therefore, his eyes softened like a spring water. Grandfather is a person who clearly separates kindness and grudges. He knows about Ice Dress's little tricks. Maybe because she looks similar to her grandmother when she was young, and since her grandmother passed away early, he might be more forgiving. "I'll take you to the governor's mansion when I have time. You'll see what kind of person my grandfather is." This is what Si Zhaozhao was waiting for. She smiled happily and said, "Then, Your Highness, don't keep me waiting too long." Mo Xianyuan couldn't help but pinch her nose. Are you so happy just thinking about meeting my grandfather?" When he withdrew his hand, he accidentally brushed her soft lips. A jolt of electricity ran through both of them. They both froze unexpectedly. The air grew hotter inch by inch. Mo Xianyuan's eyes darkened, and his long fingers moved to her chin. They drew closer, and their breath tangled together. Just as the situation became tense, outside the door, Yi Qing called out, prince, Miss Pei wants to see you. Si Zhaozhao suddenly stepped back and quickly stood up. Your Highness, don't keep him waiting too long. You should go now. But Emo Xianyuan wouldn't let her go. He stepped closer, and when she reached the bed, she had nowhere to retreat. He grabbed her wrist into his palm. Come with me. This is a play, and I invite you to participate. Si Zhaozhao didn't understand his meaning, but since she had just convinced him to agree to visit the governor's mansion, she couldn't turn hostile immediately. So she let him pull her out. Pei saw the scene of their fingers intertwined, and it almost made her tears fall. Your Highness, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. I'm afraid the princess consort isn't very convenient to listen. Emo Xianyuan's face was as calm as water, and he said softly, the princess consort is the lady of the house. There's nothing she can't hear. Si Zhaozhao wasn't interested in their affairs at all. She frowned and said, Ugh, I don't feel well and need to use the restroom. You two can talk first. Emo Xianyuan looked down and seemed to want to see if she was telling the truth. However, Si Zhaozhao's act was so convincing that her face turned pale. After she left, Emo Xianyuan's expression froze like ice, cold and distant. Seeing his indifferent attitude towards her, Pei's eyes welled up with tears. She bit her lip and said, Yi has discussed with my parents. In 3 days, I will marry into the prince's residence, skipping all formalities and entering through the back door. What does the prince think? Emo Xianyuan smirked coldly and said, To marry me, your parents are so upset they fall ill, and you are criticized by everyone. From a talented woman everyone admires, you have become a disliked concubine. Is it worth it? Pei clenched her teeth and said, If you are not a fish, how do you know the happiness of fish? If the princess married someone else to win her over, wouldn't you risk offending everyone and marry her? Isn't that right? If she married someone else, I would wait for her to be alone, then openly marry her, not like a thief, bothering her and letting her suffer dirty words, just to satisfy my own desires. After speaking, Emo Xianyuan turned and went into his study. Pei clenched her fists, but men and women are different, aren't they? The same thing can have completely opposite outcomes. Si Zhaozhao indeed went to the toilet. She just came out of the outhouse and happened to meet Pei on the way. Princess, in 3 days I will marry the prince, Pei said happily and proudly. The innocent and sincere look she had when they first met was gone completely. She was just another pitiful person crazy for love. Si Zhaozhao shook her head, not wanting to argue with her. But after she turned around, she heard Song Chao Shue's voice. You're not married yet, and you're spreading this everywhere. Do you want others to know you used some despicable tricks to someone else's husband? The noble lady's conduct is just like this. This was getting interesting. Si Zhaozhao turned back, watching the confrontation with interest. Pei didn't notice Song Chao Shue and asked seriously, Who are you? That's none of your business. You just need to know that as long as my sister-in-law is in the prince's residence, you won't marry Brother Yuan. Pei was so angry she blushed. How dare you call him the prince? Who are you? She is the prince's childhood friend. His sister, Song Chao Shue, Si Zhaozhao said. Hearing this, Pei looked shocked. You're Song Chao Shue. Once, she only heard the name. She looked at Song Chao Shue's finger and, panicked, ran away. Song Chao Shue looked confused. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Is my reputation really that big? Si Zhaozhao squinted slightly. Since her return until now, she had shown no flaws. Could she really have lost her memory? Without waiting for her to answer, Song Chao Shue took her hand happily and said, Sister-in-law, you just now introduced my name willingly. Does that mean you accept me now? Si Zhaozhao forced a smile and said, No, I want to get rid of you. Song Chao Shue suddenly let go, her eyes filled with fear and tension. Si Zhaozhao patted her shoulder and chuckled. Don't be afraid. I'm not joking. Stay away from me in the future, and you'll be safe. After turning around, her smile disappeared. Song Chao Shue lowered her eyes, unable to see her expression clearly. The guards could only see her trembling. Meanwhile, in the study, Go bring Huigu over. Yiqing nodded. Do we still need someone to watch over the new house? Leave it as it is. When Huigu saw Song Chaoshua, she immediately couldn't hold back and burst into tears, falling at her feet. "Oh my, miss, you finally appeared. I thought something had happened to you these days. I was about to report it to the officials." This was true. When Yi Qing was watching her, she saw her head toward the Dali temple. After they told the prince, they transferred the Dali temple chief away just to avoid her, so she didn't report it. Song Chaoshua's face showed emotion. She quickly helped her up and said painfully, "Mammy, do you know me? I don't remember anything. Our relationship must have been good before, right?" Huigu was stunned and looked at Imo Xianyuan. Yi Qing explained first. Huigu wiped her tears. "So that's how it is. Miss, you must have suffered a lot outside. I raised you since you were little. You depended on me the most before." Song Chaoshua's eyes turned red. "You raised me with milk, so I must have regarded you as my mother, right? I don't know how I ended up in such a far refugee camp. I feel so unfilial. I left you here alone." Huigu swallowed hard. "Oh my, is this really the young lady?" Although she was usually kind and approachable, her tone and manner showed that she saw herself as just a servant in her heart. She always kept this in her heart, as it was the truth. But now, she heard directly from Song Chaoshua that she regarded her as her real mother. Huigu was moved and wiped away her tears. Yi Qing secretly exchanged a look with Imo Xianyuan. Late at night, the sound of laughter and chatter from the master and servant in the guest room gradually faded away. After a long while, everything quieted down. "Prince, I haven't noticed anything unusual. Could it be that we misunderstood Miss Song? Maybe she really has amnesia?" Imo Xianyuan was practicing calligraphy, looking straight ahead, and said, "When hunting, who is more patient, the hunter or the prey?" Yi Qing responded without hesitation, "Of course, the hunter. The prey doesn't know it's about to be caught." Then he suddenly understood. "Miss Song might be trying to confuse us, so we let our guard down." Exactly, but unfortunately, in this hunting game, she isn't the only hunter, and there are more than one prey. Imo Xianyuan put down his brush and suddenly said, "It's getting late. I should go rest at Yuehua Pavilion." Not long after he left, Song Chaoshua came looking for him. Yi Qing finally understood why the prince suddenly went to report his whereabouts. Of course, the prince went to Yuehua Pavilion to sleep with the princess. They almost stick together every night, Yi Qing exaggerated deliberately, subtly observing the other's reaction. Song Chaoshua blinked her eyes and said enviously, "Brother Yuan is really kind to his wife. I wish my future husband could be half as caring as him." Yi Qing felt a bit guilty because of her generous attitude. Miss Song, please come back tomorrow morning. The prince will be up early for court and maybe you'll see him then." Song Chaoshua smiled at him. "Thank you. I'll come back tomorrow morning." Si Zhaozhao was about to go to the side room to find the two little ones to sleep when suddenly, a tall figure appeared outside. In the next moment, her waist was embraced by strong arms and she was carried from the door onto the bed. The moonlight outside the window was blocked by the broad back, leaving only faint shadows. A passionate gaze lingered deeply on her face. "You're dressed so lightly and wandering around. Aren't you afraid of being seen?" The man's face, so close, had a captivating charm that was almost hypnotic. Si Zhaozhao awkwardly looked away. "Dark, isn't the dark guard already reassigned by you?" Imo Xianyuan smiled. "You have such a good memory. No wonder you're so temperamental." He didn't wait for her to speak. His large hand reached into her hair and gently rested on her shoulder. "They are grown-ups now. No need for you to stay with them every night. I have to go to court early tomorrow. Sleep quickly." Si Zhaozhao pursed her lips. Her bright eyes blinked, then slowly closed. Her restless heart was repeatedly soothed and calmed by the memories of her rebirth. The next morning, the bed was empty. Si Zhaozhao touched it. It was still warm, so she thought he had just left. When Imo Xianyuan returned to his study, he saw someone sitting at the gate of the courtyard. It was Song Chaoshua. He didn't rush to wake her but strode inside, took a bamboo scroll, and then left without looking back. Song Chaoshua, still sleepy and yawning, saw his figure about to disappear and hurriedly got up. "Yuan Gij." "Wait." She hurried to catch up at the palace gate. Mo Xian Yuan turned around, slightly frowning. What is it? Song Chaoxue nervously clutched her fingers. Yuan Gij, you should marry Pei Yi. Mo Xian Yuan's face was calm. It's nothing urgent. We can talk about it when I return. He got on the carriage, but he could hear Song Chaoxue anxiously saying below, Yuan Gij, aren't you the most concerned about your sister-in-law? Why are you doing this? Where does that leave her? You're the mighty war god. No one can control you. Why marry someone you don't love? Mo Xian Yuan remained unmoved, urging the coachman to continue. Song Chaoxue looked disappointed. Behind the door, Rongsheng and Yi Qing exchanged glances. They couldn't understand Song Chaoxue at this moment. Even if she was pretending, her acting was too good. Xian Yuanming sat on the dragon throne, with the Supreme Emperor sitting behind a screen beside him. After the civil and military officials bowed, Mo Xian Yuan presented the bamboo scroll. After reading it, Xian Yuanming's young face showed a serious expression. The royal family of Xiantian is splitting. The border soldiers are already restless. The crown prince should set out immediately to suppress the border. The Supreme Emperor said softly, the regent and Miss Pei are close to each other. It might not be wise to leave now. If we offend General Pei, we could face internal and external troubles. Xian Yuanming clenched his fists secretly. Grandpa Emperor, General Pei is not someone who doesn't understand reason. Could it be that love between children is more important than the safety of the country? I'm just worried he's overly loving his daughter. These days, isn't he often refusing to attend court claiming he's sick? And this isn't something the emperor said. If he wants to be someone who values feelings like your father, he naturally wouldn't do anything to deceive a woman's affection. Besides, the border has had some disturbances recently, but they've all been settled. With the regent king's reputation, they wouldn't dare act too boldly. Nothing serious will happen. Are the troops over there just a bunch of freeloaders? If the commanding general delays a few days, they might not be able to fight back. Xian Yuanming was speechless with anger. Mo Xian Yuan spoke calmly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the fire brigade has sent 10,000 troops to support. I also recently visited the border town for routine patrols and caught many spies. Nothing will happen in the next few days. Xian Yuanming's expression eased a little. Then he asked, Uncle Emperor, have you decided to take Miss Pei as a concubine? Is there some hidden reason? Feel free to speak openly. I will not let you be wronged. Mo Xian Yuan looked calm. Everything proceeds as usual. The Supreme Emperor chuckled happily. Congratulations to the Regent King on winning a beautiful wife. Once you marry Miss Pei, I believe General Pei will return to court. Before this matter was settled, Pei Sihai didn't want to show himself at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, the day of the wedding with Miss Pei, Si Zhaozhao also found a chance to leave the house. Under the old locust tree, she received a reply from the shopkeeper of the Yu Clan cloth store. Qianzheng had been waiting for a long time. The two met in front of the Yu Clan cloth store. Cici, what ill did you make with the shopkeeper that day? If you're uncomfortable answering, I won't ask again. But if the shopkeeper really is that person, you must be very careful. As he spoke, Qianzheng moved closer and whispered in her ear, Old Master Mo's former subordinates are all ruthless killers. Doing business with them is like playing with fire. Until you're sure, don't act rashly. Si Zhaozhao nodded. Inside the cloth store, Rong bowed apologetically. Dear guests, today our shop is closed for 1 day. Next time you come, all fabrics will be free of charge. Please bear with us. Tax exemptions saved a lot of money. When those people were driven away, they were not angry. Instead, they felt they had gained a big bargain and that their trip was worthwhile. After everyone left, Rong said to the two of them, The shopkeeper asks you to come over, but only you can go. Qianzheng's eyes showed a hint of worry. Behind the curtain was a small guest room. Going out the back door and walking through a straight corridor led to a different, beautiful place outside. Next to a fake mountain with flowing water, there was a cool pavilion. The shopkeeper had been waiting there for a while. After Rong took her there, he bowed and left quickly. Sit, said the shopkeeper with a gentle smile, which did not match his fierce one-eyed mask. Si Zhaozhao was not polite. After sitting down, she said directly, "Venerable shopkeeper, I need to tell you something first. My dye formula is secret and exclusive. I can't produce too much at once. Rare things are valuable. You can just call me Yuelin, princess." "But how can you be sure I will agree to this deal?" Si Zhaozhao did not deny her identity. She smiled and said, "If you're not interested, you can just send someone to dismiss me. Why bother bringing me here?" Yuelin poured 2 cups of tea and then took out a bottle of yengu powder, asking curiously, "Princess, you are noble and wealthy. Why do you bother doing this hard work?" Though his words seemed casual, they secretly tested and guarded against her. Si Zhaozhao replied calmly, "You've been making a lot of money from your fabric shop. Why keep going? Trees can fall and people can run away. Why not be self-sufficient?" Her words eased most of his doubts. As fellow businesspeople, Yuelin laughed heartily. "Exactly. Relying on yourself is the most comfortable. Besides, who would dislike having more silver?" They reached an understanding and talked happily. A lonely bridal sedan left the Pei residence, heading to the regent's palace. There was no drum beating, no matchmaker, and even the bride's parents did not appear. News of Pei Yi's self-recommendation and her reckless behavior had spread throughout the capital. Many people gathered by the roadside to watch. Who would have thought that the famous talented woman in the capital would do such scandalous things? With such a good family background, she could marry a foreign prince easily. Why lower herself to be a concubine? Don't you see who the other person is? He's the war god of the northern border. Brave, mighty, and handsome. If it were me, I would marry him. That princess is just a fool. Who knows who'll win in the end? The common people whispered among themselves, and suddenly a gust of wind blew. 2 horses startled and reared, their legs injured. The horses panicked and ran wildly. The horsemen were thrown off, and the crowd scattered in fear. Pei Yi was jolted to the ground. Her red veil fell somewhere, and she clung tightly to the door frame, afraid of being thrown out too. At that moment, a swift figure flashed by. There was a flash of blades and swords. Bang! Pei Yi's eyes widened as she saw a man wielding a large sword just inches from her face. Yi Zhu and Yi Qing attacked from both sides, quickly subduing him. Seeing his plan was exposed, the assassin's cheek twitched as he prepared to bite into the poison. Suddenly, a powerful, commanding force struck from behind. In an instant, a large hand reached around and forcefully dislocated his jaw. Pei Yi was so frightened her makeup was ruined, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the tall figure, helpless and choking with emotion. Prince. On his wedding day, he was dressed in a dark ink-colored robe, his hair and clothes fluttering slightly in the wind. He exuded a cold, distant aura, with eyes as sharp and proud as ever. Pei Yi didn't see any pity in his gaze. She sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, he parted his thin lips and said, "I have never had a close relationship with Miss Pei. Regarding the assassin at the prince's residence today, I will investigate the truth. This marriage is now cancelled." Oh my. This is so embarrassing, being rejected by the war god at this moment. I told you, I saw the princess and the prince at the Qiqiao festival. They are very close. How could he take a concubine? No one believed it. Prince's move was really ruthless. It completely dashed Miss Pei's hopes. But he might also have offended General Pei. Pei's face turned pale. She wished the assassin had injured her instead, rather than being publicly punished by her beloved. Prince, once you speak, it's hard to take back. How can you go back on your word? The emperor has already approved this marriage, she tearfully accused, hoping this man would show her some mercy and compassion. But Mo Xianyuan only felt indifference and cruelty toward those he cared about. He coldly said, "Did the emperor issue an edict for you?" Pei's body trembled slightly. Mo Xianyuan strode confidently into the main gate of the palace, while Yi Zhu and Yi Qing detained the assassin through the back door. The various gazes from the onlookers caused Pei great pain, as if she were being tortured. She curled up into a ball, hiding inside the bridal sedan, sobbing softly. In the main hall, Su Jinhua, who had been waiting for a long time, grew restless.
Dong Shuang, go see what's happening.
The auspicious time has passed. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Dong Shuang responded and was about to leave when a man's voice interrupted. No need to check. The marriage contract is cancelled. Su Jinhua's face changed. Why is it cancelled? Yuan, or didn't you promise, Mother? Do you want Mother to? Mo Xian Yuan's eyes turned cold. The word, death, hovered on Su Jinhua's lips, but she didn't dare to say it. She steadied herself and advised, Yuan, I only want what's best for you. Marrying Pei is good for you and harmless. She is obedient and won't compete with your wife for favor. If I truly listened to my mother, I would already be a ghost under the knife. Su Jinhua was stunned. What do you mean? Suddenly, Yizhu burst into the room. Prince, the person has been detained in the prison. Are we going to execute now? Mo Xian Yuan nodded faintly and looked at Su Jinhua with a calm expression. Mother, when the bride's sedan arrived, the assassin appeared. Think carefully about why this happened. I hold a high position, which makes me a target for many. Mother, be careful not to be used by others. Don't let your good intentions lead to mistakes. After speaking, he was the first to leave. Rongshin crossed his arms and followed him. Thinking about what just happened, he felt that Yizhu's timing was perfect, giving the prince a way to speak up and making the lady reflect on herself. He couldn't help but sigh. If Yi Qing had half your brains, the prince would have fewer troubles. Yizhu remained expressionless. In the main hall, Su Jinhua finally understood that the emperor wanted to use her dissatisfaction with Si Zhaozhao to force Mo Xianyuan to take a concubine. When the wedding day arrived, he sent an assassin to kill Pei. This could be used to falsely accuse Mo Xianyuan. If Prince Si Hai's anger grew even more, he could severely suppress the Mo family. She sank back into her seat, cold sweat dripping down her back, and began to regret her actions. After leaving the fabric shop, Si Zhaozhao heard many rumors of regretful marriages along the way. When she returned to her residence, Rongshin greeted her with a bright smile and told her what had happened today. Si Zhaozhao looked surprised, but didn't ask anything. Princess, do you have any clever way to make that person talk? Rongshin nodded, then closed the door tightly. Lowering his head, he whispered, Didn't you learn that special technique before? Is there a way to make him confess? At that moment, Song Chaoshue quietly approached from behind them. Si Zhaozhao thought for a moment. All right, I'll give it a try. If there was a chance to bring down the former emperor, she would never let it slip away. She didn't want to be controlled by others, so she had to seize every chance to turn things around. Before Song Chaoshue could hear more, Rongshin noticed her sneaking closer and coughed lightly. Then, Princess, you can go by yourself later. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. With that, he left first. Si Zhaozhao caught the look in his eyes before he left and immediately understood that someone was nearby. She turned around calmly. Song Chaoshue's face lit up as she carefully stepped forward. Sister-in-law, a few days ago, I tried to persuade Brother Yuan not to marry that woman. I thought he didn't care, but I didn't expect him to cancel the engagement today. Congratulations, sister-in-law, congratulations for what? Song Chaoshue hesitated, unsure of her reaction. Of course, congratulations on keeping your title as princess. Si Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Can't keep pretending anymore? You just want to show off that he listens to you, don't you? From the start, I never stopped Pei Yi from marrying in. It's just that she wasn't meant to. Some things I don't want, yet they're forced on me. And some people try so hard, but still can't get what they want. Tell me, isn't that kind of person pitiful? Song Chaoshue's expression shifted slightly, and she forced a smile. Maybe a little pitiful, but I still don't quite understand what you mean, sister-in-law. Si Zhaozhao gave a cold laugh. You'll understand soon enough. Not only that, you'll experience it yourself. Then she slowly walked away. Watching her graceful figure disappear, Song Chaoshue clenched her fists tightly. The ground was stained with blood. The assassin, barely alive, was tied to a wooden frame, surrounded by various instruments of punishment. If we keep beating him, he'll die, and that's exactly what he wants. When the guards saw her, they bowed respectfully. Greetings, princess. because Si Zhaozhao had once risked her life to test the antidote and helped Imo Xianyuan remove the ice lotus poison. The guards all felt deep gratitude toward her. The assassin bowed his head, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, with veins bulging on his neck. Si Zhaozhao calmly said, "Leave this to me. You all go outside and keep watch." After they left, Si Zhaozhao suddenly moved, grabbing his neck. She shot a bug inside him, dispersing the energy he was about to use to self-destruct. The assassin suddenly opened his eyes, weak and shocked.
How?
Is that possible? This was a poison he had been given, designed to make him unable to resist and trigger his death point to explode. But this woman just pinched him, and it was gone? But it wasn't over. He suddenly felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling inside him, itchy and painfully stabbing. Be in pain. Let it wake you up. No matter what evidence they have against you, think carefully. If you die, will the people you care about survive? With his ruthless nature, would he choose to eliminate all threats or sacrifice himself for others? The war in Xiantian Kingdom is about to start. Do you think Beijiang needs him or the prince? Si Zhaozhao stopped here and got up to leave. The assassin, suffering greatly, hesitated whether to betray them. Si Zhaozhao left the dungeon and, before reaching Yuehua Pavilion, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead. A buzzing sound filled her ears, and she faintly heard a woman scream. Her face turned pale. Oh no, the sachet. Her mother is in trouble. Rongsheng had just finished his work and saw Si Zhaozhao rushing over. He asked, "How is the princess?" Before he finished, Si Zhaozhao headed straight for the stables, mounted a horse, and rode off in a cloud of dust from the manor. Rongsheng sensed something was wrong and immediately went to report to the main hall. The Shangshu residence was silent, with no one around, as if everyone had been deliberately dismissed. A white horse galloped into the gate, heading toward Lianxiang Pavilion. Si Zhaozhao dismounted, pushed open the door, but her mother was nowhere to be seen. However, the sachet was thrown at the doorstep. Her mother wouldn't just throw away something she gave her unless she was forced or it was accidentally dropped.
Siwan Dao.
Su Wanning. She chewed on these two names, furious, and went to find them. Su Wanning was shocked. Oh no, her mother had disappeared, yet these two were cozying up in a dilapidated small courtyard. No, this couldn't be a rundown place. It had been renovated, almost like a second Lianxiang Pavilion. Si Zhaozhao deeply regrets not paying more attention to the movements of the Shangshu residents earlier. She thought her mother had found a way to control Si Yuandao. How did you come back? Si Yuandao looked panicked, hurriedly searching for clothes to wear. Si Zhaozhao, holding a kitchen knife, with her eyes red, asked, "Where is my mother?" The two hurriedly dressed inside the blanket. Su Wanning adjusted her outer garment and swallowed nervously. Zhaozhao, put the knife down first. Seeing she wouldn't listen, Si Yuandao got annoyed. Do you think I've hidden her? I don't have time to talk with you. Where is she? Si Zhaozhao swung her wrist, and the knife accurately struck the bedpost. If she had aimed a little differently, it would have hit Su Wanning's nose. She quickly walked over, pulled out the knife, and attacked the two of them. The two hurriedly fled on the bed, accidentally cutting themselves several times, their clothes stained with blood. Su Wanning shrank into the corner, trembling with fear. Master, say something. She's gone mad. Si Yuandao, being a man, couldn't hide behind the woman. Besides, there was nowhere to hide. His face was very grim. Rebellious girl. Stop right now. Are you trying to kill your father? Someone like you isn't worthy to be my father. It's no loss if you die. Just as she was about to strike, she suddenly felt a pain at the back of her head and slowly collapsed. Su Wanning was so frightened her legs went weak. Seeing the newcomer, Si Yuandao sighed in relief, though his face remained pale. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving us. I didn't expect this rebellious girl to want to kill me. After raising her for 18 years, the person was the emperor. I want to talk to her. You all go somewhere else. If you don't want her to attack you, don't show up. Si Yuandao repeatedly agreed, helped Su Wanning, wrapped her in a blanket, and awkwardly left the room. After a long while, when Si Zhaozhao woke up, she shook her head. She looked up like she was facing a great enemy. It was the emperor. She knelt on the ground and lowered her head. "Your servant greets your majesty." The emperor sat at the table, his voice stern. "Did you truly develop feelings for him?" The him referred to Mo Xianyuan. Si Zhaozhao quickly denied it. The Supreme Emperor's face looked a bit better, but he still warned. "You probably guessed it. That assassin was sent by the lonely sect to kill the Pei family girl. Everything was under our control, but he suddenly changed his mind, and now we're on the defensive. Is your idea involved in this?" Si Zhaozhao's eyes flickered. "I didn't expect him to change his mind so suddenly. But I heard Song Chaoshua mention that a few days ago, she advised him not to take a concubine." The Supreme Emperor squinted his eyes. "Song Chaoshua? The former subordinate? Wasn't she expelled from the residence? Your Majesty, you don't know the full story. Recently, the prince brought her back. I don't know what happened, but everyone says she has forgotten everything. She's getting along quite well with the prince now. You must keep a close watch. Don't let everything fall apart. Focus your mind. Once we find the jade token of the army, your mother will come back safe and sound. As for Song Chaoshua, I will eliminate her." Si Zhaozhao raised her head sharply, her eyes reddening at the corners. "My mother is being held captive by you." The Supreme Emperor didn't notice her anger, and even if he did, he wouldn't see it as threatening. "Yes, only then can you always remember your mission. Don't worry, I won't hurt her." "You're lying," Si Zhaozhao interrupted him. She stood up, turned her palm, and a magic insect crawled down her sleeve into the ground. It was about to approach the Supreme Emperor, but was shattered into dust by a powerful mental force. Ugh, she spat out blood from the backlash. The Supreme Emperor's face changed slightly, displeased. "What are you doing? I didn't tell you to attack." A person dressed in a black robe stepped out of the darkness. Si Zhaozhao then realized there was another person in the room. That person spoke, voice ambiguous. "She wanted to kill you." Just giving her a lesson. Si Zhaozhao wiped the blood from her mouth, her eyes filled with a cold, bloodthirsty look. "You think you're worthy." After saying that, she suddenly attacked, her figure flashing like lightning. She had trained her body quite a bit during these days. Even though she couldn't cultivate internal energy, she could still fight a few rounds with skilled fighters like Yi Zhu and Yi Qing. The Supreme Emperor didn't expect her to have martial skills. She kicked him forcefully, and he fell backward, landing awkwardly on the ground, more clumsy than ever before. "Why didn't you protect me at this moment? What good are you?" The Supreme Emperor shouted angrily. The person in the black robe chuckled. "You didn't tell me to attack." The Supreme Elder was angry. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and deal with her. Leave some breath. I still have great use for her." In an instant, Si Zhaozhao and the man in black robes started fighting. Actually, from the moment the insect was crushed, she knew their strength was vastly different. But her anger made her react instinctively. After several rounds, the Supreme Elder worried she might die, and he angrily shouted, "Si Zhaozhao, stop now. Do you want me to kill you? If you're not afraid of death, what about your mother and your daughter? I have plenty of ways to torment you." Si Zhaozhao was kicked to the ground by the man in black robes. She coughed up a lot of blood, her chest stained red. When she heard his threat, she struggled to get up. Her sharp eyes gradually turned bright gold, her lips turning pale. Her senses faded, and she couldn't hear anything around her. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. Countless invisible golden threads in her mind gathered together. It was like opening a forbidden door, and even the clouds outside drifted toward the Shangxi residence. Under the black robe, the man's golden eyes suddenly trembled. He blurted out, "You're crazy." The Supreme Elder was about to turn back in confusion, but the man in black quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away through the back window. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. "Dead girl." Si Zhaozhao refused to close her eyes in despair. The last thing she remembered before losing consciousness was a red figure rushing toward her. At the back gate of the Shangxi residence, the man in black ran a few steps and stopped, swallowing the blood that was surging in his chest. The Supreme Elder's beard trembled with anger. He brushed his sleeve and said, "How bold. I allowed you to leave, but this I value greatly. If you completely anger her, my plans will be ruined." The man in black said, "You have her weakness. She dares not betray you. Now the urgent matter is her. This stubborn person can only be worn down slowly with a dull blade. This was your mistake." The Supreme Elder was very wary of him and only coldly replied, "I have my reasons for doing things. Just this once. Don't let me be so humiliated again." When Si Zhaozhao woke up, she was already back in Yuehua Pavilion. Ling and was crying so hard her eyes turned red. Seeing she was awake, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Princess, you scared me to death. What exactly did you go to do? When they carried you back, you were covered in blood. In the future, could you please let me know what you're doing? Even if it's nothing special. What about the young lady? She's so small, she can't be without her mother." Xiao Xiao's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice was hoarse as she said, "I didn't think it through. Did Momo not know I was hurt?" When she heard her mother calling for help, she couldn't help but think of the day she lost her master. In this life, she finally experienced what it was like to have a mother. She didn't want to lose her again. She lost control for a moment and almost revealed her secret magic in front of the emperor, even considering risking everything. But she ignored Momo's feelings. The servants said, "You're tired. The young lady and young master don't know anything." Ling'an saw her lips turn pale and dry, so she wiped her tears and went to pour tea, only to find there was no tea left. She had to tell her not to move, and then went to the kitchen to boil water and make tea. After she left, Song Chao Shui hurried over. She was holding some packets of medicine, looked around and frowned. "Where did Ling'an go? She's just a servant, and she's so lazy." "Sister-in-law, your place is really quiet. Why didn't Brother Yuan send more people to take care of you?" "I'll ask him about it later." Xiao Xiao closed her eyes silently. Song Chao Shui asked casually, "Sister-in-law, you really scared all of us. What's with all that blood?" Brother Yuan was furious about your injury. Seeing that she didn't respond, Song Chao Shui stayed for a while and then left. As she stepped out the door, she saw Mo Tingyu playing by the pond. Surprised, she walked over and asked, "Young master, what are you doing? Your mother is hurt, and you're still playing?" Mo Tingyu paused his small hand.
"What?
His fairy mother was hurt?" His little face showed a look of urgency. Song Chao Shui happily said, "Hurry up and go. I'll watch over this." Mo Tingyu hesitated but decided to go see his fairy mother. A slight smile appeared on Song Chao Shui's face as she took a closer look. She was just in time to see a chubby, four-eyed insect staring back at her, which made her jump in fright. "Oh my! What is this thing?" The dark, shiny insect had just matured. Mo Tingyu had accidentally found it in a clay jar. It was also a failed product that Xiao Xiao had accidentally left behind after helping Mo Xian Yuan practice magic successfully. "What are you doing?" Xiao Xiao's cold voice came from behind. Song Chao Shui turned back and said, "Sister-in-law, why did you come out? The wind outside is strong. You should go back and rest to recover." Si Zhaozhao's eyes fixed on the clay jar at her feet, and her anger quickly spread. Almost instantly, her hand grabbed Song Chao Shui's neck. Cough, cough.
"Sister-in-law, please, don't."
Si Zhaozhao was also surprised. Why did she suddenly feel so powerful? She carefully sensed herself and was shocked. Her inner strength from her past life had actually returned.
What is really going on?
Song Chao Shui's face turned from red to purple, and her legs went weak, hanging down. At this moment, a strong, vigorous inner power made her arms numb, forcing her to loosen her grip. Song Chao Shui collapsed to the ground. Mo Xian Yuan's pleasant voice sounded. "Tingyu is still here, and you scared him." Si Zhaozhao turned around and saw Mo Tingyu standing behind, looking confused and helpless. Song Chao Shui, still shaken, was helped up by Yi Qing. She looked seriously at the clay jar. "Brother Yuan, did I do something wrong? That's why sister-in-law wanted to hurt me." Mo Xian Yuan's face was calm. "You misunderstood. She didn't mean to do anything to you. In the future, Don't move things from Manhwa Pavilion without telling anyone first. You can go back now. This is a warning. Song Chao Shui nodded repeatedly, not daring to stay any longer. Mo Tingyu stepped forward, holding Si Zhaozhao's sleeve, whispering softly, "Fairy mother is hurt." Si Zhaozhao's face slightly changed. She took a deep breath and smiled. "Mother is not hurt. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Promise me, don't tell Momo's sister about this, okay?" Mo Tingyu had doubts but chose to believe in the fairy mother. He nodded seriously. He went to the side room to play with Momo and Ling, and suddenly, Mo Xianyuan grabbed her wrist, and with his other hand, he hugged her waist, lifting her horizontally and carrying her into the room. "What exactly happened? Who hurt you?" Mo Xianyuan tried to speak calmly, but his face was cold and stern. Si Zhaozhao pursed her lips and said nothing. The man punched the bed frame, his eyes bloodshot, and his amber eyes filled with raging anger. Still not willing to say, "The secret guard said you returned to the minister's residence, but then you couldn't be found. Suddenly, you collapsed at the palace gate covered in blood. Do you know how I felt at that moment? Si Zhaozhao, what are you really hiding? These days, you keep going in and out of Jade Full Pavilion and plotting with Qi Yunjing. Even I, your husband, don't know what you're up to." Si Zhaozhao looked indifferent. "Jade Full Pavilion is where my close friend is. I am innocent with young Master Qi. You don't need to investigate. I was careless and fell off my horse. The secret guard didn't see me. Maybe they were distracted by the flowers." Her attitude was neither cold nor warm, which made Mo Xianyuan feel like he'd been hit with a pillow. He had nowhere to vent. He reached out and gently lifted her chin. Only then did Si Zhaozhao notice the tired look in his eyes. "Tell me honestly, does your injury have anything to do with Qi Yunjing?" Si Zhaozhao shook her head. His brow relaxed a little. At that moment, Yi Qing received news from the dungeon and happily entered the room. "Prince, that assassin is willing to confess." Hearing this, Mo Xianyuan stood up. Si Zhaozhao suddenly said, "Prince, I want to go too." Mo Xianyuan was annoyed with her but saw her pale, fragile, yet stubborn face. In the end, he compromised. The assassin looked at Si Zhaozhao with fear and then confessed everything. "Your Highness, I know I am guilty. I don't ask you to spare my life, only to save my family. I am willing to go to court and identify the emperor." It seemed the odds of winning this game were increasing. After leaving the dungeon, Si Zhaozhao felt unwell and went back first. Yi Qing couldn't help but praise, "Your Highness, the princess is amazing. This person is very stubborn." Even after all the torture, he wouldn't speak. The princess went in for a while, and he came to his senses on his own. Mo Xianyuan's face was cold. She was capable, and relying on his indulgence, she shamelessly entered brothels with other men. "Where did Yizhu go?" Yi Qing replied, "Oh, to the Yu family fabric shop and Jade Full Pavilion. I believe they'll find out what the princess has been doing soon." Just then, Yizhu arrived steadily, bowing with clasped fists. "Prince, the princess indeed spent a lot of money to hire a woman from Yumanlu, but no one knew her identity. They even thought the princess was a man. When the princess was not around, young Master Qi didn't visit much, so they are probably not familiar with that woman. The cloth shop has received new stock." The shop assistant said a noble guest offered some dye voluntarily. They planned to test sell it for a few days. After investigation, the subordinate found that the appearance and timing of this noble guest are very similar to the princess. The subordinate suspects that the princess privately discussed a business deal with a shopkeeper. It seems that her recent outing was also shortly after making that deal. Yi Qing asked in confusion, "How is that possible? Where did the princess get the dye?" Yi Zhu replied, "Compared to other dyes in the cloth shop, this batch is the best, and the price is very high. Many noble ladies and young misses have already gone back to exchange silver for it." Mo Xianyuan did not doubt Yi Zhu's ability to handle matters. But why did she suddenly want to start a business? Her dowry has already been returned to her, and he has never deducted her monthly silver. Could it be that she is using the excuse of doing business to secretly meet Qi Yunjin? Mo Xianyuan's face suddenly darkened. He can tolerate her and give her freedom, but that doesn't mean she can act recklessly, even to the point of infidelity, making him a laughingstock in the northern border. Yizhu, hand over your current tasks to others. Just like before, you go protect the princess. Yizhu, with a quick mind, immediately understood the crisis the prince was referring to. In the past 2 days, Si Zhaozhao has been busy healing. She sat cross-legged on the bed, performed a few small circulations, and felt refreshed. The injuries caused by backlash earlier had almost healed. But she still couldn't figure out how she recovered her inner strength. Inner strength is different from mysterious things like spiritual space. It requires real cultivation to gather qi into the dantian day after day, until it condenses into usable inner strength. Unless someone transferred it to her. Si Zhaozhao pondered hard, and suddenly a flash of a red figure appeared in her mind. She whispered in disbelief, "Second senior brother." But in the next moment, she dismissed the idea. She used someone else's body to be reborn. Such a ridiculous thing. Even if she said it out loud, others would think she's crazy. Second senior brother hasn't seen her in a long time. How could he possibly guess her identity? "Ingyu, why are you here to find Auntie?" In the guest room, Song Chao Shui happily hugged Tingyu. Tingyu didn't quite understand why his mother called her an aunt, but he wasn't there to ask. Instead, he wanted to apologize. "Sorry for making you get pinched by the fairy mother." Around her neck, Song Chao Shui was surprised, then suddenly smiled. She patted his head softly and said, "So that's why you did this. I never minded before, but you shouldn't blame yourself. It was not right for your aunt to be so curious. By the way, where did you get that thing? It's so cute." "I've never seen that kind of bug before," she warned him gently. "Be careful when playing with it.
Don't let it bite you.
If it's poisonous, your fairy mother might get punished by your father." Tingyu shook his head firmly. "No, it's not poisonous and it won't bite. This was made by my fairy mother. It seems to be a mix of many medicines and bug eggs. Before, she even used bugs to help my father. At the border, Song Chao Shui had heard soldiers say that only insect masters from the Xiantian kingdom could control such bugs. Could Si Zhaozhao be connected to the Xiantian kingdom? Outside the courtyard, Si Man tiptoed to peek inside. She was worried that the bad woman might hurt Brother Tingyu. After some investigation, she learned that Brother Tingyu had come to find the bad woman. She hurried to catch up but was too late. Why isn't she coming out yet? Is Brother Tingyu okay? Si Man's face showed worry. Feeling helpless, she carefully stepped inside. Passing by a room, she suddenly heard Brother Tingyu's voice. She was about to go in but overheard him talking about the bugs with the bad woman. Her face fell instantly. Aunt Hui was carrying snacks and tea when she accidentally saw Si Man eavesdropping. Her face changed and she loudly asked, "What are you doing?" She had no respect for this little girl. If it weren't for her, the girl would have become a princess, and the young master wouldn't be seen as a wild child by outsiders. Song Chao Shui opened the door and led Tingyu out. "What's wrong?" Aunt Hui said bluntly. "Miss, this little girl is sneaking around here. I don't know what she's up to." Song Chao Shui sighed gently. "Auntie, she's a young lady of the manor."
How can you speak like that?
Then she looked at Si Man kindly and said, "Come, tell Auntie, are you here to see Brother Tingyu?" Simon's small face turned red as she shouted, "Traitor." After saying this, she turned and ran away. Gu Hui didn't know who she was talking about. She rolled up her sleeves and snorted, "This little brat is too unreasonable. The princess really spoiled her too much." Song Chao Shui quickly covered Tingyu's ears and frowned. "Mama, I don't want to say this again. Send Tingyu back, and don't let me hear this kind of talk anymore." Gu Hui finally realized that the person in front of her had changed her attitude. Feeling frustrated, she responded and took Tingyu with her. Tingyu looked back every few steps. When he saw Song Chao Shui smiling and waving at him, he felt warm inside. "She's so angry. I won't bother Brother Tingyu anymore." Simon angrily threw a stone into the lake. She turned her head and saw the figure chasing after her. She clenched her teeth in anger and turned away. Emoting knew her best when she was angry and wanted to run away. He stood still beside her and said softly, "I'm not a traitor." Simonman turned around and said, "Yes, you are. Mother specifically told us not to tell anyone about Chong Chong, and she even let us play with him. But you told that bad woman everything." Emoting clenched his fists. "But my mother has changed. She's not a bad person." "She's not? Then what about my mother? You just talk with your mouth, but in your heart, you still support your own mother." "I don't care. No one is allowed to hurt my mother, not you either. Anyway, your mother is back, so you should move out quickly. Don't come to play with me anymore. We're breaking up." Simonman's eyes were red. She was truly angry. Emoting was also very stubborn. He stood silently in place without saying a word. Meanwhile, Song Chao Shui came out and happened to meet Yi Qing, who was returning from the toilet. "Yi Qing's guard. Why do you look so pale? Do you want me to find a doctor for you?" Yi Qing's face was pale, and he forced a shy smile. "No need. I just ate something bad. I'm fine now." Song Chao Shui looked worried. "That's not good. You still need to take medicine. I have some from Brother Yuan that he bought from the border. I don't need it anymore. I'll see if you can use it later." "Ah, thank you, miss." During the snow, Song Chao Shui helped him up. Yi Qing, surprised and flattered, wanted to push her away, but was afraid of hurting her with too much force. They walked stiffly together. When they nearly reached the guest room, Song Chao Shui suddenly whispered, "You protector, I know about the bug insects. I didn't expect sister-in-law to be so kind to Brother Yuan, using that kind of method. No wonder Brother Yuan cares for her so much." Yi Qing's forehead tightened, and he quickly stepped back. "How do you know that?" "Know what?" Yi Zhu's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Qing shivered in fear and blurted out, "Miss Song said she knows that the princess secretly practiced bug magic to save the prince." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhu's face turned cold. This was basically an admission. Song Chao Shui was shocked inside but kept a calm face and said, "It was Tianyu who told me. Don't worry. I understand how serious this is. I won't tell anyone." Yi Zhu's eyes sharpened. "Then please Miss Song come with us to see the prince. This matter should be decided by him." Mu Xianyuan never expected that this secret would come out of Mu Tianyu's mouth. Yi Qing felt uneasy inside. Looking back now, if he hadn't said that last sentence earlier, this wouldn't have become an undeniable fact. But by saying it, he basically admitted that the princess practiced bug magic. Now, there was no way to turn back. Seeing the man's gloomy expression, Song Chao Shui shrank back in fear. "Brother Yuan, maybe I shouldn't have known about this. You won't want to silence me, right?" After a long pause, Mu Xianyuan spoke, "Go back first. This matter must not be spread." Song Chao Shui sighed in relief. After she left, Yi Qing looked at him in disbelief. "Prince, you're just going to let her go? What if she's pretending? Wouldn't that mean?" Mu Xianyuan coldly glanced at him. Yi Qing obediently shut his mouth. Rubbing his forehead, Mu Xianyuan said in a deep voice, "Yi Zhu, go back and move all the items related to her bug practice, including herbs, into the main courtyard cellar. Do not let anyone find out. Do it secretly." Yi Qing's face changed drastically. "Prince, are you planning to take the blame first?" Yi Zhu's tone was unfriendly. If it weren't for your gossip, the prince wouldn't have to take such a risky step. Yi Qing knew he was in the wrong and dared not ask any more. Now I can only pray not to be discovered. Before sunset, Si Zhaozhao went for a walk under the old locust tree. She paused to look at the leaves for a moment. After reading the words written above, she plucked a leaf, crushed it under her foot, and then threw it into the soil. In the shadows, her secret guards didn't notice anything unusual. Who would think that someone would stay up late at night, secretly carving messages on leaves to send signals while they changed shifts? After returning home, Si Zhaozhao rested and thought about the words Qi Yunzheng had given her. A slight smile appeared on her face. The more the last person. The last 4 words refer to the person who finally gets the military token. Si Zhaozhao asked Yi Zhu to prepare a set of guards' clothes. She quickly disguised herself with a pale, ordinary face. Although her disguise skills weren't perfect, It looked convincing enough at a glance. She hurried to the palace gate and stopped the carriage just as it was about to leave. Without hesitation, she got inside. She said plainly, "With me here, I'm not afraid he might betray us at the last moment." The assassin shrugged, seeming quite wary of her. Mo Xianyuan was surprised by her skill, but silently approved. He looked at her with mixed feelings. "Si Zhao Zhao, what exactly are you planning?" There was still some time before entering the palace. She closed her eyes and faintly heard her mother's calls again, causing a dull pain in her chest. "Mother, I will bring you out very soon. If the emperor dares to touch her, he will pay with his life, by her hands." "Do the ministers have anything else to report?" Xianyuan Ming asked after speaking. He looked at Mo Xianyuan and nodded slightly. Mo Xianyuan quickly spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." He then turned to look outside the door.
Bring the person in.
The assassin was brought to court and knelt on the ground. Si Zhao Zhao transformed into a guard and followed behind, watching him. The civil and military officials looked at each other, confused about what was happening. "This person is the one who tried to assassinate Miss Pei the other day. After intense interrogation by my trusted men, he finally revealed who was behind the plot yesterday." The emperor's brow twitched nervously, shifting uncomfortably. Xianyuan Ming secretly glanced at him, curious, and asked, "Uncle, don't keep us in suspense. Who is it?" "Grandfather." When these three words were spoken, the crowd was stunned. How could this be the Supreme Emperor? He has no reason to kill Miss Pei. Who says he has no reason? The Supreme Emperor's move is clever, using a knife to kill, making General Pei resent the Regent King and at the same time suppress the Mo family. It's a chain of schemes. The Supreme Emperor suddenly glared at the whispering men, his hands trembling with anger. His stern old eyes narrowed slightly. The assassin felt threatened and suddenly considered backing out. At this moment, General Pei Sihai, who hadn't been seen for a long time, spoke. "How can the prince prove that this person was sent by the Supreme Emperor to kill my young lady? Could he be forced or tricked into falsely accusing the emperor to divert our attention?" As soon as he said this, the court fell into complete silence. Pei Sihai almost directly accused that this person was appointed by Mo Xianyuan to frame the Supreme Emperor. The atmosphere was very tense. Si Zhao Zhao cleared her throat and said, "Your Highness, forgive me for overstepping as I speak." Mo Xianyuan stepped back, giving her a chance to speak. She lowered her eyes and said, "General Pei, why not let this person give his statement first, then discuss other matters? The prince brought people here, so naturally, we can't rely on just one side of the story." Pei Sihai snorted but said nothing, which was taken as his approval. Under his sleeve, unseen by others, Si Zhao Zhao flipped her hand to cast a spell. Her cold, ruthless gaze was even more frightening than the Supreme Emperor's. The assassin groaned softly, enduring the pain, trembling as he said, "The commoner was taken into the palace 3 days ago by someone from the Supreme Emperor's men. The Supreme Emperor ordered me to assassinate Miss Pei on her wedding day. The original plan was to wait until the wedding night, but I sensed that the prince didn't intend for Miss Pei to enter the palace, so I acted early, which also exposed me. Do you know that the person you tried to assassinate is General Pei's precious daughter? Are you not afraid of offending the general?" Si Zhao Zhao asked deliberately. The assassin, following her words, kowtowed repeatedly and shouted, "Please, Your Majesty, save my family. I have a wife and child, and an elderly mother, all of whom are being held somewhere by the Supreme Emperor's men." Xianyuan Ming stood up from the throne and said, "This is simply absurd." All the civil and military officials immediately kowtowed to the ground, except Si Zhao Zhao and Mo Xianyuan, who remained standing. Xianyuan Ming looked sharply at the Supreme Emperor. "Grandpa Emperor, where have you kept his family? I know you're old and may have made a mistake. If you're willing to release them, I won't pursue this matter, and I won't make it known to the world." If he was not confident, Mo Xianyuan would never have been so bold as to bring someone up to identify him. It seems he had already discovered where those insects were being kept. The Supreme Emperor took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, I have no intention of harming anyone. This person was indeed called here by me. His family was simply sent to a countryside estate for safekeeping. That day, I also sent someone to secretly protect Miss Pei. Now, with so many rumors outside, I did this to warn the regent to remember his duty to support the emperor and to stay calm and patient. Secondly, I want to tell the people not to think that no one in the northern border can control the Mo family. Your Majesty is the true ruler of the north. I did not expect the prince had no plans to take concubines.
Sigh.
I only wanted to do good, but I made a mistake. After speaking, he turned to Pei Si and asked, General, what do you think I should do to let you feel better? Xian Yuanming also looked at him and said, the emperor and common people are equal under the law. General, just tell me. I will support you. This decision was like choosing a side for Pei Si. He had always been neutral, not siding with any faction, claiming to only protect his family and country. Many people watched eagerly, waiting to see how he would handle this situation. Pei Si knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, the border war is very tense. My daughter was only a little frightened and is fine. The late emperor passed away early, and before a new emperor was crowned, the supreme emperor managed the government. If we insist on arguing, it might hurt the supreme emperor's feelings. I believe the supreme emperor should step back from court and enjoy his later years. Right now, we should also think about what to do if the new king Xian Tian ascends the throne and abolishes the old laws, and how we can resist those from the Gu cult. This general of the Western Northwest Army was clearly not a reckless man. In just a few words, he avoided a deadly dilemma. Among the people here, besides Mo Xianyuan, the strongest military leader was only him. But no one could surpass Mo Xianyuan and his fire camp. Mo Xianyuan commanded the border defenses and faced many dangers, testing his quick thinking. No matter how strong the royal army in the north was, they were used to a comfortable life. The two could not be compared at all. Xian Yuanming raised his chin confidently and said, If that is the general's wish, Your Majesty, you should no longer attend court or participate in politics. The previous court will be managed by me. Your Majesty, do you accept this punishment? The Emperor Emeritus forced a smile and replied, I am too old to bother with these matters. It's better to rest now. The assassin listened in confusion throughout. Seeing this, Si Zhaozhao nudged the man on the back. Mo Xianyuan noticed her small action and slightly smiled, saying, The Emperor Emeritus considers things from my point of view. I should also do something for him. Although this person intended to attack, luckily, no serious mistake was made. If you are not afraid of the general's reputation and want to help, you can serve at the border and guard the city. This will make up for your mistake. Are you willing? The assassin was stunned. He had prepared to lose his head, but now he had a chance to clear his name and make amends. I am willing. Thank you, Prince, for forgiving me. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. After the assassin's matter was settled, the civil and military officials began a heated discussion based on Pei Si's last words. Si Zhaozhao followed behind, lost in thought. The new king of Shantian. Could it be him? Just thinking of him made Si Zhaozhao recall that nightmare from the past. She shook her head. The events of her previous life were over. What she needed to do now was protect the person she loved in this life. Mo Xianyuan decided to stay and discuss the changes in Xiantian. At the palace gate, Yi Zhu followed Si Zhaozhao and the assassin, along with the people sent by the Emperor Emeritus, leaving the palace. They soon arrived in a bamboo forest outside the city. The man looked pale, with sunken cheeks and a red face. Tall and thin, he looked like a paper doll. He cast a sinister glance back and pursed his lips, saying, Stay close, everyone. This place is full of traps. If you get hurt, it could be deadly. He suddenly quickened his pace, weaving through the woods. The assassin, eager to see his wife and mother, dared not blink and hurried after him. Yi Zhu moved easily, occasionally watching Si Zhaozhao, surprised that the princess was so effortless. Even Si Zhaozhao surpassed him, leaping over tree branches and directly reaching the man's front, landing steadily. You. The man backed away in horror. Si Zhaozhao grabbed his collar and showed her small white teeth, saying, If you don't want to die, Lead the way quickly." In the following moments, Yizhu noticed that their walking direction changed, and only then did he realize that the surroundings remained the same. It turned out he was deliberately walking in circles. The princess's sharp insight was so strong that even he had to look carefully to notice something was wrong. In front of them was a small countryside cottage. Si Zhaozhao, taking advantage of the distraction, secretly sent ants to gather information. Could Mother also be kept here? Si Zhaozhao pushed the person aside and coldly said, "You go inside. Keep leading the way." Since she had seen his light skills before, he no longer dared to act rashly. He obediently walked ahead. They pushed open the wooden door. Inside, there was only a table and 2 small stools. The room was full of dust and spiderwebs, not at all like someone had lived there. Sure enough, the person went inside on his own, behind the wooden bed, and pressed something. Suddenly, the floor of the cottage shook, and the entrances from all sides opened from beneath the table. Si Zhaozhao peeked and saw a ladder. "Down there is the way," the person said, moving the table aside and slowly climbing down the ladder with a bow. Yizhu looked around cautiously and walked at the back. Below was a hidden cellar, a cold corridor lit by candlelight. Si Zhaozhao knocked and searched, but found nothing, feeling a bit disappointed. The person led them to the very end of the corridor, where there was a single stone door. 3 people, lying in the corner and sleeping, opened their eyes and huddled in fear. When they saw the assassin, they hurriedly separated and ran toward him. "Father, I finally see you. It's okay now, it's okay." The old woman wiped her tears. "Husband, what is going on?
Who are they?
Why are they trying to catch us?" The assassin looked ashamed. "I made a mistake. Luckily, this lady. They don't mind and even gave me a chance to go to the military camp." "Linling, Xiaobao, Mother, our family can settle at the border." The person impatiently urged, "Hurry up and leave with those 2. I need to go back and report." The group left the wooden cottage. The little boy had dark, oily skin, clearly used to farm work. After hearing his father's explanation, he loudly said to Si Zhaozhao and the others, "Thank you, kind benefactor, for saving us." Yizhu responded carefully, "You should thank Prince. Once you join the army, you must follow military laws and orders. When you return, I will arrange a place for you to rest and send someone to take you to the border." The assassin expressed great gratitude without words. They were talking and laughing, but Si Zhaozhao was distracted and walking along, suddenly stopping in her tracks. The ants earlier didn't notice anyone else nearby. Si Zhaozhao looked serious. How could she speed up her search for the jade soldier talisman? She couldn't find her mother, which meant her mother was kept somewhere else. Although the emperor wouldn't kill her mother, he might torture her to force her to reveal the talisman. No, she had to go to the governor's office quickly and search for the jade soldier talisman herself. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao had a bright idea and thought of someone, so she quickened her pace. Unbeknownst to her, behind the corridor, very close, Lin Fangjia was inside a windowless, doorless stone house. He heard people talking and the sound of knocking on the wall. His excited voice was hoarse from shouting. But no one noticed that they had heard her voice. Yizhu went to find Rongsheng to write a recommendation letter, aiming to send the assassin's family to the border quickly. Si Zhaozhao returned to Yuehua Pavilion to look for the alchemy jars and herbs, but found nothing. "Was it stolen?" she murmured. At that moment, Song Chaoshua's voice came from behind her. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking for? I can help you find it." Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. "The other day, when you saw the jars, did you see the insects inside?" Song Chaoshua suddenly stopped, touched her neck, and said nervously, "Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to touch your things. I really didn't know that was yours. I thought Tianyu went to catch them himself. Can you forgive me?" Si Zhaozhao's expression hardened.
No.
"I see that not only did you dare to touch my things, but you also dared to touch my people. Today, while the prince isn't here, I will tell you the truth. I once sacrificed my blood to save the prince's life. Don't think that just because you're his cousin, you can act arrogantly in front of me. Someone like you, even if given to the prince for free, he wouldn't want you. With a bit of face, you should leave early and not disturb the peace between me and the prince. Song Chaoshua's face changed slightly. Sister-in-law, I have hurt you before and I apologize. But you don't have to speak so cruelly. And how can human blood really save people? You don't need to tell such outrageous lies just to drive me away. Who said I couldn't save him? Lord was poisoned at the time, and I paid a high price for medicine that could change his blood. Suddenly, Si Zhaozhao stopped speaking, her face pale and anxious, as if she had just revealed something she shouldn't have. She glared fiercely at Song Chaoshue and said, Anyway, in Lord's heart, you're not someone like you and Mo Bingchong can compare to. Whether you've lost your memory or not, don't bother me again in the future. After saying this, she hurriedly ran into the house. Song Chaoshue's eyes quietly turned, and she silently turned away. Inside the house, Si Zhaoshao pressed her hand against the paper window, her expression tense. Now she was just waiting to see if she would go find Mo Bingchong and team up with her. Given Mo Bingchong's temper and her past hatred for her, she would definitely lose her mind and try to find a way to remove her from the residence. The best outcome would be to have her taken to the governor's office. Because old Master Mo was extremely indulgent toward her. If someone found out, she might be taken to the governor's office, and no one would dare to disturb her rashly. Song Chaoshue hurriedly prepared to leave the residence, walking quickly. As she passed the back garden, she suddenly bumped into something. Ah, Man yelped, clutching her bottom and getting up. Seeing it was her small face immediately fell. Her mother had told her that she should avoid people she disliked and just steer clear. But unexpectedly, Song Chaoshue stopped her. Why didn't you say hello when you saw someone? TSK, such bad manners. Didn't your mother teach you any better? No wonder you're a country girl. Do you really think you're worthy of being Brother Yuan's daughter? Honestly, I hated you the first time I saw you. Although Song Chaoshue was smiling, Man felt goosebumps and was terrified. But hearing these words, her anger overwhelmed her fear. Bad woman, you have no mother, so you're so vicious. No wonder Brother Tingyu and his father always come to visit my mother. It turns out no one wants you. You're really pitiful. Man's small mouth perfectly inherited her mother's fierce nature. Song Chaoshue was furious and embarrassed, and her eyes suddenly caught sight of the pond not far away. Ling and whispered secretly. Si Zhaozhao nodded and understood. She then went back to rest, planning to ask them more about it tomorrow. Before entering the house, she looked at Yizhua, who was standing still, and told him, You should go back and rest early too. Yizhua slightly nodded. It's my duty to stay awake for the princess. You don't need to worry. Si Zhaozhao took a deep breath and simply went inside. At the gate of the courtyard, a tall man's figure swayed. Seeing the candle flame in the house go out, he had to stop. Prince, maybe you should check the guest room first, Yi Qing whispered. Mo Xianyuan had no choice but to follow him. Huigu saw him arrive, smiled happily, and moved aside to stand at the door. The big room only had the two of them. Song Chaoshue's face was red, and she felt drowsy. She vaguely sensed a hand on her forehead. The familiar cold feeling made her heart flutter. She reached out her hand, wanting to hold it. But just as she was about to touch, it moved away quickly.
Yuan.
Brother Yuan? You're here. She finally opened her eyes and saw who it was. Her face turned even redder.
Montagswan Yuan fraunet.
What happened to you? Song Chaoshue hesitated for a moment, then softly said, It's nothing. I accidentally fell into the pond in the back garden during the day. Brother Yuan, don't worry about me. The doctor said I just caught a cold. I just need to rest. Rest well. I'll ask Rong Sheng to find some tonic medicine and bring it to you tomorrow morning. Song Chaoshue nodded, reluctant to see him leave. Suddenly, her loud coughs came from inside.
Montagswan Yuans Brausforovet.
She was lying. Huigu moved her eyes and quickly said, Prince, may I speak with you privately? Mo Xianyuan stood with his hands behind his back. The three of them moved to the end of the corridor. Huigu then said, Actually, young lady was pushed into the water by the young miss. Many people saw it, but she wants everyone to keep quiet. She's afraid of being scolded by the prince. But as the old saying goes, 3-year-olds see the truth. If mistakes aren't corrected in time, I worry the young miss might cause more trouble. When that happens, those outside won't be as kind as she is. After speaking, she looked up to see Mo Xianyuan's reaction. I understand, he said simply, and was about to leave the guest room. Huigu finally seized the chance, immediately knelt down and cried, Prince, the young lady is in great danger. The young lady was kidnapped by someone that day and went missing for many days. She unexpectedly met the prince at the border, enduring many hardships along the way. When she returned, she couldn't remember the young master at all. She even sighed about how cute the 2 children were, but sadly, her parents had passed away early, and now she had forgotten what they looked like. However, the young lady said she was unwanted and had no one. This was not just a cold that she caught, she also had emotional troubles. Your Highness, before you arrived, she almost hanged herself. Only you can help her now. Yi Qing touched his nose and asked, This isn't your fault, Your Highness. Why are you saying these things? Huigua bowed deeply. Your Highness, you don't need to do anything. Just talk to her, and she will feel better. The only person her age in this house is the princess, but she doesn't like the young lady at all. When she reached the last word, her gaze turned cold, and she dared not speak further. But she still looked at him with hope. Yi Qing stepped closer, covering his mouth, and whispered, Your Highness, if she really wants to end her life, we won't be able to catch her. If she's doing it on purpose, maybe she's trying to send a message to someone behind the scenes. Without you here, I'm worried I can't handle both sides. Last time, after Song Chaoshua disappeared suddenly, the palace caught many traitors, but some might have escaped.
Montag Xuan Yuan seid deeply.
Huigua happily watched their master and servant return to the guest room. Although they didn't go inside, news spread that Mo Xianyuan stayed in the guest room all night. Huigua, leaning on the corridor, woke up groggily and saw that the prince was gone. She hurried into the room. Song Chaoshua was sitting and fixing her hair in the mirror, looking much better. When the door was pushed open, she coughed several times with her fists clenched. Seeing Huigua, her expression flickered with slight displeasure. But when she turned her head, she still wore her kind and fragile smile. Congratulations, young lady. The prince stayed here all night yesterday. The person at Yuehua Pavilion might be very angry to hear that. Song Chaoshua smiled faintly, but her tone sounded somewhat sad. Nanny, you shouldn't say things carelessly. Brother Yuan only cares because of childhood friendship. If my sister-in-law were sick, he would have been by her side all the time. And Huishu comforted her, saying, Miss, what you did before cost others their lives, but you were still able to be personally picked up by the prince. Doesn't that show how important you are to him? Yesterday, I told him about that little troublemaker pushing you. The prince must be rushing over to scold that woman now. Song Chaoshua hurriedly stood up. Mama, how could you tell anyone? If I had known, I wouldn't have told you the truth. And Huishu picked up a hairpin that had fallen on the ground and placed it on the dressing table. Miss, isn't it your fault? Anyway, I already told. No matter how that woman stirs trouble, I will stand by you. I see how much you care for the prince. No one is more suitable to be his wife than you. I won't give up fighting for you. You.
Sigh.
I really don't know what to do anymore. Song Chaoshua was upset. She walked to the bed and sat down, seemingly stubborn, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. Did you and Brother Tingyu argue? Tell me what happened. After breakfast, Si Zhaozhao called Momo Man aside to ask her about it. Momo Man hesitated, clenched her small fists, and suddenly paused. If she told her mother everything, would Brother Tingyu be driven away? They had depended on each other for many days, and unconsciously, Man had grown attached to Mo Tingyu. She also started to have her own little thoughts. Mo Tingyu, hiding at the door, overheard this. His face darkened. Man already disliked him. He wouldn't hide that from her. He was about to lose the chance to see the fairy-like mother smile. Maybe when they met again, the fairy mother would show the same annoyed expression at him. Just thinking about it made his chest feel tight. Next, Man said, Brother Tingyu fed me small fish one more time that day. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Si Zhaozhao couldn't help but smile. Just for that, Man blushed and nodded. Hiding at the door, Mo Tingyu was surprised, but then felt warm inside. He made up his mind, biting his lip, and stepped over the threshold.
She's
lying. It wasn't about that at all. Man blinked as if saying, "Are you crazy?" Si Zhao pretended not to see their interaction and waited for Mo Tingyu to speak up himself. "I'm sorry, fairy mother. I told my mother about the bugs. I am guilty." Si Zhao was surprised. She didn't expect Song Chaoshui to already know about her blood sacrifice and secretly practicing magic. If it had been before, she definitely couldn't forgive Mo Tingyu, even if it was unintentional. But now, things are different. She needs someone to help her create trouble, making Song Chaoshui believe she committed a terrible crime of killing her entire family, using others' hands to put her to death. Only Mo Bingchong can believe her unconditionally and help her punish herself. Seeing her silent for a long time, Mo Tiyu's long eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes. His voice trembled as he said, "I understand. I won't bother fairy mother anymore." "No, I shouldn't call you mother anymore." As he spoke, he looked lost and was about to turn away, but suddenly saw Si Zhao smiling happily at him. "Little Tiyu, your real mother is back. Are you not going to want me as your stepmother anymore?" Mo Tiyu shook his head repeatedly, biting his lip. "I did something wrong. I don't deserve to be your child." As soon as he finished speaking, Si Zhao pinched his head with her fingers and tapped him lightly. "Whether you deserve it or not, you're so young and already so deep. I don't blame you. Just don't do it again in the future. After all, your mother still holds hostility towards me. If I don't provoke her, who knows if she'll behave herself." She sighed and took their small hands. "Adults' matters are not your concern, but you should understand that not everyone is like me, able to tell right from wrong. Don't be used again." Mo Tiyu looked thoughtful, serious. "I understand. I won't tell my mother about what happened here." Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice came from the doorway. "Usually, you teach them to say such things." Mo Xianyuan appeared like a god of death, dressed in black robes, blocking most of the light at the door. Si Man stood in front of her mother, looking very alert. Mo Tiyu stepped forward, protecting them both. The man was speechless and choked with emotion. "My children have been trained by you to become secret guards? Mo Tiyu grew up in the royal palace and has such hostility towards me, his father. Is that also your doing?" Si Zhao smiled faintly. "Prince, you should reflect on yourself. Why did he think you wanted to hurt us?" Mo Xianyuan was stunned. The coldness in his heart seemed to melt like snow because of her smile, breaking apart. "Today you seem to be in a good mood? Maybe because the weather is nice. The prince has come early. Is there something you want to tell me?" The man glanced at Si Man and sat down by himself, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Actually, I came to see her." He then lowered his head slightly and asked, "Girl, was Tianyu's mother pushed into the water by you?" Si Man puffed out her cheeks. "I didn't push her. She held my hand herself and jumped in." Si Zhao's face turned cold. Man is just a child. How could she push her? Do you still believe such obviously false stories, Your Highness?
Montag Xuan Yuan frownet.
I was just asking casually. Why are you angry at me? Si Zhao realized she overreacted. Her expression softened a little, but her words still carried a sharp edge. Every time Your Highness comes to see me because of your beloved sister, something bad happens. Even children can see that. Aren't you smart enough to understand this? Mo Xianyuan didn't like her confrontational attitude. I have been very lenient with you. What more do you want me to do? Whatever the prince wants to do is fine. I never asked for anything, and I don't need you to flatter me. Since we are not married, why not just pretend to be respectful and live peacefully as a married couple? Wouldn't that be better? Just pretending to be okay? Mo Xianyuan sneered angrily. Suddenly, he stood up, leaned down, and grabbed her chin with deep eyes. You and the Yu family shop are just a cover for your secret meetings with Qi Yunzheng. You think I can't find out if you don't tell me. You say you love me and risked your body to save me. How long has it been? And now you've already fallen for someone else. To hide your affair, you pretended to be a man, spent a lot on courtesans, and didn't care about anything. If this gets out, how many people will laugh at me? Is your love for me really so worthless? He suddenly released her, causing Si Zhao Zhao to tilt her head from his force. Si Man Man and Motu's faces changed at once. They pulled on the man's clothes and stepped back. Don't hurt the fairy mother, big bad guy. You don't keep your promises. Soon you'll turn into a gold ingot. And the gold ingot will be as fierce as you, biting people randomly. My mother fainted for a long time, and now I've turned into a little dog. You can't bully my mother anymore. Mo Xian Yuan looked serious and cold. Yuan Bao is a dog. No wonder that day, the master and servant secretly smiled so much. Before, to comfort her, I did many humble things, but this woman didn't appreciate it and became even more unreasonable. He didn't know what to say, so he angrily pulled away from her small hands and left without looking back. Si Man Man sighed. Mother, Man Man has chased him away. Don't be afraid. Si Zhao Zhao gently patted her little head and smiled. Ling'an entered the room nervously and fearfully. Is the princess okay? The prince looks like he's about to eat someone. Si Man Man stuck out her tongue. Ling'an, you're such a scaredy cat. Older sister-in-law? Can I come in? Song Chaoshua's tentative voice came from the yard. Ling'an looked at her. Si Zhao Zhao smiled slightly. This was her chance to go to the governor's mansion. Let her come in. Ling'an, take those two kids to play first. Mo Tingyu was a little worried. Si Man Man took his hand. Don't worry, my mother isn't that weak. Besides, the person sent by your father is watching over her. Bad girl. Your mother wouldn't dare to do anything. After the two children left, Yi Zhu gave the signal to let her in. Song Chaoshua stepped into the room, suddenly swayed, and knelt on the ground. What are you trying to do? Song Chaoshua took a dagger from her sleeve, held her hands together sincerely, and said earnestly, I really can't think of any way to earn your forgiveness, sister-in-law. Today, I am here to beg for forgiveness. Once you forgive me, I will stop. Suddenly, she gripped the dagger and pressed the tip against herself, stabbing down hard. In a moment of crisis, Yi Zhu's eyes flickered, deciding whether to stop her. Si Zhao Zhao, holding scissors from the girl's workbox on the table, casually flicked them and then calmly poured herself a cup of tea. The dagger was struck by the scissors, causing Song Chaoshua's palm to tingle. She couldn't help but loosen her grip, and the dagger fell to the ground. Sister-in-law, if you feel guilty towards me and want to find a way to die, I won't stop you. But don't die here, polluting my eyes and scaring the children. After speaking, she calmly said, Yi Zhu, see her out. Yi Zhu made a gesture at the door, inviting her to leave. Song Chaoshua staggered to her feet and didn't stay any longer. Si Zhao Zhao quickly changed her clothes, but not into men's attire, and she didn't disguise her face. After seeing her leave, Yi Zhu asked, Your ladyship, are you planning to go out? She replied calmly, What else can I do outside? Of course, I'm going to the cloth shop to earn some silver. Yi Zhu showed a rare, complicated expression, then lowered his eyes. I overstepped earlier. Please forgive me, your ladyship.
Carrying a bamboo basket, Si Zhao Zhao smiled politely.
You belong to him and work for him. That's only natural. I have no reason to blame you. If you want to follow me, then come along. After what had happened, she realized she couldn't keep revolving around Mo Xuanyuan's people. Otherwise, even if she built her own connections, she would still end up under his control. When Yulin heard she had come to deliver Dai, he personally came out to greet her. Yi Zhu was shocked when he saw her take out several bottles and jars from the basket. He had checked the accounts earlier and found no record of buying materials for dye making. What was even stranger was that he had been guarding the door almost constantly, yet had noticed nothing unusual inside. So how had she made the dye? Since Yi Zhu couldn't enter the back of the shop, he waited in the front. After checking the goods, Yulin was very pleased. A few days ago, I was thinking of going to another country to look for new stock, but there's been unrest at the border again. I didn't want to leave Aaron alone to manage the shop. Thanks to your batch, my reputation is safe. The cloth shop was so popular because its goods were always unique. He hadn't had new stock for a long time, so he was understandably excited. He took out several silver notes worth 1,000 taels each, placed them on the table, and pushed them toward her. Si Zhao accepted them with a smile. No need to be so polite. We're both business people helping each other. Then Yulin said meaningfully, your ladyship has given me more profit than I've given you. Besides silver, is there anything else you wish to gain? Smart people always understood each other easily. Si Zhao didn't hesitate to make a request. If any of your buyers are high-ranking officials or wealthy families, I hope you can introduce the person who made these dyes, me, so I can become known to them. She meant herself, not the regent's consort. Yulin immediately understood her meaning and agreed, without hesitation. Yizhu crossed her arms and stood still in front of a curtain. Arong saw several guests run away in fear, but didn't dare to chase them out. He could only sit helplessly behind the counter, quietly hoping the princess would come out soon. Finally, he saw Si Zhao's figure. He suddenly stood up and said, "She's coming out. She's coming out." Yizhu looked at him strangely. The two of them left the cloth shop and prepared to go home. Suddenly, Song Chaoshue appeared in front of them. "Hello, sister-in-law. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy something? They have very famous fabrics. My maid told me. I even have a dress made from their fabric, a gift from Brother Yuan for my coming-of-age ceremony." Si Zhao looked at her with some suspicion. She had just been so forceful and persuasive, yet now she was smiling kindly. If she had spent that effort on Mo Xianyuan, maybe they would already be together. "There's nothing I want to buy. You can browse by yourself," Yizhu said coldly and turned to leave. Song Chaoshue looked sad. "Eh? Isn't that the princess? Why did she come out empty-handed? Last time, wasn't she quite generous? That was all my cousin's money. Who knows how she tricked it out of him?" Pei Yi and Mo Bingchong came over holding hands. Mo Bingchong stopped talking and looked at the person at the door in disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly. "Chao Shue's sister." Song Chaoshue looked up in confusion. Pei Yi was surprised. Yes, it was really her. Mo Bingchong immediately let go and ran to Song Chaoshue, choking up. "Chao Shue's sister, it really is you. Where have you been all these days? Why didn't you write to me? I was so worried you'd be harmed by Si Zhao." Pei Yi, standing still, watched Mo Bingchong's eager look and felt her heart grow cold. Song Chaoshue's eyes showed confusion. "Who are you?" Mo Bingchong froze. "Chao Shue's sister, I'm Bingchong. Don't you remember me?" Song Chaoshue shook her head. Mo Bingchong's eyes turned red instantly. She tightly held her hand and said, "How can this be? Did Si Zhao do something to you?" "Chao Shue's sister, I am your best sister. We once made a vow in front of the Buddha statue at Bodhi Temple to be sisters forever. Don't be afraid. Just tell me. I will help you get justice." Song Chaoshue gently pushed her hand away, looking distant. "But I really can't remember. If we were truly close like sisters, why would you speak badly about my sister-in-law in front of me?" "Sis, sister-in-law?" Mo Bingchong froze, as if struck by lightning. Song Chaoshue nodded and looked at Pei Yi with clear hostility. Not long ago, she came to the prince's residence, asking Brother Yuan to marry her. She even showed off in front of my sister-in-law. Luckily, Brother Yuan gave up on that idea in the end. A woman with such intentions. How could you be friends with her and still call yourself my sister? Mo Bingchong couldn't understand why she had changed so much. Seeing how strongly she rejected her friendship with Pei Yi, Mo Bingchong quickly explained, "What sister-in-law? Sister Chaoshue, you're the one most suited for my cousin. How can you take Si Zhao's side? She schemed to marry my cousin. Who knows what plans she had? You should stay away from her. Yi may like my cousin a little, but at least she's honest, not like Si Zhao. You've misunderstood her." Song Chaoshue frowned. "If you dislike my sister-in-law so much, then go ahead and stay friends with her." Mo Bingchong was at a loss for words. Pei Yi's face turned pale. In a hurt voice, she said, "Bingchong, I just remembered something I need to take care of at home. I'll leave you two to talk." With that, she turned and walked away sadly. Mo Bingchong sighed and could only take Song Chaoshue to a private room in a nearby tea house to talk. Sister Chao Xue, Si Zhao Zhao doesn't deserve to marry my cousin. You used to be so kind, but she tricked you and got you driven out of the house. Have you really forgotten all that? Song Chao Xue shook her head. Brother Yuan sent me away, because I made mistakes. It had nothing to do with my sister-in-law. She even risked her life to save him, doing many things that showed her courage and kindness. That's why he treats her so well now. I won't let jealousy make me hurt others again. If you truly see me as your sister, please stop targeting her. Mo Bingshang narrowed her eyes. Using one's own blood to save someone? Sister Chao Xue. She must have tricked you. My cousin has always been strong and victorious in battle. Who could possibly harm him, and how could she have had the chance to save him? The Song Dynasty's Snow quickly whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yuan was poisoned long ago, and only his most trusted people know about it. Even I only heard about it secretly. Mo Bingshang felt a twinge of sadness. I'm his real cousin, yet I know nothing. Then she took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and said, All right, Sister Chao Xue, I'll listen to you. I won't oppose her anymore. But we shouldn't believe such ridiculous stories without proof. How about we test her? What do you mean? Song Chao Xue asked. Mo Bingshang tightened her grip on her lap and smiled coldly. Let's see if her blood can cure the poison. I've never heard of blood curing poison, but if her blood can undo her cousin's poison, maybe it can work for others too. Song Chao Xue was surprised. You want to cut her sister-in-law's blood? Mo Bingshang said, Don't worry, Sister Chao Xue. I won't harm her life. I just want to see if she's lying. Under Mo Bingshang's persuasion, Song Chao Xue reluctantly followed her to Yuehua Pavilion, bringing some good things with her. Sister-in-law, I hope I didn't disturb your rest, Mo Bingshang said with a bright smile. Si Zhao Zhao looked at Song Chao Xue, who dared not speak much, and her eyes flickered. She understood immediately. She said calmly, I said I was disturbed. Will you leave now? Mo Bingshang chuckled and shook her head. It's been a while since I saw you. I missed you. Actually, I was scolded awake by my eldest uncle. I reflected quietly and finally understood. There's no need for us to be at odds as a family. Si Zhao Zhao rested her chin on her hand on the table and said with a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes, If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like people who beat around the bush. Mo Bingshang looked at Song Chao Xue. She cleared her throat. Grandfather Mo's birthday is coming soon. I don't know what to prepare. Sister-in-law, if you don't mind, could you come with me to the governor's office? The gifts are piled up in my room, and it's hard to carry them all. If you see something you like, just take it. Would you be willing to help me with this? Si Zhao Zhao hesitated slightly. Song Chao Xue seemed very urgent. If sister-in-law doesn't want to go, then don't. If Miss Bingshang doesn't mind, I can go instead. Si Zhao Zhao looked like she was provoked and immediately said, My younger sister personally invited me. How can I refuse her kindness? Seeing her agree, Mo Bingshang and Song Chao Xue exchanged a secret glance. Sure Zhao Zhao watched all of this silently, a faint smile appearing on her face. The place where the commander's residence is located is always kept out of the sunlight. As soon as you enter the courtyard, you can feel a cold, gloomy air coming from nowhere, making your skin feel icy. The black-gray eaves and the clean white walls are spotless, and the rust-red iron gate creaks shut. Mo Bingcheng leads the way. Shi Zhao Zhao follows behind. On both sides of the cobblestone path, there are flower beds with servants watering and pruning. They bend over and trim the branches with neat, uniform movements, heads lowered, making no sound of gossip like puppets. This place strangely feels very oppressive. Soon, they arrive at the backyard. An old, bare tree stands in the middle, surrounded by strangely blooming cloud-reaching flowers. Under the old tree, there is a round stone table with knee-high stone stools around it. Sitting there feels even colder. Wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and bring the things over, Mo Bingcheng says. After she leaves, Shi Zhao Zhao immediately stands up. She calls ants to check the layout of the commander's residence. When she returns, she plans to draw everything from memory. After finishing this, Mo Bingcheng comes back, carrying only a tray. There's too much to carry. I've already told the servants to bring it over. By the time they finish, Sister Tong Xiao might not even have time for dinner. Let's eat something first to fill our stomachs, she says. Sure, Zhao Zhao looks at the bowl of soup handed to her and drinks it without hesitation. Mo Bingqing picks up a piece of food and places it in her bowl. Sister Tong Xiao, try these dishes and see if they suit your taste. Grandfather prefers vegetarian food, and the house forbids eating meat. If it's not good, please bear with us. Just as Shi Zhao Zhao is about to speak, she suddenly feels dizzy. Within a few breaths, she collapses softly onto the stone table. Mo Bingqing, still worried, walks over and waves her hand in front of her eyes, then pinches her. Sister Tong Xiao? Seeing she's unresponsive, with even breathing, it's clear she has lost consciousness. This reassures Mo Bingqing, who then calls out loudly, Chao Shui, come out quickly. She's fainted. Shin Chao Shui, who had secretly followed from behind and hidden in a corner, watched the whole process. She carefully walks over and, with Mo Bingqing's help, drags the person into the house. Chao Shui, it's thanks to your words that she agreed to come. Otherwise, with our past relationship, she might not have trusted us to bring her here, Mo Bingqing says with a hum. During the Song dynasty, Shui Mei's eyes showed a hint of worry. Are we really doing the right thing? Brother Yuan would know, who helped him remove the poison. If someone finds out, you might also be punished by Brother Yuan. Mo Bingqing was unconcerned. Sister Chao Shui, you overestimate her. You and our cousin have grown up together. How can a simple girl compare? She probably just lied to our cousin. We only want him to see her true nature. Don't worry, this is my grandfather's house. Even if my eldest uncle comes, he must be notified 3 days in advance. Only I can come and go freely. No one dares to stop me. She then bent down from above, looking coldly at the unconscious Si Zhao Zhao. She patted her face and sneered. Poor girl, she can't even protect herself and dares to compete for a man. Why didn't they come to save you at the critical moment? Thinking about the man she liked, who clung to her like a loyal dog, made Mo Bingqing's hatred burst out uncontrollably. Song Chao Shui's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Innocently, she asked, do we have to cut her blood now? But where do we get the poison from? Mo Bingqing took out a small bottle from her, containing only a tiny blood-red pill about the size of a rice grain. Without hesitation, she swallowed it immediately. Why did you eat it? Song Chao Shui exclaimed in panic. Mo Bingqing turned to the cabinet, holding a white jade dagger with a smooth, milky shine, the blade shining brightly. Sister Chao Shui, if you want to vent your anger, just do it. Don't feel guilty. You are only doing this to save me. If you don't want to hurt her, then I can only watch myself die here. Song Chao Shui's fingers trembled as she took the dagger. She won't wake up, right? Mo Bingqing's face was pale. No, I increased the dose. Even a cow can sleep for 3 days and nights. A strong feeling of excitement and relief surged in Song Chao Shui. She closed her eyes painfully and stabbed down hard. Princess. Yi Zhu hurried into the study. Mo Xianyuan raised his hand to stop him from speaking. His face was cold. You no longer need to report her whereabouts to me, nor follow her. From today, you are reassigned to your original position. Since he did not appreciate her efforts, she showed no gratitude. He didn't need to continue belittling himself. If she still had this reckless attitude, perhaps once the court was more stable, he would be willing to let her go. During these days, Mo Xianyuan was annoyed and frustrated by Si Zhao Zhao's distant attitude. Suddenly, Yi Qing knocked on the door and said with a slight bow, Prince, General Pei requests to see you. Before Yi Zhu could speak again, Mo Xianyuan suddenly stood up. Where is he? At the back gate of the prince's residence. General Pei said that because of your and his status, it's not suitable for him to come in a carriage. He asks you to go there personally. But, Your Highness, Yi Zhu hadn't finished speaking, but Mo Xianyuan had already lifted his leg and left. Where is he? At the back gate of the residence. General Pei said that because of your and his status, it's not suitable for him to come in a carriage. He asks you to go there personally. But, Your Highness, Yizhu hadn't finished speaking, but Emo Xianyuan had already lifted his leg and left. Yi Qing asked curiously, "What did you do to offend the prince? He's never ignored you like this before." Yizhu thought for a moment. "It's not me." "Then who is it?" Yizhu didn't want to discuss his master's affairs. He pursed his lips and could only wait for the prince to return and explain. Yi Qing looked gloomy. Perhaps because his mind wasn't sharp enough, he always couldn't figure out what the prince was thinking. Now he couldn't understand what this blockhead was thinking either. Sigh, can't he just say what he means directly? Guessing all the time was making his head explode. After Emo Xianyuan got on the carriage, Pei Sihai slowly opened his eyes. "Why are you looking for me, General?" Pei Sihai sighed heavily. "Prince, you are so clever. You should know my purpose. I came as a father to talk to you. Yi said she won't marry anyone but you." Emo Xuanyuan's expression remained unchanged. "That's strange. I've been so cold and distant, yet Miss Gua still wants to marry me without holding a grudge." Pei Sihai's face looked unhappy. "I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. No one could persuade her, so I came to ask if you have any good ideas to make my daughter give up. This is something you should consider. From the first time I saw her, I saw through her intentions. I also told her clearly that I am already married and will not take concubines. Even if she's a maid, I cannot accept her. She has a pure relationship with me." She just came to the residence, and then those ridiculous words spread. "I still can't understand why Miss Guo would admit to such damaging words and be so confident that I would marry her." He looked very angry and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for your advice, Prince." Emo Xianyuan did not respond. After Pei Sihai returned, he called Pei aside for a private talk. When asked who ordered her to scheme, Pei initially refused to say anything. Finally, under Sihai's threat that if she didn't speak, it would ruin the whole family, she revealed the truth. It was him. Sihai's sharp mind immediately deduced that the emperor had done something in the imperial garden, and he suspected that Yi had accidentally seen it. He believed the emperor wanted to silence her and frame Emo Xianyuan. He sank into his chair in shock. "Father, are you okay?" Yi asked with concern. Sihai took a deep breath and said firmly, "Starting today, you are not allowed to go out or see the regent." Yi's face changed.
Why?
"Is it because you, father, hold a high position, so I can't marry the one I love? If that's the case, I will ask to leave the house." Sihai's hand rested on the table, reluctant to strike her. "You're willing to cut ties with your parents for a man? Well, a talented girl from the capital. No wonder your parents raised you to be a talented lady admired for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And this is how you repay us." Yi looked at her trembling father, feeling uncomfortable inside. But she wondered, was she wrong to pursue her love? Why could Si Zhaozhao, a daughter of the minister's family, do something so shameful and still get a good marriage? She couldn't understand and refused to compromise. But it was not her decision. From that moment, Sihai sent more people to patrol the general's residence day and night. To Yi, it seemed like he was blocking her from seeing the regent. A natural rift grew between father and daughter. Meanwhile, a small fight broke out in front of the governor's mansion. Yizhu secretly took people to find Si Zhaozhao but was discovered by the guards of the mansion. Clearly, Yizhu and his men couldn't defeat the guards. Yi Qing hurried over in a panic, stopping the fight just in time. "Yizhu, are you crazy? You brought people here to cause trouble at Old Mo's place. If I hadn't followed, you would have been beaten to death." Yizhu staggered and steadied himself, clutching his aching, numb chest. He frowned and whispered, "The princess was taken inside by Miss Forth, and she hasn't come out yet. I suspect something's wrong." But the prince and princess seem to be arguing. "The prince won't let me report anything about the princess anymore." At this point, he had to speak up, or else if the prince regretted it later, none of them would be safe. Moreover, the princess had been kind to him. Even if the prince refused help today, he didn't want to just watch the princess get into trouble. Yi Qing listened and felt overwhelmed. He helped Yizhu and couldn't help but say, "Oh my gosh, you're really dense. The prince doesn't want you to say anything, but you just stay silent." "Fine. Let's go back quickly and tell the prince. The general's residence is not somewhere we can enter easily. The prince must come himself. Yishu nodded slightly. Yi Qing supported him and, with the others, limped toward the prince's residence. Song Chao Shui held a dagger and stabbed quickly and precisely. Si Zhaozhao suddenly opened her eyes wide. She raised one hand and quickly grabbed her wrist, forcefully twisting it downward. In the blink of an eye, she snatched the dagger. Ah! Song Chao Shui cried out in pain and released her grip. But Si Zhaozhao had no intention of letting her go. She threw the dagger into the air, caught it steadily, and pressed the sharp tip against the woman's slender neck, holding down her pulsing vein. With a pair of loving but cold eyes, her gaze was filled with icy intent, sweeping with deadly fury, wrapping the two tightly in this oppressive atmosphere. This entire swift and smooth process happened in the blink of an eye.
Montag bin schon was stund. You.
Weren't you knocked out? How could you wake up so quickly? At this moment, the ant venom completed its task, and Si Zhaozhao successfully obtained the map of the general's residence. She smirked and said, I thought you two might have some special tricks, but it turns out you're just SOSO. Song Chao Shui didn't dare to breathe heavily, her face pale with fear. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to hurt you. Please put down the knife. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have interfered. Please don't kill me. Mo Bingshong, affected by poison, had purple lips but still spoke up for Song Chao Shui. If you want to blame someone, blame me. If you want to kill, kill me. It has nothing to do with Sister Chao Shui. I insisted she come here. Si Zhaozhao, I just can't stand you. I have confused you on purpose to torment you. I wanted her to vent her anger on me. She is too kind and cannot compete with you. Now I see I was right. You are a very cunning woman. Suddenly, I hear faint footsteps outside the door. I am startled. My grandfather is supposed to be in seclusion and not leave the house.
Who could it be?
A look of hesitation crosses my face. After a moment, I suddenly lower my head. I said, as I told you, with me here, don't think you can be with my cousin. After speaking, I suddenly rush forward and collide with Si Zhaozhao. Si Zhaozhao is shocked and quickly uses her energy to protect herself, preventing me from harming her. But after we part, I stab a dagger into Song Chao Shui's chest. It turns out my real goal was not her. Song Chao Shui stumbles back in disbelief. She looks at Si Zhaozhao and says, Sister-in-law, you really wanted to kill me. I happily cough up blood and lean against the dressing table stool. The door is knocked open and crashes to the ground, kicking up dust. Mo Xian Yuan rushes in, covered in dust, and sees this bloody scene. My heart tightens with fear. I weakly say, Cousin, call the doctor quickly. There's no time to delay. After settling the two of us, the doctor hurries over. After a while, he kneels trembling on the ground. Your Highness, the young lady's wound has been bandaged, but it hit her vital artery. She needs good rest. Once healed, she might have lingering health issues. She can't walk or stand for long, nor lift heavy objects. My face turns as pale as a purple eggplant. The doctor nervously bows. But the poison on Miss Four's body, I cannot diagnose it. Please, Your Highness, forgive me. Nothing can be done. Leave if you cannot treat her. Don't let this matter spread. The man's cold words make the doctor almost faint from fear. Cousin, am I beyond saving? I hear my voice from inside the room. Mo Xianyuan orders someone to send the doctor away and tells Yi Qing to go find Rong Sheng with a letter asking for the imperial doctor. Then he strides inside. How did this happen? Why did she get poisoned? Cousin, I don't know why. I originally wanted to apologize to my sister-in-law. She said she felt guilty and poured me a cup of wine. I drank a little, then started feeling dizzy. When I woke up, I was like this. I am eager to get up, but am stopped by Mo Xianyuan. Just say what you want to say. The wine was personally brought to you by me. There could be no traitor in my grandfather's house. I am also very surprised that your sister-in-law drank it without any problem. Brother, please do not blame her. Maybe this is just a misunderstanding. After hearing her words, Mo Xianyuan's eyebrows furrowed even more. He stepped out and quickly grabbed Si Zhaozhao's arm. Did they hurt you? Life is important, and the man didn't control his strength well. Si Zhaozhao winced in pain and forcefully pushed his hand away. As someone who practices martial arts, he quickly sensed something was wrong. He suddenly grabbed her wrist again and pulled hard. How do you have inner strength? Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. Does this have anything to do with the prince? In another room, the sound of porcelain breaking and Song Chaoshue's cry of pain could be heard. Mo Xianyuan took her hand and went inside. Song Chaoshue was on the ground, her face twisted in pain. In front of her was a shattered teacup. Yuanji, I didn't mean to make a noise. I was just thirsty. Mo Xianyuan frowned but did not let go. Yi Zhu, help her up. Outside the door, Yi Zhu received the order and obediently entered the room to help Song Chaoshue back onto the bed. Song Chaoshue looked at the tense atmosphere between the two, full of apology.
Sorry, Yuanji.
I was worried that Miss Mo might hurt my sister-in-law, so I secretly followed her. I didn't expect to see Bingshang spitting blood. Maybe my sister-in-law was afraid I would talk nonsense, so she hurt me. If before it was just suspicion, now, Si Zhaozhao was 100% sure that Song Chaoshue was pretending to have amnesia. Mo Xianyuan's face darkened with anger, then looked at Si Zhaozhao. Is that what they said? Si Zhaozhao didn't expect him to give her a chance to explain. She was momentarily stunned but quickly responded calmly. Mo Bingshang asked me to come to choose a birthday gift for old Master Mo. But when I arrived, she served food and told me to eat first before choosing. I noticed something was wrong, so I pretended to faint. She called Song Chaoshue out to cut my blood. As for this wound, it happened when I was struggling to avoid being cut. Mo Bingshang suddenly rushed over. I dodged her, and then the knife was stuck in Song Chaoshue. Si Zhaozhao's calm appearance was genuine, not acting. She frowned and looked at Song Chaoshue. Song Chaoshue did not expect that she was pretending to faint and dared not speak much. She could only innocently shake her head and say, Brother Yuan, I was so confused at the time. When I got that knife, I didn't mean to cut my sister-in-law's blood. I just wanted to wake her up. I didn't expect she was already awake and had the knife pointed at my neck. Prince, Dr. Sun is here. Yi Qingli from afar shouted. Saving a person is the priority. The truth of this matter can only be discussed later. Dr. Sun was the same person who asked for the cooling, fragrant antidote last time in the Imperial Garden. When he saw Si Zhaozhao, he was a bit confused. Isn't the princess a doctor? Why didn't she take action herself? When he glanced at Song Chaoshue lying on the bed and saw Mo Bingshang's hostile look towards Si Zhaozhao, he suddenly understood. It's a play involving 3 women. The princess probably didn't want to cause herself more trouble, so she stayed out of it. Sigh, no wonder the princess is so low-key. If she showed her excellent medical skills, who knows how people might set her up. Replying to the prince, this poison is made from 3 kinds of deadly toxins, but fortunately, the dosage isn't large. As long as the poison is expelled, it will be fine. Mo Bingshang's face was subtle. She didn't expect anyone could see through this kind of poison. She was still planning to entangle her cousin and cut the grass to save her. Mo Xianyuan's expression finally eased. When Dr. Sun went to prepare the medicine, Si Zhaozhao suddenly walked over. Greetings, princess. Don't need to bow. Dr. Sun, is this detox method just causing diarrhea? She asked softly. Dr. Sun nodded, then looked at her with a respectful expression. Your medical skills are indeed extraordinary, princess, Si Zhaozhao modestly replied. Last time, Mo Bingshang was poisoned. It's only been a short while. If the toxins haven't been fully expelled, and with this complicated new poison, could it form other toxins inside her body? Hearing this, Dr. Sun's face grew serious. If you say so, I can't guarantee. Si Zhaozhao looked serious. So I think you should give her more purgative medicine to clear it out completely, Dr. Sun suddenly realized. You're absolutely right. Thank you, princess, for your advice. If Miss Mo's poison isn't fully cleared, considering the Emperor's respect for old Mo and old Mo's importance to Miss Mo, old Mo will be angry. His medical career could end here, and he might even face imprisonment. Si Zhaozhao never expected that her casual attempt to tease Mo Bingxiang would unintentionally win someone over. Outside, a few rolls of thunder echoed, and soon a gentle rain began to fall into the courtyard. Yi Qing didn't dare to make a fuss looking for an oil paper umbrella in the governor's mansion, so he only found a cloak in the guest room. "Your Highness, it's raining, but this is all I could find. Should we wait until it stops before leaving? I'll take her back first. Song Chaoxue is injured. Wait until the rain stops, then her back to the residence." Yi Zhu and Yi Qing replied, "Yes, sir." Mo Xianyuan took the cloak, pulled Si Zhaozhao's hand, and without another word, wrapped it around her shoulders. Then he firmly led her out of the mansion. Unexpectedly, on their way back to the prince's residence, they ran into Qi Yunjin. There were few people on the street, and most shops had already closed. He stood under the eaves in white robes, clearly having waited for some time. His shoulders were already damp from the rain. Under the cloak, Si Zhaozhao blinked, signaling him to leave quickly. Qi Yunjin opened his mouth as if to speak, but because of their positions, he could only stand there, watching her with worry. Mo Xuanyuan's face darkened. Holding the woman's slender wrist, he didn't even glance at Qi Yunjin. When they turned a corner, he suddenly pushed her gently against the wall, leaning close enough for her to feel his breath. "How did he know you were leaving the mansion today? Si Zhaozhao, you belong to me. You've met him behind my back again and again. What are you trying to do? If you're still upset about what happened before, I've already told you I'll make it right.
But not now.
Can't you wait a little longer? I'll give you one last chance. End things with him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh." Mo Xuanyuan's anger grew, and he looked at Si Zhaozhao with deep disappointment. Why couldn't this woman just behave for once? He had changed so much for her, yet she still clung to the past. Back then, they had stood on opposite sides, and the choices they made inevitably hurt each other. It couldn't be helped. Why couldn't she try to understand him? Mo Xianyuan turned away, taking a deep breath. He was never one to compromise, but to make up for what he had done to her, he had swallowed his pride and ignored the truth, just to ease her heart a little. However, it is clear that this woman only cares about her own feelings. Si Zhaozhao remained silent and felt a bit tired. People who believe in you don't need explanations, but those who don't believe in you won't be convinced no matter what you say. They belong to the latter group. After all, she made it very clear from the beginning. It was all this man's imagination running wild. Today, you shouldn't have come to the governor's residence with her. Given your relationship, the reason she gave isn't enough to justify your going. Was it because the place you wanted to go was the governor's residence? Mo Xianyuan hit the mark. He stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm but firm. "Last time I suggested taking you there, you reacted strongly. Do you want to see your grandfather?" Si Zhaozhao didn't expect Mo Xianyuan to think so logically. She was trying hard to think of a way to explain when suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. Instinctively, she quickly stepped back and dodged a deadly attack, but another arrow shot toward her almost immediately. Mo Xianyuan drew his heavy black sword and slashed forward fiercely, splitting the arrow in two. But unexpectedly, the arrow contained a poisonous needle. The needle seemed to have eyes and shot straight at Si Zhaozhao. Despite her strong internal energy, she didn't have the advanced martial skills that Mo Xianyuan possessed, and the enemy's attack was fierce, with poison needles hidden in arrows from all directions. The worst part was that, in the rain, it was hard to tell the direction of the poison needles. Fortunately, the rain of arrows soon stopped, and faint sounds of fighting could be heard. Likely the secret guards had started to act. Si Zhaozhao's mouth felt bitter. Just a little use of her internal energy made the stabbing pain inside her worse. She knew she had been hit. Her mind was muddled, and she staggered around blindly, unsure of her direction. Mo Xianyuan noticed her strange behavior, and his face changed. He quickly stepped forward, pulled back her black cloak, revealing her pale, fragile face. Si Zhaozhao weakly leaned against the gray wall. At that moment, she heard someone shout nearby, "Wrong person. Retreat quickly." Qi Yunjin hurried over anxiously. Prince, is Cece hurt? Hearing his words, Mo Xianyuan's face darkened. He carried Si Zhaozhao horizontally and said sternly, Young Master Qi, show some respect. Don't cause trouble for my woman. I have no obligation to tell you anything about her. Si Zhaozhao was struggling weakly, saying, Let me go. Don't touch me. Mo Xianyuan frowned but softened at her rare vulnerable side. He spoke gently, Be good, it's me. Don't move. Si Zhaozhao fell silent, unsure if she was asleep or if she recognized him. Mo Xianyuan's hand tightened as he carefully held her and left. Qi Yunzheng was anxious, clenched his fists. Cece looked very strange. She must be hurt. Rongsheng saw the prince carrying the unconscious princess and knew something was wrong again. Mo Xianyuan coldly said, Someone tried to attack her. Go find out who it was. I suspect it's related to Song Chaoshui. He heard everything clearly. They said they had mistaken someone, and at that moment, he had just uncovered her cloak, revealing Si Zhaozhao's face, which is why they retreated. Rongsheng quickly nodded and replied, Yes. Mo Xianyuan looked serious as he carried her toward the main hall. He knew Si Zhaozhao cared about the two children and wouldn't want them to know she was hurt. The poison needle made Si Zhaozhao feel very hot, but her forehead and limbs were strangely cold, even icy on the surface.
Cold.
So cold, she mumbled painfully. Mo Xianyuan hurried to find some blankets. Just as he was about to cover her, she said, Hot. So thirsty. Now he didn't know what to do. A feeling of helplessness he had never experienced before overwhelmed him. Seeing her pale face, as if it could disappear with a breeze, Mo Xianyuan finally started to panic. Someone, he called out several times, but no one responded. His eyes reddened as he stood up and opened the door, only to see a handsome man in red with white hair standing in the yard. His appearance was too stunning. No, he didn't look human at all, and his movements carried a natural charm. Stop struggling. The useless doctor won't come back. Only I can save her. Who are you? Mo Xianyuan did not underestimate him, because he saw with his peripheral vision that the guards who had been coming over were all immobilized, their acupoints pressed, frozen in place. With just one person, he could hold so many down. His martial skills might be even better than his own. The handsome man tilted his head and looked at him, making a clicking sound. Why did that silly doctor marry someone as dull as you? Sigh. It seems that the only flaw of someone with my exceptional looks is that they only focus on my face and haven't appreciated my unique personality. Mo Xianyuan choked back his words. He had met many people, but this was the first time he encountered someone so narcissistic. However, he thought, does Si Zhaozhao know him? Have they spent a lot of time together? Could this person really be Si Man's biological father? Suddenly, Mo Xianyuan's presence became more intense. The handsome man was unafraid and walked closer gracefully. Hey, are you sure you want to stop me? Aren't you worried she might die? If she really dies this time, it will be hard to bring her back. Mo Xianyuan's face turned cold. She is my princess. If she dies, she will be buried in the royal tomb, and it has nothing to do with you. The handsome man crossed his arms and stretched lazily. In the next moment, a dangerous look appeared on his face. In that case, let's have a good fight. I want to vent my anger for the girl who is about to die and teach you a lesson. At this point, Mo Xianyuan was almost certain of this person's identity. The handsome man's skills were on par with Mo Xianyuan. After a few rounds, he thought, no wonder he is the northern border war god. But luckily, he had a backup plan. Mo Xianyuan didn't know what he did, but suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, he was immobilized. The handsome man shot him a challenging look, avoided him, and walked straight into the room, even closing the door behind him. Dead girl. As soon as he entered, the handsome man quickly approached the bed, his eyes full of concern and care. Si Zhaozhao felt she was surely going to die. Why else would she see her second senior brother in this place? But when he pressed on her acupoint, her warm fingertips felt incredibly clear.
Second
senior brother. It's me. Dead girl, just hold on a little longer. I will help you force out the poison needle. It will hurt a lot. His voice sounded so real. Only her senior brother would call her Dead Girl. Originally, he called her Si Sha, but it became Dead Girl because he said it casually. Si Xiao Xiao slowly opened her eyes, her pale lips trembling. It really is you, second senior brother. How did you find me? The handsome man carefully lifted her up because Si Xiao Xiao was too weak to sit up straight. She could only lean on her senior brother to use his strength to force out the poison. Dead girl, don't ask anymore. Senior brother is going to use his energy now. No matter how painful it is, stay still and be careful of the poison needle piercing your meridians. With his extraordinary skill in insect magic, he doesn't need to carry a bug container with him. No one knows where his insects are kept. With just a thought, the insects crawl out from his sleeve. The process of forcing out the poison needle is similar to how Si Zhaozhao uses insects to force other insects. Both methods involve letting insects enter the body, absorb the poison, and then carry out the poison needle. However, the poison inside the needle is very strong, and the insects cannot absorb it. They can only wrap around it and carry it out. When it comes out, the insects droop and turn into a clear, colorless water. The needle itself is black and shiny. The senior brother's insects are definitely top quality. You can tell by the color of the water. Sorry, senior brother. This insect is a rare new type you worked hard to develop. I accidentally destroyed it. There's no need to be polite. It's just an insect. How many do you want to practice with? In the northern border, who can compare to the insects I, Nango, have cultivated? Si Zhaozhao smiled and said, I'll tell our senior brother about this. Hearing this, Nanji's handsome face fell, and he angrily rubbed the back of her head. That girl, I just saved you, and now you want to sell out your senior brother? Si Zhaozhao stuck out her tongue. Only in front of close family can she show her childish side. All right, senior brother, don't dodge the question. I've changed my appearance.
How did you recognize me?
And you also healed Mo Tingyu and my daughter, right? Nengu sighed helplessly. This is a long story. Then you might as well make it short, she urged. Ha, you little girl, still as sharp-tongued as before, Nengu said, then ruffled her hair roughly. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Mo Xianyuan stormed in with a fierce look, his eyes bloodshot as he watched them embrace and flirt. Nango whispered in surprise. Strange, someone managed to break my immobilization spell so quickly. Si Zhaozhao was shocked. You're too daring, using insect magic in front of him. Their whispered conversation was like digging into Mo Xianyuan's heart. At that moment, he realized how deeply rooted this woman was in his heart. Mo Xianyuan's eyes were bloodshot, as if they might bleed, looking terrifyingly intense. Si Zhaozhao's heart tightened, worried about hurting her senior brother. She pushed him away, but because her poison needle hadn't fully recovered her strength, she collapsed softly. Be careful. Nango instinctively held her waist, gently lowering her head. After they separated, Nango stood up just as a breeze blew in from outside, causing the corners of the two men's clothes to flutter. In the faint light, Si Zhaozhao seemed to smell the scent of impending bloodshed. Mo Xianyuan's cold face showed no warmth. His deep eyes looked down on them like a king, like a fierce beast hunting in the darkness, making it impossible to ignore his commanding presence. You step on my true feelings under your feet. Do you think I won't break your legs for that? Nanga frowned. A man should honestly pursue her, not threaten to keep her captive or deny her freedom. It's not what you think. He is, Si Zhaozhao suddenly hesitated. She couldn't say he was her senior brother, or it would involve too many complicated things with their master. Her hesitation completely chilled Mo Xianyuan's heart. He drew his heavy black iron sword and suddenly stabbed toward the two on the bed. Nango was about to use a spell to fight back, but was pulled by Si Zhaozhao's sleeve. Her eyes shimmered with tears for some reason. With a strike, the bedboard where Nango was sitting, along with the bedding, was cut away. Cotton flew everywhere. The sword pierced into the bed frame, splinters injuring his hand and causing it to bleed. If Nanji's movements had been slower, he might have been stabbed through. On the bed, Si Zhaozhao's shoulders trembled slightly. Her messy hair, some sticking to her face, seemed to pierce into her eyes, turning her beautiful peach blossom eyes blood red. She looked very angry, even showing her hatred openly. Compared to her usual calm and faint smile, Emo Xianyuan felt she was more lively and captivating at this moment. There was a strange desire to destroy her. Emo Xianyuan leaned forward, extending his long, graceful hand to gently her face and tuck her hair behind her ear. "You're so angry at me, huh? Is your love for me fake?" His presence was overwhelming, making people forget the slight trembling in his voice caused by fear. Si Zhaozhao looked at his hand gripping the heavy sword, blood dripping from his palm. A chill ran down her spine. She slapped away the hand that had touched her face and gave a cold smile. "Yes, it's all fake. I never had feelings for you. What's wrong, Your Highness? Are you surprised? Did you think that just because you're the Regent Prince, the great war hero, everyone would forget the pain you caused and fall for you without hesitation? Huh, I'm not like Song Chaoshu." Emo Xuanyuan's eyes darkened. He suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "You think caring for me is something shameful?" Pain shot through her shoulder, and she gasped softly. Nanga couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey, you're hurting her. Is this how the regent treats his own wife?" "Be quiet," the man growled. Afraid he might hurt someone again, Si Zhaozhao gave Nanga a warning look and said through the pain, "I'm really curious, Your Highness. Why are you suddenly so interested in me? Let's be honest, the thing you're looking for, I truly can't find it. Even if you tried to use charm to get it, I still couldn't help you. You've acted this part a bit too well. What I want, I don't need to use anyone to get." "Si Zhaozhao, do you even have a heart?" Emo Xuanyuan's voice rose, full of anger and frustration. Si Zhaozhao hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Startled, she pressed her lips together. "Anyway, I've never done anything to wrong you. Believe it or not." Right now, she could barely protect herself. She was close to finding the Jade Command token, and even closer to ending this marriage. She didn't want to waste more time on Si Yuandao. As for the ancient military book, she had no time to look for it. Emo Xianyuan felt as if he had lost his mind. Even after all this, he still couldn't bring himself to let go. When he heard her say she had never wronged him, his anger slowly began to fade. Nanga, seeing her signal, had already slipped away quietly. At that moment, the hidden guards' pressure points released on their own, and they rushed in to await orders. Feeling suffocated and unable to vent his emotions, Emo Xianyuan commanded coldly, "Guard this door. No one is allowed near her. No food, no visitors. Anyone who disobeys will be punished." The guards exchanged uneasy looks, not understanding what had angered their prince so deeply, but they could only obey. Lying in the room, Si Zhaozhao's eyes welled up with tears. She blankly wiped away the tear, unable to understand why she was crying. Feeling dizzy, Si Zhaozhao slowly got up. She wanted to pour a cup of tea, but found there was not a drop left. She covered her stomach and sat back on the bed, sighing deeply. At that moment, a faint sound came from behind the window. Seeing who had come, she showed a surprised smile. "Second senior brother, you're back?" Nanji's bright red clothes were very eye-catching. He carried a bamboo basket and a wine jar, jumping lightly into the room. Then he walked over and placed the items on the table. "Don't worry, those people behind are already subdued. I've pinched their acupoints so they can't see or hear anything. Hurry and eat. Your husband isn't at the residence." Si Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. Had he left? But with Emo Xianyuan's intelligence, he wouldn't be unaware. As soon as he left, no one could stop her senior brother. Could it be that he did it on purpose? For some reason, she felt uneasy about his sudden act of letting go. While she was lost in thought, Nanga had already set the table and poured the wine. He spoke seriously, his voice like a gentle stream, making people feel calm and at ease. "That stubborn girl, think about it. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, right?" The candle flickered, and Nanji's handsome face seemed almost unreal. Si Zhaozhao took a sip of wine and let out a long breath. "That year, you and senior brother both left. I also followed our master into the palace. Nearly 10 years, just 2 months shy. I never thought we'd meet again, but everything has changed. Nangus smiled helplessly. You, at such a young age, say such mature words. But indeed, your senior brother never dreamed you'd be in the northern border, and our master too. His expression darkened slightly at the end. That stubborn girl, tell me, how did you come so far to the northern border? And how did you become the legitimate daughter of the Shangxi residents? Did that Qianling Han just let you go? Does our master trust him? How did you meet the Regent King? The words you argued about during the day, did he betray you? This was the first time after her rebirth that Si Zhaozhao heard that person's name again. But as she recalled that person, she couldn't help but think of that strange yet real dream. Si Zhaozhao's eyes dimmed. She drank a few more cups before slowly revealing the truth. Second senior brother, after you and first senior brother left, many things happened. Master once told my fortune and said I would have a short life, but there was still a small chance to change it. Later, when I turned 15, she suddenly disappeared. I never saw her again. Not long after, I took the position of the Great Gu Master, just as she had wished. When I turned 18, on a bright and peaceful day, I suddenly coughed up blood. When I woke again, my soul had entered the body of the eldest daughter of the Minister of War in the northern region. The girl had died on her wedding day. As for the regent, there was no real affection between us. We only used each other. Nange looked at her in surprise, then said thoughtfully, no real affection? Silly girl. Even though I've seen much of the world, I can still tell what true feelings are. I don't think there was no love between you two. In fact, your feelings were deeper and heavier than most. Hearing this, Si Zhaozhao tightened her grip on the cup and didn't drink. Let's not talk about me anymore. How did you recognize me, senior brother? In her past life, years of practicing Gu magic had made her tall and graceful, with a naturally charming air. The art of Gu could subtly change a person's appearance and aura. If someone had once been weak and frail, after years of practice, they might become strong and striking like Mo Xianyuan. The same was true for women. So, in her previous life, Si Zhaozhao had been even more beautiful than she was now. Over time, this body would gradually take on her former appearance. That was why people from the Gu sect were rarely ordinary-looking. Nange leaned back with his hands behind his head, his tone relaxed as he said, "It's quite a coincidence. I came to the northern region for some business. By chance, I read the stars and noticed someone using a forbidden spell. When I went to investigate, the spell vanished. We used to play with that kind of technique when we were young, remember? Master scolded us badly for it." Nange didn't ask why she had used the forbidden spell. He could already see the pain she carried, and he didn't wish to uncover old wounds. Si Zhaozhao understood what he was thinking and felt a warmth in her heart. "Senior brother, what brings you to the northern border? Is there anything I can help you with?" Nanga thought for a moment, then lowered his voice. "It's not that I can't tell you, but given your situation here, I don't want to trouble you further."
Si Cao Cao smiled.
"If you think that way, you're treating me like an outsider. I've been here for over 2 months now, maybe I really can help you." Hearing that, Nanga stopped hesitating. "Do you still remember what Master once said about how to create the Kingu?" Si Zhaozhao was startled. Nanga continued, "I've been tracking someone all the way here, the one behind the creation of the Kingu. You must have heard that the old king has passed away, and the new one is about to take the throne. The Xiantian kingdom is in chaos, and rumors say the Gu sect is about to reappear." "That's impossible." Si Zhaozhao stood up so suddenly that her voice rose too loud. From outside came the sound of a lock turning. The two exchanged a glance, and Si Zhaozhao quickly cleared the table. Nanga quietly hid behind the cabinet. The guards at the door looked inside. Si Zhaozhao asked calmly, "Is something wrong?" The guards shook their heads and closed the door again. Nanga crossed his arms and stepped out. "Should I disable their pressure points? They're in the way." Si Zhaozhao quickly stopped him. "No need. If someone comes and sees them standing still like that, it'll cause trouble. I don't want to drag you into this." Nanga glanced at the broken bed nearby and said softly, "I'm afraid I'm already involved." Si Zhaozhao didn't want to mention that man, So she quickly said, Linghan isn't someone who breaks his word or harms others without reason. He wouldn't allow the Goose sect to reappear and start a war among nations. What if the new king isn't Qian Linghan? Si Zhao froze. But isn't he the crown prince? It was only natural for the crown prince to inherit the throne. Nanga sat back down, rolled up his red sleeves, took a long drink, and said, It seems you're not as well informed about Xiantian as I am. But that's understandable. You're now part of the northern border, so you can't easily know what's happening in the royal court. When he mentioned this, he paused, looking somewhat serious. The crown prince secretly used innocent common people to make medicine. This was no longer a secret, but it was kept hidden inside the palace. It was only discovered on the third day after King Lao passed away. The person responsible is the new king-to-be, who is also the crown prince's second brother, Qian Yinli. Suddenly, Si Zhao found it hard to describe her feelings at this moment. Qian Yinli's name was not unfamiliar. In fact, it was quite familiar. Because he was born to a concubine in the cold palace, lost his mother early, and was very weak physically. The former king and queen took him in and raised him. Qian Linghan and his mother both loved this younger brother very much, often taking him to the medicine-making residence to play with her. In her memory, he was just a little brother who liked to follow behind her, calling her Sister Zhao. Is his health better now? From her expression, Nange could tell that both brothers held a special place in her heart. A trace of pity appeared on her brow, but she still spoke honestly. From the people I placed in the Xiantian Kingdom's palace, I learned that he is in good health. However, Qian Linghan suddenly fell seriously ill and bedridden 2 months ago. Rumors say that because of this illness, King Lao temporarily changed the will, missing out on the throne. Si Zhao put the chopsticks back into her bowl, feeling a dull pain in her chest. It was shocking that someone as kind and gentle as Linghan could be caught up in such cruel acts of making medicine. The innocent and weak Qian Yinli ended up being the last winner. What exactly happened in between? Young girl, are you all right? Nange asked worriedly, wishing he hadn't said all this. Si Zhao's voice was a little hoarse. I'm fine, just a bit surprised. Nange sighed, gently stood up, and embraced her tenderly. Si Zhao took a deep breath, pushed him gently, and said, Senior brother, let's get back to the main topic. I really can help you with the Poison King matter. Oh? How do you mean that? Nange sat back down, stopped drinking, and waited quietly for her explanation. That day, I accidentally fell off a cliff and found a hanging coffin at the bottom of the cliff, about 100 meters long. Nange's eyes lit up. Blood of 10,000, bones of 1,000, placed in the most place to nurture and find a pure young body for nourishment. This method is cruel, and it's definitely a good place for the Poison King to practice his craft. Why didn't I think of this before? Young girl, it's all thanks to you. Do you remember where that cliff is?
Si Cao nodded.
Nange rested his long, slender arm against his handsome face, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. That was easier than expected. Once we destroy it, the person behind it won't be able to stay hidden any longer. Silly girl, I know your painting skills are excellent. You draw the plans first, and I'll go investigate myself. If Si Zhao didn't have her mother and daughter, she would have followed her senior brother, without hesitation. But things were different now. With them as her weakness, she could only do what was within her power and not act recklessly. After finishing the drawing, she casually asked, Senior brother, who is the person behind you? Nange frowned slightly and said helplessly, Silly girl, I can't tell you that yet. Si Zhao showed no sign of displeasure. I was just asking. There's something else. I'm not sure if it's related. Nange gestured for her to continue. She glanced cautiously toward the door, gathered her thoughts, and said in a low voice, At the bottom of the cliff, I saw a spider with legs as thick as a water jar. At first, I thought it had grown that way because of the dark energy there, but now I think something's strange. A place like that shouldn't have only one living creature. It must have been created by someone. It was said that anyone who could create the king of insects could control the forces of nature itself. If that person was close to success and had already begun testing on non-human creatures, things could become very dangerous. So, destroying that place as soon as possible was the most important thing. But to Si Zhaozhao's surprise, her senior brother didn't seem in a hurry. Instead, he poured himself another cup of wine. Nange took a slow sip, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Silly girl, why are you staring at me like that?" Si Zhaozhao frowned slightly. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Her words almost made Nange spit out his drink. "Silly girl, is that how you treat your senior brother? We haven't seen each other in 10 years, and after just a few words, you're already trying to send me away? Ah, poor me, all alone in the world." Before he could finish, Si Zhaozhao gave in. "Fine, drink as much as you like. Pretend I didn't say anything. I didn't expect that after 10 years apart, my senior brother would be even more difficult to deal with. And he's also gotten bolder." At this moment, Nanga suddenly pushed aside the fine wine and delicious food, flicked her red sleeves, and posed seductively like a beauty lying on her side. She leaned half of her body on the table, crossed her hands under her chin, and looked at her kindly with gentle eyes. She said, "You're still secretly talking about your senior brother behind his back, little girl. Are you planning to tell him why you chose to stay quietly in the regent's residence? With your senior brother here, you should let go of the burdens on your shoulders."
Come on, tell me.
"I'm listening." At that moment, Si Zhaozhao suddenly felt like crying. It turns out she wasn't without family in her past life, but her family left her very early. The deep longing and missing she kept in her heart suddenly surged back, making her feel both sour and sweet in her chest, hard to bear. "TSK, why did you drop the gold beans? Your senior brother doesn't need that little silver to spend. Quickly take it back." Nanga complained but reached out to wipe away her tears. Si Zhaozhao wasn't used to showing her vulnerability. She lowered her eyes and slowly said, "Although there is only a little emperor in the northern border, there is still a struggle for the throne. The Emperor Emeritus secretly gathered officials, including my current father, Si Yuandao. They conspired to have me marry the regent, aiming to make me steal the jade soldier talisman. I was also tricked by that old fox. The Emperor Emeritus gave me 3 months. A few days ago, he took my mother away and forced me to act quickly. Now, I have just over a month left. Does the regent know about your search for the jade soldier talisman?" Nanga asked. She had also heard some rumors about the jade soldier talisman. She never thought this mysterious thing actually existed. But considering that the girl had been reborn, maybe it's true. Si Zhaozhao nodded. He admitted that leaving me alive was also to find ancient military books hidden in the Shangshu residence. After that, he was very indulgent and biased toward me. I initially wanted to play along with him, see who could gain the other's trust. But for some reason, every time I think of the kick I received when I was thrown into the water after rebirth, I can't let it go.
She sighed.
Now I finally have an important clue about the Jade Soldier Talisman. Maybe because I've been too eager these days and got too close to a man, he's worried I might affect his reputation, which is why he's angry with me. Nanga said meaningfully, "That man isn't an ordinary person, is he? Does it count? It seems he has a story with the original owner of this body, but I don't remember it. He is also the only one who can help me find clues." Nanga snorted. "I didn't expect the mighty regent to act so unworthy of dignity when he's in love." When Si Zhaozhao heard this, her ears turned hot. "Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. He only acts this way because he has a purpose. Don't be fooled by appearances." Nanga smirked and said helplessly, "Then tell me, has he asked you about ancient military books?" Si Zhaozhao shook her head. "Has he repeatedly asked to visit your parents at your hometown? Or do you know nothing, and he's just acting secretly? Are you the same? You girl, do you use people like this?" Si Zhaozhao seemed to understand what he meant and retorted, "I've already thought of other ways. I don't need to pretend with him. I already asked for a divorce, but he refuses to let me go." Then she fell silent. Nanga tapped her forehead. "Girl, don't let the original owner of this body influence you. You need your own judgment. Senior brother isn't trying to persuade the regent to forgive what he's done. He just doesn't want you to casually humiliate someone who has genuine feelings for you, without being sure of your own heart. Be honest and clear about love and hate. For example, the Taishang Emperor of the northern border. He fought for power with his grandson and threatened your mother. That was wrong, but he also made contributions to the northern border. Contributions are contributions. Mistakes are mistakes. They can't be mixed up. Not everything in this world is black and white. Especially feelings, they're complicated and deadly. No one is perfect. Speaking too harshly makes it hard to turn back. Si Zhao understood, but it seemed she didn't quite understand. Nange didn't expect her to understand immediately. After all, some things only become clear through personal experience. She then shifted her attention. As for the Jade Soldier Talisman, your senior brother will help you. As for the person who helped you, you should thank him, but since you're not interested in him, you need to clarify that first. In the future, control your interactions. Your senior brother is also a man. If he doesn't have other feelings for you, he wouldn't take such risks. I'm just worried that in the end, he might resent love lost. Si Zhao obediently nodded. Nange couldn't help but gently rub her head. All right, senior brother, it's time for you to leave. When you have free time, take me to see your mother from this life. How could she make you betray our master and work wholeheartedly for her? Hearing this, Si Zhao eagerly said, she looks exactly like our master. Nange was surprised, then said, okay, once your senior brother destroys that cursed place, I'll go with you to see her. Using her memory of the routes in the governor's mansion and the northern martial king's estate, Si Zhao quickly drew 2 maps. After storing the maps, Nange took the bowls and chopsticks, then quietly slipped out through the back window. Meanwhile, in a secret base somewhere in the northern border, a bloody punishment was underway.
Ah.
Your Majesty, spare my life. As soon as the man finished speaking, his head was cut off. On the bare branches, a group of hungry crow chicks gathered. From the dark depths of the palace ahead, the cries of eagles and hawks could be heard. After a long call, a huge black shadow flew over, its sharp claws stopping on a blood-soaked corpse. Useless trash. I told you to kill someone, and you even mistook the target. Inside the palace, a furious voice echoed endlessly. Nearby, the companions trembled, afraid that they would be the next to die. The moonlight cautiously peeked out from the clouds, revealing a glimpse of the palace's scenery, enough to make one feel terrified. A tall figure as big as a small hill had beast-like fangs in his mouth and was drooling. In the blink of an eye, dozens of eerie green eyes appeared inside the palace. Your Majesty, we have visitors. This sentence was like a delicious treat thrown into a cage of hungry beasts that hadn't eaten for 3 days. Countless eyes fixed on the man. The visitor walked with confidence, wearing a long robe decorated with blue clouds. His narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes were slightly squinted, and a faint smile played on his lips, like a fox living deep in the mountains. His eyes, full of a clear but obvious ambition, said, "This place is hard to find. I have a business to discuss. My master sent me here to talk with your noble guest. May I come in and have a cup of tea? Haha, no tea but plenty of blood. If you dare, come on in." He moved swiftly, fearless of the fierce gazes around him, as if ready to eat someone. In the middle of the palace, a rack made of human bones held a blood-red luminous pearl that radiated a sinister glow. A straight path leads from the entrance to the depths of the main hall. The sides are deliberately hollowed out and collapsed, just enough to hold those mysterious creatures with glowing green eyes inside. They are chained by heavy iron cuffs around their necks and limbs. Any slight movement makes a clattering sound. However, the person walking along this path does not even frown. You're brave.
Who are you?
Finding this place shows some skill. Who is your master? He trying to trade with me? That profit isn't enough. You will have to pay a high price. The voice from the darkness is hoarse and hard to tell if it's male or female. I am Xiao Su. I can't say my master's name now. This is his token. He said that once you see this token, you'll know what we want to exchange. He then takes out the token. The token is bright green, engraved with a vivid dragon. Unlike ordinary dragons, this one has golden eyes, made of pure gold. Jade's Soldier Talisman. The mysterious person gasps in surprise. Xiao Su squints and smiles. Yes, that's the Jade Soldier Talisman. rumored to summon an army of 200,000 dead soldiers. Do you think this deal is good? Someone show the guest to a seat. Suddenly, the main bedroom darkens. The candle flames have already gone out, but Si Zhaozhao remains sitting still at her place. Outside, the moon hangs high, its bright light making her think of the night they embraced. He was sleeping close to her neck, then suddenly held her tightly again. Strange. Why am I thinking of this? She murmurs absent-mindedly. Her mind can't help but replay her senior brother's words. Could it be that Emo Xianyuan truly has feelings for her? Not just pretending? Actually, she doesn't hate him much. Most of her feelings come from Song Chaoshue's instigation and his distrust. If they swapped roles, would she do the same as him? Si Zhaozhao, who spent a long time in the palace, has seen many schemes among concubines and princes. But when she was in the middle of it, she realized she wasn't as tolerant or rational as she thought. Suddenly, she feels a twinge of guilt. Si Zhaozhao pushes open the back window, sees the hidden guards at the base of the wall, and remembers that her acupoints are probably still sealed. Acting on instinct, she jumps out the window. I walked all the way to the back garden of the prince's residence and sat on a stone by the pond, gazing at the moon reflected in the water, lost in thought. Suddenly, I saw a moving figure in my line of sight. Was she injured? Quietly, I lifted my leg and moved closer, hiding behind a rock near the pavilion. I could faintly hear their conversation. Song Chaoshue was wearing a light pink dress made of thin fabric. She happily ran back to the man and said, "Brother Yuan, this medicine really works. My wound is gone, but it still hurts a little." Emo Xianyuan's neck turned slightly red. He had drunk many cups of wine and looked a little tipsy. He responded with a soft, "Brother Yuan, are you troubled tonight? Is it because of your wife? We are both women. Why don't you tell me?" The man looked at her. That careless glance made Song Chaoshue's heart race. She wished she could throw herself into his arms. Maybe he was too drunk. Emo Xianyuan's vision was a bit blurry. In a hazy state, he seemed to see that mischievous woman. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward. "Why are you upset with me but won't say?" Song Chaoshue was startled. "Brother Yuan, I haven't blamed you." "No, you have. I hurt you, so how could you not blame me? I was careless and didn't consider your feelings." Seeing his dazed expression, Song Chaoshue's face turned red. She gathered her courage and gently called out, "Prince, I have never blamed you. Whatever you do, you have your reasons. Even if it costs me my life, I am willing to be with you." In his deep gaze, she saw the shy face of Si Zhaozhao. He held her chin and smiled wildly. So obedient, his tender and affectionate tone made Song Chaoshue suddenly lose her clarity. She tugged at her thin dress and looked at him with charming eyes. "Prince, take me. I don't care about titles. I just want to be with you day and night, growing old together." Si Zhaozhao's limbs turned cold. He immediately covered his ears and ran away without looking back. She shouldn't have come here. She thought maybe her words had hurt him too much and wanted to explain. Now, she realized it was unnecessary. Perhaps it was just what he wanted. After all, she had already given birth to his child. In his heart, she was a woman who had betrayed him. How could she compare to his pure and innocent childhood sweetheart? But for some reason, Si Zhaozhao ran back crying, her heart aching fiercely. Just as Song Chaoshue was about to succeed in kissing the man, a sudden force threw her forcefully away. "What do you want to do to me?" Emo Xianyuan looked at her with a cold gaze. His temples throbbed painfully. He was shocked. He had mistaken her for that woman earlier. Song Chaoshue felt frustrated. It was such a pity. Why was the prince so quick to wake up? "Brother Yuan, what's wrong? Didn't you pull me over? You said I was obedient enough to help Emo Bingshang feign her." Song Chaoshue's face turned pale. She looked pitiful and said, "But I never meant to hurt her. I was just afraid of offending Miss Emo and causing trouble for Brother Yuan." The man replied bluntly, "You have already caused trouble for me." "What?" "When I brought her back to the mansion, we were ambushed on the way. When they saw the person under the cloak wasn't you, They immediately retreated. Only after the cloak was returned did I realize it was you. Before you lost your memory, you had a very good relationship with Mo Bingshang. It's not strange that she has your things in her room, but because of your belongings, she almost endangered Si Zhaozhao's life. Song Chao Shue's heart skipped a beat. Someone wants to kill me? Mo Xianyuan said meaningfully. I'm also investigating this. Think carefully, who might you have offended? After speaking, he stood up and left. Song Chao Shue sank to the ground, motionless for a long time. The next morning, she was finally brought food. Seeing the visitor, she was filled with excitement. Ling'an, are Man and the others okay? Ling'an didn't expect the princess to be confined here. She had even happily thought the prince and princess had reconciled earlier. Don't worry. With a servant here, they haven't noticed anything wrong. Now that you've just woken up, princess, how long does the prince plan to keep you here? Did you argue again? Are you all right? As she spoke, Ling'an glanced at the large hole in the bed, her eyes suddenly filled with shock. Si Zhaozhao shook her head and eagerly asked, Is the prince at the mansion? Ling'an replied, When I arrived, I saw the prince leaving in a carriage. I don't know where he went. That's great. Si Zhaozhao closed the door and whispered, Ling'an, can you exchange clothes with me? I'll be right back. Are you planning to run away? Ling'an looked terrified. But she really couldn't resist Si Zhaozhao's cute and persistent pleading, so she finally agreed. Si Zhaozhao copied Ling and steps and smoothly returned to the moonlight pavilion, telling the two little ones to keep the secret. Then she left the prince's residence with ease. The streets were still as lively as ever. Si Zhaozhao changed into the men's clothes she had worn before leaving the residence, but didn't have time to disguise herself again. When the Madam of Jade Full Tower, Madame Hua, saw her, she was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped. She looked terrified, almost kneeling down. Si Zhaozhao quickly stopped her with a raised hand. Princess consort, you were actually... Madame Hua stammered, afraid she might be blamed for treating her casually before. Si Zhaozhao covered half her face with a fan and said softly, Sho, don't make a fuss. I'm just here to see Miss Chiu. Madame Hua hesitated. Perhaps you should wait a bit?
She's not here right now.
Seeing her uneasy expression, Si Zhaozhao's face turned cold. Did you dare to let her meet someone without permission? Please forgive me, your ladyship. The guest's background is too powerful. I couldn't afford to offend him, Madame Hua said in panic. Si Zhaozhao hurried upstairs, but Qiu Shui was nowhere to be found. This time, Madame Hua quickly explained, pointing toward the back. Her mother took her out through the back door. They're on their way to that nobleman's residence. If you go now, you might still catch them. I'll deal with you later, Si Zhaozhao said coldly, rushing out with a dark expression. Madame Hua was left puzzled. Why would the princess consort be so close to a courtesan?
Could it be?
As if realizing something, she swallowed hard. So that's how it is. People in power really do have their own ways. In the back alley, Qiu Shui was being dragged along so roughly that her clothes were torn in several places. A figure in dark blue quickly approached. From the other end of the alley came Qiu Shui's tearful voice as she argued with a sharp-tongued woman. Useless girl. You've brought nothing but trouble. You should be grateful someone important even wants to see you. I won't go. It was my brother who caused the trouble. Why should I take the blame for him? The woman slapped her hard across the face. Blood appeared at the corner of Qiu Shui's mouth, and her beautiful face turned red and swollen. Still not satisfied, the woman raised her hand again. The visitor arrived just in time and saw the scene, feeling heartbroken, and immediately shouted, Stop it now. Mother Qiu was startled and shivered, then saw the visitor's luxurious clothing, which was clearly high-quality fabric. Her expression changed instantly. No wonder you refused to come with me. It turns out you already found someone else to take advantage of. She looked at the man and smiled flatteringly. Young master, don't be fooled by my daughter. She's been promised to someone else long ago. You should find someone else to have fun with. Lord Qiao is not someone you can offend easily. The man's face turned pale like pig liver. Get lost. My father is busy with official work and doesn't care about romantic matters. Where are you taking him? Qiu Shui stubbornly looked up in surprise. Young Master Qiao. Qiao. Mother Qiu's eyes showed shock. Could you be the lord of the Dali court? Qiao Yu angrily said, I am his biological son. Mother Qiu was overjoyed. Oh, it's like a flood washing away the Dragon King temple. Young Master Qiao, what do you think of my daughter? For someone who sells their daughter for personal gain, Qiao Yu didn't give a good look. You hit the woman I like. What do you think I feel about her? This was exactly what Mother Qiu wanted to hear. She hurriedly pulled Qiu Shui, pushing and shoving her toward the other side, whispering in her ear, Take good care of him, then he'll go back and ask your brother for help. Don't let your mother down, understand? After saying that, Mother Qiu happily left the alley. Qiu Shui, numb and unresponsive, fell into Qiao Yu's arms. Qiao Yu's face suddenly turned red, and he didn't know where to put his hands on her shoulders.
Are you
okay? I'll take you to see a doctor. Qiu Shui's eyes were dull. She tried to push him away and steady herself. At this moment, Si Zhao arrived late. Seeing the scene, she immediately ran over, spinning in the air and kicking, making Qiao Yu's shoulder ache and tingle. He fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. Si Zhao took Qiu Shui and asked with concern, Shui, are you okay? I arrived late. Qiu Shui didn't want her to worry, so she slightly turned her head away. But Si Zhao's sharp eyes noticed the injury on her face first. Qiao Yu, holding his injured bottom, stood up. Before he could say anything, he saw Si Zhao walking toward him with a fierce look. Your eyes are really sharp now. Before Qiao Yu finished speaking, there was a loud gasp from Qiu Shui, and 4 or 5 slaps landed on his face. Smack, smack, smack. After the hits, Qiu Shui weakly explained, Young Master Qiao is just helping me out. Zhao, you hit the wrong person. The air fell into silence. Qiao Yu covered his face, making a funny hissing sound. His handsome face was almost swollen, like a pig's head. Qiu Shui couldn't help but laugh, then quickly looked down to hide her smile. Seeing her laugh, Qiao Yu also grinned widely, but the movement hurt his face, and he cried out in pain. Si Zhao looked back and forth at the two, seeming to notice something. She walked toward Qiao Yu, causing him to step back in surprise. Young Master Qiao, sorry. I was in a hurry and accidentally hurt you. Qiao Yu had already noticed her close relationship with Qiu Shui and said generously, You were just trying to protect Qiu girl. If I were in your place, I might have misunderstood too. Earlier, I even spoke disrespectfully to the princess. Let's just call it even. Si Zhao didn't expect him to be so understanding. Qiu Shui looked a bit confused. Princess? Zhao, are you a princess? In the royal family, only a few hold the title of king or queen. King Beiwu had long since stepped back from the spotlight, and his wife couldn't be a young woman like Zhao. So, she must be the princess regent's wife. Realizing this, Qiu Shui was a little scared and almost knelt down, but Si Zhao calmly said, Shui, if you kneel now, it means we're no longer close friends. From the beginning, I only wanted to be friends with you, nothing more. Qiu Shui's eyes welled up with tears. All right, we're still good sisters. After all, Qiao Yu was hurt because of her, so she couldn't keep him at bay anymore. The 3 of them happily returned to Yumanlu. Si Zhao had some blood jade ointment, claiming it was medicine she brought from the palace. Qiao Yu looked at the girl applying medicine to him so close and couldn't help but feel moved. He reached out and took her hand. Qiu Shui was startled and immediately pulled her hand back. Qiao Yu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He smiled and said, I was too abrupt. Qiu girl, your beauty is breathtaking. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met. I wonder if I will have a chance to visit you again and chat.